whether or not you're supposed to run past or fight the enemies, there's enemy spam everywhere in Scholar. Now I know how all of this sounds. Basically all my praise so far has been, look, all the enemies are gone, but it's a lot more than that. The beginning of vanilla Dark Souls 2 isn't just better because it's easier. It's easy so it can teach the player how to play the game, because Dark Souls 2 Vanilla has an actual difficulty curve. Before talking about the difficulty curve of Vanilla, we'll examine Scholar. The difficulty starts high, then it gets higher at No Man's Wharf, then the game peaks in difficulty in Iron Keep for some reason, which isn't even halfway through for most players, then it gets easier at the climactic midpoint level in Drangleic Castle for some reason, and then the difficulty peaks again in Shrine of Amana before tapering off into the endgame. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is easy for the first 4 Lord Souls, and then the climactic midpoint Drangleic Castle level is pretty hard, and then the difficulty maintains a pretty hard standard for the rest of endgame, although the hardest vanilla levels like Drangleic Castle are nothing compared to the worst parts of late game Scholar. Vanilla starts off easy so that new players can learn how to win multi-fights. The multi-fights gradually build up in difficulty so that a new player will be ready for the harder late game levels. In addition to the easier beginning areas teaching the player how to handle multi-fights, the easier enemy placement results in the player actually killing all of the enemies, which means that they will be a higher level for late game. Essentially, vanilla causes a positive feedback loop where the game is easy so I'm more inclined to fight all the enemies, and then I'm stronger to fight the more difficult multi-fights in endgame. On the other hand, Scholar has a negative feedback loop where the game swarms me with enemies from the get-go, causing me to run past the enemies, which makes me a lower level for the hard endgame levels, which causes me to get better at running past all the enemies to make it through those hard endgame levels. Any Dark Souls 2 fan who says Scholar is better because they removed enemies in areas like Drangleic Castle is wrong, because that is supposed to be a hard level. Players who don't use the 1 million soul skip in vanilla will be forced into killing the 4 Lord Souls and clearing the early game levels, so they made the early game levels easier to prepare you for the harder endgame levels. Since vanilla is easy for the first 4 Lord Souls, the player is ready by the time they reach Drangleic Castle for a challenge. In Scholar, you get done being tortured by every level only to realize the epic castle level is extremely easy and a disappointment. Shouldn't the castle level be hard? Why is Iron Keep many times harder than Drangleic Castle in Scholar? It's almost like the developers changed the enemy placement in Iron Keep for no reason other than to say it's a new $60 game, we didn't know what we were doing. When Scholar goes from hard to hard in its difficulty curve, I am left thinking it was unfair from the start, it's unfair now, and it'll be unfair later, so why not just run past all the enemies, since the game will trick me into dying to another gank if I play it slow. In vanilla, I think the game was fair before. It's a bit unfair in certain areas, like in the endgame, but the game will probably go back to being tolerable after, so I may as well still play patiently and clear all the enemies like I was taught to from the earlier areas. When vanilla is unfair, it's pushing my buttons a little. When Scholar is unfair, it's already pushed all the buttons off the fucking shirt. Alright, that's actually a weird analogy, but the point remains that Scholar quickly makes me lose my patience while vanilla respects my time. So when the game gets a bit harder in areas like Drangleic Castle, I'm just not as frustrated. Even though I enjoy most of the levels in vanilla Dark Souls 2, there are still some problems in the late game. This little group of enemies at the end of Shrine of Amana is unfair because the hitboxes and all the melee enemies is just a bit too big to catch rolls, and these enemies are so fast while not being slowed down by the water like the player is that it feels a bit on the unfair side. Keyword, a bit. I will also say that the Shrine of Amana boss run is still a bit on the crap side even in vanilla, but it isn't too hard to run past the enemies, and the boss is so easy that it's not like anyone is going to have to do this boss run more than once or twice. So what was everyone complaining about? I know everyone hated vanilla Dark Souls 2 Shrine of Amana, but I just don't see the big deal. I died once at the final fight before the fog wall, and once on the boss run, and that was it. And my death against the final group was still mostly my own fault, so I didn't really mind it that much. I did hear that Shrine of Amana was nerfed in vanilla because of the community backlash, so maybe I just played the easiest version of Shrine of Amana, and that's why I liked it. Either way, I did enjoy my time time spent with Shrine of Amana in vanilla. Almost every encounter in vanilla Shrine of Amana is just a woman that shoots at you, a creepy water monster man who tries to assault you, and then maybe one more enemy. It's usually a 1v2 or 1v3. Very rarely are there ever two women shooting you at the same time, which is something that Scholar's Shrine of Amana did way too much, and it was just really infuriating when multiple people would be shooting you at once all of the time. Vanilla's Shrine of Amana is hard, but for the most part, it's not too hard. Scholar of the First Sin Shrine of Amana makes me feel like I'm back in Nam, dodging bullets as the commies chase me down with sticks. And guess what? Even if you hate Shrine of Amana and vanilla, the rest of the game is so much easier that it's just one little difficulty spike. Because vanilla Dark Souls 2 is a thoughtfully designed game that is easy in the beginning and then gradually gets more difficult, while Scholar is just random enemy spam the whole time. Back to talking about the lackluster parts of vanilla. The catacombs are fun, but Velstat's boss run is just stupid. This is a genuine Scholar moment where I don't know if I'm supposed to fight the 20 enemies on the boss run or just try to run past and get lucky at the fog wall. I would say that Ancient Dragon has a similar problem of being too difficult of a boss run that seems over the top with enemy placement, but those are the only two areas in all of vanilla that really do this. All of the levels in Scholar are like Velstat's boss run or worse. The real issue with Ancient Dragon isn't even the boss run, it's just that the boss is a piece of shit. He's probably the most boring HP sponge fight in the entire Dark Souls series that also one-shots the player, meaning the fight is hard in the worst way possible. Also, the dragon moves horizontally as it flies up vertically, but only some of the time, meaning that you can do the same positioning as you run away from the fire, and then for some reason it won't work 1 in 20 times, and then you die in one hit, which is terrible. And then you'll have to do the worst boss run in the game over again just to make it back to the boss. It's really bad. If you don't want to fight this abomination of a boss, then you have to fight the mechanically boring Vendrick with only 3 Lord Souls, unless you look up on the internet where to get the 4th one that's super hidden in Black Gulch, but I didn't use the internet, so I forgot, and I just had to fight Vendrick, and it was a really boring, drawn-out fight. Vendrick and Ancient Dragon are my least favorite parts of the entire Dark Souls 2 experience, at least in the base game.
I don't remember if I even did that.
It wasn't until writing this script and looking up things online that I realized that they are both optional. Apparently, Vendrick, the literal king, is an optional fight, but the giant lord is required. That's weird. The moral of the story is that you shouldn't fight the Ancient Dragon or Vendrick unless you really want the hidden ending where you fight Aldia, who is another terrible boss, so it doesn't really matter either way. It's still great that the only experiences I really hated in vanilla are optional, so on repeat playthroughs I won't have to deal with them again. If I had to describe vanilla in a single word, I'd say that it's painless. Want to do the DLC? Well, you don't need to look up a guide to find out where 3 impossibly hidden keys are, you just get them for free. Remember all the terrible red phantom spam in all the levels? They're gone for the most part. Remember all the terrible boss runs? Most of them are manageable, a few are kind of bad, and like 2 are downright terrible. But still, it's been reduced significantly. With a few exceptions, it no longer physically hurts me to play Dark Souls 2. So let's recap. Vanilla is better than Scholar because it doesn't trigger my PTSD war memories of getting ganked every 0.2 seconds, and the worst parts of endgame aren't too big of a deal since they are optional anyway. But a game not being bad doesn't make it good, so what is good about Dark Souls 2? First of all, a lot of the fun parts of vanilla were taken out for no reason in Scholar. I don't care what you say, the fact that you can skip the beginning of the game with 1 million souls is cool as hell. I'm never gonna do it, but it's freeing to know that it's always a choice. Scholar got rid of this because it's no fun. Also, the undead dragon vanilla comes to life and killed me. Now that's a good time. Why doesn't Scholar's undead dragon come to life? Why are the developers allergic to fun? And why does Scholar block the cool looking dragon level behind another fucking petrified statue? As I stated in my critique about Scholar, the locked off multi-fights can be a fun experience when there aren't hidden archers ready to ruin your fun, and vanilla reduces the amount of encounters per level to a reasonable amount. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is built around bite-sized little multi-fights, and this works to the advantage of the combat mechanics. Dark Souls 2 is slow, but this works really well for multi-fights as all the enemies are slow as well, so vanilla ends up being the best experience for slow Souls multi-fight combat. If every enemy attacked at the speed of a Dark Souls 3 enemy or Bloodborne, then it wouldn't be fun to fight 5 enemies at once, since getting an opening would be way harder to time. But in a slow game like Dark Souls 2, where the average enemy has a simple moveset, multi-fights end up being an enjoyable experience. Scholars stormed me with so many ganks and hidden archers that I couldn't enjoy the fights, but on a weak broadsword only build, vanilla always has a sense of fairness. Have you ever played through the beginning of Dark Souls 1 and enjoyed the slow Souls multi-fight combat when locked off and wanted a game designed around this? If you said, "You know, I never played Dark Souls 1 unless I was locked on, and I hate multi-fights," then there is no enjoyment for you to be found in vanilla. However, if you were like me and you answered that you loved all the multi-fights in the beginning of Dark Souls 1 and usually don't use the lock-on anyways, then you might enjoy vanilla Dark Souls 2. I don't like too many enemies or too little. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is just about right. Vanilla has more consistently entertaining multi-fights throughout the game than Dark Souls 1. Many Dark Souls 1 levels are more about traversing dangerous, cramped level design where you can easily fall off the ledge and die. Think about Blight Town or Sense Fortress as examples. While these levels are great in their own way, they aren't fun in a turn your brain off and fight enemies in an arena sort of way. This is where Dark Souls 2 takes something fun in the first game, multi-fights, and expands upon that concept for people who want this type of combat by making it the focus of the game. And should Dark Souls 2 have taught the player to fight locked off instead of literally telling players to use the lock-on in the tutorial? Yes, this is still a major problem in vanilla that I ranted at Scholar for, but unlike Scholar, there's an actual good game waiting for you if you can master locked off combat in vanilla. It's about time we talk about the death counts in Scholar and vanilla. The servers are offline, so the death count in Majula was only tracking me the entire time just to make me feel bad. In Scholar, I beat almost every boss with the broadsword, including the DLC, and I died around 200 times. I should note that the number on screen is inflated because I died probably over 40 times in the Frigid Outskirts and then a bunch more in New Game Plus, but either way, I died between 150 and 200 times in my first playthrough of Scholar. Wow, this feeble guy is pretty bad at Dark Souls. Now let's look at Vanilla, a game with all new enemy spawns that could easily catch me off guard and increase my death count.
45.
And I also killed all of the enemies in just about every level, and I died a grand total of 31 times. Wow, that is just insane. Even after beating the hardest Scholar levels in vanilla, which is Shrine of Amana and Iron Keep, I had only 22 deaths. And most of the deaths that got me to 31 were just from Ancient Dragon one-shots anyways in the boss run. Now the average Dark Souls 2 fan will see this and think, I guess Feeble is just bad at Scholar, lol get good, but honestly, I don't really care about the death count. Such a high percentage of Scholar's deaths were from well-hidden gank squads or hidden archers that require me to use a bow to make the game fair, which is a playstyle I really dislike, and all that crap is gone in vanilla. It's almost like vanilla doesn't have a bunch of enemy spam gank squad cheap deaths, so I rarely died. Don't get me wrong, dying less doesn't make the game better, but vanilla earned every one of those 31 deaths, except for Ancient Dragon. And let me tell you what, Scholar did not earn 234 deaths from me. It took them one cheap death at a time. Although vanilla Dark Souls 2 is the superior game if I'm in the mood for locked off multi-fights, it is still not superior to Dark Souls 1 because I'm not trying to commit career suicide with this video. In all seriousness, Dark Souls 1 excels over the sequel because Dark Souls 1 is high art and Dark Souls 2 is not. Wow, I sound really pretentious right now, but I'm completely serious. As I tried to show in my Dark Souls 1 critique, the journey of Dark Souls 1 through its vertically interconnected world, from ringing the church bell at the top of Undead Parish, to traversing to the poison lake at the bottom of Lordran, from the land of the gods to the lake at the bottom of the world, it's an experience like none other. Dark Souls 2 is not that good. In Dark Souls 2, you go to a bunch of random disconnected levels and fight mechanically uninspired bosses at the end of every path. Even if I enjoy vanilla Dark Souls 2, it never reaches any of the artistic heights with its level design, world design, boss design, or story that was Dark Souls 1. By the end of Dark Souls 1, I'm tearing up while fighting the weak hollow of what used to be a god. After traversing through his kingdom and seeing the catastrophe that trying to hold on to his legacy inflicted upon the land. By the end of Dark Souls 2, I'm indifferent towards the kingdom, and I guess I'm killing some evil woman the king banged, and she now looks like the Grim Reaper. And let's be honest, Dark Souls 2 regenerating HP through life gens is a band-aid solution over having a consistent amount of enemies in every level. Every level can be as drawn out or as short as possible if the player has unlimited heals anyways, and it was just a solution to cover kind of lazy game design. Dark Souls 2 is a good game, while Dark Souls 1 is an amazing game with a terrible ending. Because of how rough the final third of Dark Souls 1 is, I can understand if someone else prefers Dark Souls 2 overall, since its ending is a bit less bad, and the worst parts of Dark Souls 2, like the Ancient Dragon boss run, are optional. Dark Souls 2 is about on par with the first when it comes to replayability, if you are in the mood for locked off multi-fights specifically. Whenever I think about replaying Dark Souls 1, a bad feeling grows in my stomach while thinking about the last third of the game that makes me want to just beat Smough Ornstein, the DLC, and then just quit, because the majority of the endgame is so unenjoyable. Dark Souls 2 doesn't force the worst parts of the game on me like Ancient Dragon, so it's easy to see myself doing a New Game Plus of Dark Souls 2 over the first, although I still prefer replaying Dark Souls 1 over the second game, since I like playing Souls games for boss battles, and Dark Souls 1 does boss fights much better than the sequel. So many Dark Souls 2 bosses are mechanically identical knights in armor that a player can just circle strafe for an easy win, while Dark Souls 1 bosses are Goliaths that require positioning strategies to overcome. In summary, vanilla Dark Souls 2 is more replayable if you want multi-fights, while Dark Souls 1 wins if you replay the game for bosses and creative level design. Both games are fun in their own way, but Dark Souls 1 is so much better as an artistic achievement when Dark Souls 2 is just another good game, that I will always prefer the first game to the second. In my previous critique of Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, I wasn't a big fan of the DLC. At least I didn't like it as much as the average Dark Souls 2 fan, and while I still prefer Dark Souls 1 and 3 DLC over the second, I did think that the Dark Souls 2 DLC was better in vanilla. Now, this is a stupid thing to say, since the enemy placement in the DLC is unchanged between Scholar and vanilla, but it's still better in vanilla. Now, how is this possible? Scholar taught me from the first moment to the last that the game was just a series of cheap deaths, so I rarely bothered to play it slow and just ran past most of the enemies. By the time I reached the DLC, I saw that there were a lot of enemies, so I did what I was taught to do in the base game, and I just ran past everything. This is why the most awkward part of my critique about Scholar was when I reviewed the DLC. I was so used to
Never ran anything.
bullshit that I saw the entirety of the DLC levels as more enemy spam to run past, despite it not being as bad as Scholar's base game design. It's also worth noting that by the end of a Scholar playthrough, I'm so burnt out from all the cheap deaths and enemy spam that I have no desire to play the game anymore, and I just want to never touch the massive amount of DLC content. When I played the DLC after a Scholar playthrough, I had no willpower left to pretend to have fun with anything. Vanilla's base game is actually fun and reasonable, so whenever I reach the end, the thought of playing more content in the DLC isn't physically repulsive. As I mentioned before, Vanilla has a proper difficulty curve that teaches the player to slowly get better at multi-fights while gaining extra levels from killing all the enemies. So not only was my character a higher level for the DLC, I was skilled enough as a player for the extra challenging multi-fights. By the time I reached the DLC in Vanilla, my gameplay was completely different from my Scholar playthrough because I've been slowly conditioned to kill all the enemies rather than give up and run past. Nurture over nature. It's not in my nature to run past enemies. I was taught to do this by Scholar, and Vanilla re-taught me how to play Dark Souls 2. Although I enjoyed the DLC more, I
Well,
did
don't run
that
past
I
them,
liked
you
the
idiot.
DLC of all the Souls games, so let's talk about
But
the
yeah,
games
but
that I did have.
everything
So
else
first, the
is
DLC that
right
was the
what he
North
said.
Invasion in the same room as the Porcupine
The
Market
DB
guy,
encounters
was
were
the
just
DLC that
cheap
pushed my
as
buttons
shit.
just as much as Scholar.
Or a
Now,
lot
let's
of
not
them
forget
were.
about the Blue Smelter Demon boss Run or the Frigid Outskirts that are completely obnoxiously difficult for no reason other than to piss me off.
Yep.
Although I may be better and more used to killing all the enemies in a level now, the DLC still has awful boss runs and some stupid amounts of enemy spam. Knowing that the DLC was the same in Vanilla and Scholar, combined with Dark Souls 2 fans thinking the DLC is the greatest thing ever made me think that Vanilla would just be like the DLC, but I was wrong. Some parts of the DLC are a precursor to the enemy placement we would see in Scholar of the First Sin, but if you play Vanilla, you'll see most parts of the DLC as a more difficult evolution of the base game's multi-fight combat, with a few extra hard areas that are annoying and obnoxious for almost no reason. Alright guys, we've made it. The Vanilla Dark Souls 2 mini critique, but also a comparison to Scholar.
But the DLC sucked ass. I haven't played the vanilla version.
Of an old game that changed the enemy placement by taking away enemies from hard endgame levels like Drangleic Castle or the Ancient Dragon boss run, and in turn increased all of the enemies in the early game levels so that Iron Keep, an early to mid game level, is the hardest level in the entire game. Scholar also added statues that block progression until the player gets a difficult to find item called the Fragrant Branch of Yore, which results in players getting stuck more often and having to look up where to find items on the internet to progress. Scholar also
don't.
Knights by sticking them all in
I didn't do that.
For no reason. Scholar of the First Sin is unequivocally worse than Vanilla in every single way. Maybe someone will tell me that Scholar balanced some magic or PvP items, but I don't give a shit. Scholar literally has an upside down difficulty curve, while Vanilla has the smoothest difficulty curve I've seen. Imagine if they took Dark Souls 1, a thoughtfully designed game, and then changed every enemy and item location just to sell it again. It's ridiculous. Miyazaki would never let any harm come to his brainchild, so Prepare to Die Edition and the remaster had minimal changes. Unfortunately, Miyazaki didn't care too much about the legacy left by a game that he didn't have a hand in creating. Vanilla Dark Souls 2 is a thoughtfully designed game with some major issues, and then Miyazaki probably asked some junior developers to change a bunch of random crap, even if it didn't make any sense, just to justify reselling an old game with minimal graphical improvements. In other words, Scholar of the First Sin is a cash grab. This may seem weird since at the beginning of the video I mentioned how the average Redditor Dark Souls 2 fan told me that Scholar was better. How could they think Scholar is better when it's not? My theory is as follows. Most Scholar fans played Vanilla first, which conditioned them to play slowly while killing all the enemies because it teaches the player how to play the game, and then they saw Scholar as an optional hard mode. Kind of like what Master Quest is to the Zelda series is what Scholar is to Vanilla, a harder game mode that changes things for the sake of making the old game feel new again. The only issue here is that Ocarina of Time forces a player to beat the game once in normal mode to access Master Quest, while Scholar forces the player to play the overly difficult redesigned game first and last no matter what. Scholar's Covenant of Champions shouldn't just make the enemies harder, it should be the Master Quest Covenant. In other words, the changes in enemy placement in Scholar should either A, not exist, B, be hidden behind a covenant that explains that entering it changes enemy placement, or C, be a new game plus option that allows the player to enter Master Quest mode after finishing Vanilla once, just like how they handled it in Ocarina of Time. I think maybe there could be some enjoyment to be found in Scholar if a player had already beaten Vanilla many times and wants extra challenge and change for the sake of change because they're bored of Vanilla, but no new Dark Souls 2 players should start at Scholar. Scholar of the First Sin has done more damage to the longevity of Dark Souls 2 than any of my video essays ever could. And if Scholar was a mod for Vanilla, it would probably be relatively unpopular. I made a defense for Dark Souls 2 under the pretense that Vanilla and Scholar were similar because I believed Reddit. The moral of this video is to never trust Reddit. I said a bunch of nasty things like the developers didn't even like Dark Souls 1, and that they wanted to make Kingsfield 5 but they couldn't, so they made a game that forces players to use overpowered builds to overcome difficulty. This is wrong. The developers of Dark Souls 2 were genuinely trying to make a follow-up to the original that improved some things like multi-fights and PvP, but in the game's troubled development, they dropped the ball when it came to boss fights and world design and level design. Scholar resembling Kingsfield has less to do with developer intent and more to do with developer incompetence. The developers weren't trying to make Scholar a good game, just a game that was different enough to justify asking for $60 more from every Dark Souls 2 fan, so they changed a bunch of crap and nonsensical ways to make money. There were other issues with my defense of Dark Souls 2 video, like how I thought power stancing in Dark Souls 2 was just holding two weapons, and I didn't realize that literally makes no sense, because how would that be any different than just attacking with one or the other, since the damage is the same? But that was a dumb mistake to make. I never actually could power stance in the first place because I never had good enough stats to do it with the weapons I was using, so the game was rigged from the start. Also, it's pretty dumb that you have to hold Y then LB to do a power stance attack, since that's completely unintuitive as a combat mechanic. Although I never did real power stancing, it also didn't really matter because I was doing so much damage without power stancing that I was hit trading anyways, which was the point of that section of the video, but it was still a stupid mistake to make, and I apologize. I also talked about how Joseph Anderson must have a different idea of what a cheap death is from me because he liked Dark Souls 2, but this was also wrong. I actually agree with Joseph Anderson that vanilla Dark Souls 2 doesn't really have any more cheap deaths than the first game. All of the confusion came from the fact that I'd played Scholar and thought that this was a good representation of what vanilla Dark Souls 2 is, when that couldn't be further from the truth, so I shouldn't have compared Joseph Anderson's vanilla playthrough to my Scholar playthrough. And although I still disagree with a lot of H-Bomber guys in defense of Dark Souls 2 video, I do understand why he likes Dark Souls 2 now. H-Bomber guy likes locked off multi-fights quite a lot, so he likes Dark Souls 2 a lot. Looking back on it, I threw a lot of shade at H-Bomber guy throughout my other two Dark Souls videos because my hate for Scholar blinded me, but after playing vanilla and taking a break from YouTube, I now realize that was uncalled for. I'm 100% certain that H-Bomber guy won't watch this video, but on the off chance that he is here, I wanted to apologize. Although my defense of Dark Souls 2 might have a lot of problems, I probably won't take the video down since I still really liked some parts like the Frigid Outskirts section. It's also worth noting that Scholar is completely ridiculous with Gank Squad, so I don't disagree when I say that the game was either made for overpowered builds, co-op, or both at the same time. I just think the reason has less to do with the developers wanting to make Kingsfield 5 RPG game, and more to do with the developers not knowing what the F they are doing, so they ruined vanilla Dark Souls 2 in a terrible re-release. The biggest issue with my defense of Dark Souls 2 video isn't even the content of the video itself.
Oh god.
It's just that no one really needs to make a video defending Scholar the First Sin when the obviously superior base vanilla version exists. And if I knew vanilla was this good, I would have probably never made the In Defense of Dark Souls 2 video about Scholar to begin with. Now, there is one hot take that I made in my In Defense of Dark Souls 2 video that I'm actually going to double down on, which is how hit trading resembles Skyrim combat if the player couldn't heal in the pause menu. Now, I do understand why comparing Skyrim combat to Dark Souls combat is illegal in the Souls community. However, I'm breaking the law. And I didn't mean that Dark Souls combat was Skyrim, just that on a spectrum between Souls action combat and Skyrim, hit trading with an overpowered greatsword is closer on that spectrum to being like Skyrim than a no-hit dodge rolling champion. And if the player has enough poise for most normal enemies to not be able to stagger them out of an attack animation, then it's one step closer to being like Skyrim. And then Dark Souls 2 takes a third step towards Skyrim combat by adding almost unlimited healing resources. Remember, I'm not saying that Dark Souls has Skyrim combat, just that on a spectrum between pure Souls combat and Skyrim, hit trading or having high poise or having unlimited heals are all extra steps towards Skyrim. But right now we're still in Cyrodiil. Well, this has been some journey. I made a critique about how much I hate Dark Souls 2, and then made an in-defense video for a game that I didn't like, only to end up enjoying the original version of the game. In fact, this whole series of videos crapping on Dark Souls 2 never would have existed if Scholar of the First Sin just never came out. I would have released some video called In Defense of Dark Souls 2. It's alright, just a bit worse than the first one.
It's alright, dude.
A good number of people in the Dark Souls 2 community have been thoroughly mean and insufferable the entire time, and I'm exhausted. Maybe it's time to play Sekiro?
Dark Souls is one of the best series of all time, and has one of the most complex yet remarkable narratives I've ever had the pleasure of uncovering. It's filled with so many ideas, themes, and values that breathe life into this series, and its various interpretations allow people to add in their own details, ultimately making their playthroughs a unique experience. So today I want to take some time to talk about the trilogy. I want to not only retell the game's main stories, but also critique them along the way. I'm going to examine why specific parts of the game are so well crafted and how its world design and bosses shape the story around them. So with that out of the way, thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy. Dark Souls 1 is a fantastic game. It's got a wonderful story that would set in motion numerous events that would occur throughout the trilogy, but just within the bounds of its own game, Dark Souls 1 has some incredibly deep and rich lore filled with some of the greatest backstories this series has to offer, and today I want to discuss why. So without further ado, let's get started. So the opening cinematic of Dark Souls 1 starts with the Grey World.
The story sucks. I mean, yeah, the hidden lore and stuff is really cool, but it's so hard not to miss 90% of it.
Hello, welcome back to the channel. Thank you for coming back. So I was looking for a university in Germany, a specific, prestigious type of university to learn about today, and I came across the TUM, Technical University of Munich, which had me a bit confused because it's listed very highly on all these websites. But here in America, a technical school is not considered, very prestigious. It's like a 2-year school to learn a trade, which is cool, but it's not like, fancy. It's not. They're not. I don't think there's any fancy technical schools. That's just what they call them here. So apparently, that's not the case in Germany, because from what all the lists say as far as top universities, the TUM is very nice. So I found this little video so I could, see what it looks like, get a feel for what it is, and I'm very interested to see. So let's go. It's only 3 minutes. Wow. Well, that's cool. Very modern.
How will we live in the future? Where will we live? How will we work? And how will we navigate our cars in cities of the future?
It makes sense though, because in Germany, engineering is so, you guys are like all genius engineers and stuff. So the technical school, that's the technical aspect.
Future. How will we ensure that we don't run out of fuel? What will robots look like, and how will we communicate with them? Will we travel using new modes of transportation?
Hyperloop.
With environmentally friendly technologies and at greater speeds than ever before? How will we make medical diagnoses? Which surgical techniques will we employ? And how will we treat serious diseases like cancer?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to any of these questions. Actually, I could guess some of them, but not this one. Cancer? I don't know. Don't ask me that.
We are working
That's so cool. What?
every bit as ambitiously as the technological change of
This looks very, very modern, very high tech.
our day is profound, full of passion and curiosity for the greatest challenge.
My gosh, look how beautiful that is. Oh my god. The courtyards and stuff inside the campus filled with trees, but you've got these buildings that all look like they connect. It's like a maze. I would never find my classroom here. Oh my goodness.
Of our society. We are among the most successful universities in the world. Venerated as the best technical university in Germany, we promote bold ideas and entrepreneurial flair for the future of our next generation talents.
It's interesting how
Ideas and entrepreneurial flair.
you see some English. I've noticed that in
Right.
in signs and stuff.
For the future of our next generation talents and the future of our employers. Exceptional in teaching and research.
This looks like something out of one of those books where it's like an optical illusion staircase on Earth. How is this thing even staying up?
Research. Interdisciplinary beyond subject boundaries, international at the highest level. Rooted in tradition and open to the world, we
It's huge.
take the lead in competitions
What is
as
this?
well as university rankings. We research and study life sciences as we do the art of living.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Look at that. How old is this school? It's got these super modern buildings and interiors and all this technology, and then they've also got this really cool old looking building. And look at that ceiling.
We are a large family of prize winners, alumni, students, and researchers.
This is like the MIT, I guess, if I had to compare it to an American
And we are
college.
a
It's
large
like
enterprise
MIT.
that thinks and acts economically. With high standards and ambitious goals, we squarely face international competition
Wow.
and connect with people from around the world. But changing the world on a grand scale,
How cool would it be? Oh my god. I never considered studying abroad back when I was in college, but wow. I can't even imagine what that would be like to go to a place like that.
entails understanding its finest details in all its forms and colors, elements and
I don't even know what they're doing.
areas of life. A task that day to day drives us to the highest levels of performance, which we are all committed to. After all, for over 150 years, we have been fulfilling an important mission to kindle the economy with the spark of science.
Bye.
And we continue doing that to this day. With our curiosity, our courage, our imagination, and our
That's cool.
passionate desire to succeed, we hold the power to improve the world and all of our lives. We are TOOM.
Oh man, I want to see more. I want to see the dorms and stuff where the students live, the different courses they offer, maybe. You know, the events and stuff that go on here. It looks so beautiful. Wow. Well, that was just kind of like a very brief. I mean, I knew it was only 3 minutes, but I wanted to get like a brief look into the school. I want to dive deeper. I'll have to figure out how to do that. It's hard to find a video without watching it. You know what I'm saying? Like, find a video that's what I want to watch, but without watching it. Because I can't watch the video. I have to react to it. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day. I am. It's going pretty good. I just bought an electric lawnmower. It's pretty cool. Anyway, I hope to see you guys again tomorrow. I should be here tomorrow, okay? I hope I am. I try to upload every weekday. Okay, keep me to that. Have a great day, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully, and goodbye. Hello and welcome back to the channel. I'm Ryan. I react to German stuff on this channel, okay? You knew that. Oktoberfest. Wow. Look at that right there. That looks fun. Did you see that spit that just flew out of my mouth? I'm sorry. This is the complete guide to Oktoberfest. I don't know anything about it other than it's like a beer festival. I assume it's in October. And October's coming up, so what better time to get ready for some Oktoberfest? I'm sure I'll be watching some more Oktoberfest stuff next month. Let's watch. Oh my god, there's a lot of people. Super cool. This is all really cool. Wow. Oh, that was the most legit looking hammer bell thing. Like, the ones here at our fairs are so lame. That looks so cool. This is no joke.
Ayo and welcome back to Ayo World. Today we'll be taking a closer look at the famous Bavarian festival known as the Oktoberfest. The Oktoberfest is the biggest Volksfest, meaning beer festival and traveling fun fair
That's what Volksfest means, beer?
worldwide.
No.
It has been held annually in Munich, Germany since 1810, with exceptions only due to wars or pandemics. The now
I was gonna say, was it held? This is from 2021.
worldly famous festival was originally not a festival at all, but the wedding
How
of
high is
Crown
this thing?
Prince Ludwig of Bavaria and Princess Therese.
Hell no.
This was hosted for many days with various events throughout the city. The main event being the horse race on the 17th of October 1810 that partially took place on the area now known as the Theresienwiese in Munich.
Do they still do the
The
horse
locals
race?
also call the Oktoberfest the
What a statue.
Wiesen, which is short for Theresienwiese. The Oktoberfest takes place every year for 2 to 3 weeks,
The fair rides here are next level, okay?
mid-September until the first Sunday in October, always including the 3rd of October and 3 weekends.
I kind of thought candy apples were an American thing. I don't know why I thought that. That probably sounds really dumb.
The first Sunday in October, always including the 3rd of October
Maybe
and
they
3 weekends. So many people from all over the world go to Munich purely with the intention of visiting the Oktoberfest. So the
Why?
city is hustling and
What?
bustling with tourists and locals alike during what the people of
my
Munich
God.
call the 5th season of the year. The weekends tend to be busier than during the
I love this old man in his hat in the bumper car.
weeks, especially the second weekend.
Oh, he's
which
got
is
his
known to
wife.
the locals
Oh
as
my god, I've never seen. The Germans are wild with the rides. I feel like there's something about German water parks. I've always seen those like on the lists of biggest water slides and stuff. I always knew you guys had crazy stuff like that, but wow, that is ridiculous.
Italian weekend, as this seems to be when the most Italian visitors go. The 2nd and 3rd of October
We have
are
this
also
one here
very
in America.
popular dates, as the 3rd of October is the national bank holiday in Germany.
But not usually at a fair. That would be like at an amusement park.
So very popular date
I'm sorry, I need to listen to what she's saying. I'm distracted by the video.
Italian visitors go. The 2nd and 3rd of October are also very popular dates, as the 3rd of October is the national bank holiday in Germany. The fairground is always full of hundreds and thousands of people, no matter when you go. The grounds open at 10
Hundreds of thousands?
full of hundreds and thousands of people, no matter when you
Hundreds and thousands? Or hundreds of thousands?
go. The grounds open at 10 a.m. during the week and at 9 a.m. at the weekend. The earlier you get there, the better your chances are at getting a table or at least a place at one. Often, especially on the first day, there are even people waiting outside the closed gates before the grounds open.
I love how so many people are dressed in this, like, I don't know what you call it, but this garb. This, traditional Dutch.
Lederhosen.
I don't know what I'm
that they
talking
can run
about. Point is, they're dressed up cool.
in and reserve a table in their favorite tent. This magnificent beer festival is located on the Theresienwiese in the city of Munich. The public transportation system in Munich is quite well located around the festival,
I love how the Munich literally looks like Disneyland.
so there are many ways to get there. The Theresienwiese is easily accessible by the same named U-Bahn station and is only a short walk from the Hackerbrücke S-Bahn station.
That must be the Autobahn. Or, no. Munich Central Station. Never mind. How dumb. Why would that be the Autobahn? There's like 50 lines. I was like, oh, those are 50 roads going.
Taxis
I need to stop.
in Munich during the Oktoberfest double or almost triple their usual rates, so they're
Oh, that's so
definitely not
cool.
the
Is that guy real? No. Animatronic.
cheapest way to get around. But depending on what state you're in when you leave, this may be worth the extra cash. The modern Oktoberfest basically has two walkways. One mainly for the beer tents, and one mainly for rides and other attractions. Some of the famous rides and attractions include roller coasters such as the Olympia with 5 loopings, the
What festival has roller coasters in it?
Skyfall, or the Wilde Maus. Additionally, there are fairground games spread across the entire festival, giving you the chance to win a now traditional
Let's see, how much does it cost to swing? One person, €2 maybe? Am I reading that right?
plastic rose or more
I
for
would
yourself
spend so many euros on
or a
this thing.
loved one. The shooting games in particular definitely give you that traditional
And that.
Oktoberfest feeling. highlight for most Wiesn visitors is the time spent in the tents. The beer tents are huge temporary structures that can hold thousands of people. To most, it seems impossible that these tents aren't permanent. They are so well structured, and the facilities are very
Wow.
well kept. Each
It even looks like there's glass. Maybe there's not. But how would there be for a temporary structure to have glass fronts like that?
tent is assigned to a certain brewery and serves only certain types of beer or other drinks. The tents also each have
I'm so jealous. Look at the giant beer in the middle. This looks like so much fun.
their own unique atmosphere and are known for different things. The Augustiner
Are
tent,
kids allowed in this tent
for example, is more traditional and a bit more old-fashioned.
with all the beer?
Whereas the Hofbräu tent almost turns into an 80s party at points and houses a lot of the English-speaking visitors. Whichever tent you choose, you're pretty much guaranteed people dancing on the beer benches, drinking and singing along to the live music, having a great time.
West Virginia. The fact they're singing that song, that's awesome.
There are a few things that are good to know about the drinking at the Oktoberfest. First of all,
I don't know why that gave me a little bit of chills there. I don't know why. I really don't. A bunch of German people singing Take Me Out.
there are a few things that are good to
I just love anytime I hear a song where you hear like a beer or a bar full of guys and ladies singing a song. I always love that in a song.
know about the drinking at the Oktoberfest. First of all, the festival is primarily a beer
Oh,
festival.
it's so cool.
So most places will mainly offer varieties
Beautiful
of
horses. They're so big.
beer from the local breweries. German and especially Bavarian
Oh, that beer being wasted. Look at the heads on those beers. Oh my god. The head alone is more than most beers here. A larger quantity of foam than the whole beer you'd get here in America.
beer is already
She's carrying like 20.
stronger than most other beers. But the Oktoberfest beer is usually even a bit stronger, as the beer for the festival is specially brewed.
I wonder what alcohol
This
percentage.
just means you need to be careful and more aware of how much you drink and how fast, because you may be used to weaker beer from home and over.
I'm not being careful on Oktoberfest, okay? When I come, I'm not being careful. Whatever happens, happens, okay? You're gonna have to sweep me off the street at the end.
Overestimate yourself. Security in the tents and on the grounds are always around to help out if someone is a bit too intoxicated or behaving badly. So there is no
I'll try not to behave badly.
need to worry about that. Booking a table at the Oktoberfest is definitely not an easy task.
I
Most
bet.
tables are booked almost a year in advance and are reserved for companies and standing customers. If you would like to try and book a table, we recommend doing
Is that a raw sausage? I'm trying to think. And is that a pretzel shaped like a sausage? Or a Guys, I haven't had much sleep ever since baby boy was born, okay? That would be a sausage shaped like a pretzel, I think. That's so cool.
so in January or February or even earlier.
Oh, like a summer sausage. Yeah, okay, I have had raw, like, I guess it's cooked. I don't know.
In Bavaria, however, it is perfectly normal to share your table with strangers. Beer benches and tables are very long, and if you are not too many people, you can often easily find a place at the end of a table. If you ask nicely and polite, people will be more than happy to
What's with
share
the dolphin?
their space with you. The traditional attire for the Oktoberfest is the Tracht. Tracht is the
The Tracht. The Tracht.
Bavarian traditional clothing for festivities.
What's he got in his pocket? I wanna know.
Men wear a lederhosen and women wear a dirndl.
So
Locals
pretty.
are expected to wear this during their visit to the Wiesn, but tourists by no means have to. Tracht is quite expensive, so if you
Tracht.
only plan on going once, it's not really worth buying some.
I'm buying some, okay?
You can
Oh,
perhaps
please
borrow some
don't.
from friends or rent some, but anything you buy under €70 is more a costume rather than traditional clothing.
Ooh. Okay, don't show up in a Tracht costume. But you could always sell it afterwards, right? No?
If you
Is it like tailored to you?
know you'll be visiting Munich for the Oktoberfest, book flights and accommodate.
Watch out for the airplanes. Is air traffic control aware of this ride here?
As soon as possible. The longer you wait, the more the prices go up and hotels fill up extremely quickly. When visiting the Oktoberfest, you're best to set yourself a budget, and you definitely need to take cash.
I would eat
A lot
that.
of places in Germany and at the festival will generally not accept credit cards or debit cards. A litre of beer, or a mass, costs about 11 euros, and rides can cost between 5 to 50
euros for one beer, but they're giant. That's actually a good deal.
Depending on what you fancy. A good way to budget yourself is to decide on a certain amount before going, and then just take that amount in cash and spend that freely. You don't want to be...
Oh my god, this thing goes too fast. But I'm gonna spend however much I freaking please.
Thinking about money the whole time while you're at the festival, distracting yourself from the unique...
Holy! You just bumped her into the
To
air.
be thinking about money the whole time while you're at the festival, distracting yourself from the unique experience. Another important money tip is that you need to tip the wait staff. The better you tip, the better the service. Our AO recommendation is to tip very well on your first round, because then the...
What's very well in Germany? I don't know what that is. Very well here is like 25%.
Wait staff make sure to take extra good care of you. And then tip 1 or 2 euros per drink for the following round.
You just hold it up when you want more, or is he just singing?
Something to certainly consider is having a local contact number and the address of where you're staying on a small card to keep with you so that you can always find your way back after your tent and fairground visit. Keep in mind that this is the world's largest beer festival, which means a lot of people may be drinking and behaving inappropriately. Simply stay aware of what's going on around you and be prepared for bustling crowds. All in all, the Oktoberfest is an amazing experience, and it has a fantastic atmosphere. Being in Munich for the Wiesn is something unique, and there is something for everyone at this huge festival, from the drinks to the rides
this old man
to the
can
fairground
swing.
games. We recommend planning ahead and enjoying the festival with a smile and a light-hearted attitude. Thank you for joining us on this visit to the Oktoberfest. We hope you found the important information you need and have a fantastic time when you make it there.
What's that?
For more information, advice, and tips, be sure to visit our website, aoworld.org. The website has the most important facts and advice.
Wow. That looks so incredible. That will absolutely be, like I've always said, you know, I'm going to Germany one day, and it'll be on Oktoberfest, okay? What better day would there be? I don't think there's a better day. Oh man, that'd be so much fun. I can't wait. I don't know when I'm gonna go, but I'll be there. That's so awesome. I've never been to a festival that big. That might be that's got to be one of the biggest in the world. So yeah, but it kicks the butt of any American festival I've ever been to, and it doesn't look nearly as dirty either. Have a fantastic day, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. Subscribe if you want to watch some more German videos with me. And either way, thank you for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Hello. For those new around here, I'm Ryan. I react to German stuff on this channel. And apparently my last video about German beer was not Germany. So let's right that wrong. I've got 7 facts about German beer gardens. Let's go.
Wenn ihr schon mal in Deutschland wart, dann habt ihr vielleicht schon mal einen
not.
Biergarten besucht.
I'd love
Und
to,
wenn
though.
ihr noch nie in einem Biergarten wart, dann können wir euch das dringend empfehlen, denn es ist wirklich typisch deutsch und auch einfach eine schöne Atmosphäre.
And isn't there some kind of what's it called, Oktoberfest? That's coming up.
Empfehlen, denn es ist wirklich typisch deutsch und auch einfach eine schöne Atmosphäre. Wir sind jetzt gerade hier im Pratergarten in Berlin, einer der größten Biergärten in Berlin. Und Janusz und ich hängen hier auch privat oft rum, wenn ihr uns mal zufällig treffen möchtet in Berlin.
Here in America, beer gardens, they're not very common, and the ones you will find are usually just at like events, and they're just basically a pop-up tent with like 2 beers on tap and picnic benches. I don't know how different that is from this, but let's see.
Dann kommt mal hier vorbei. Heute wollen wir euch einige interessante Sachen erzählen, denn die Frage ist, warum trinken die Deutschen überhaupt Bier in Gärten? Das und noch viel mehr erfahrt ihr jetzt.
So you guys are actually drinking beer in gardens? For some reason here, it's just like in a parking lot. You guys are actually drinking the beer in the garden. That sounds quite serene.
In 7 Fakten über deutsche Biergärten. Nummer 1. Es gibt verschiedene Arten von Biergärten. Das Wort Biergarten kann man durchaus wörtlich verstehen. Grundsätzlich ist ein Biergarten ein Garten, in dem man Bier trinkt.
Look at the size of that beer. Hey, you guys are always saying that American portion sizes are crazy. When it comes to beer, I think the Germans might have us beat.
Aber Biergarten ist nicht gleich Biergarten. Es gibt traditionelle klassische Biergärten und die zeichnen sich vor allem dadurch aus, dass ihr diese großen Bänke habt. Ihr habt Bier, das ihr euch selbst an einer Theke holt und ihr habt in vielen Biergärten Kastanienbäume und Kieselsteine. Es gibt heutzutage
Chestnut trees, huh? Specifically chestnut trees.
aber auch andere Biergärten, denn mittlerweile benutzt man das Wort Biergarten eigentlich in Deutschland und ja, fast der ganzen Welt für eigentlich alle Gelegenheiten, wo man draußen Bier trinken kann. Also heutzutage gibt es zum Beispiel auch Restaurants und die sagen, okay, ihr habt einen Innenbereich und ihr habt einen Biergarten. Das sind dann aber meistens keine klassischen Biergärten, in denen man zum Beispiel sich selbst bedient.
When she says serve yourself, you're actually pouring the tap? That'd be pretty cool.
Die klassischen, traditionellen Biergärten, die kommen aus Bayern und wurden zu einem ganz bestimmten Zweck gegründet. Nummer 2. Biergärten existieren, weil das Bier dort schön kühl ist. Die Geschichte des Biergartens hat tatsächlich etwas mit der Geschichte des Bieres und des Bierbrauens zu tun. Früher, vor ein paar 100 Jahren, gab es ja noch keine Kühlschränke. Also musste man sich andere Dinge überlegen, um so ein Bier auch im Sommer schön kühl zu halten, damit es nicht schlecht wird. Und so hat man in Bayern angefangen, Bierkeller zu bauen. Diese Bierkeller waren in einigen Metern Tiefe und man konnte dann eben in diesem Keller Bier brauen oder vor allem auch das Bier kühl lagern. Und das war besonders wichtig, denn das Bier konnte dann auch im Sommer kühl bleiben und man fing dann irgendwann
I'm waiting for her to explain what that has to do with a garden. That's all cool and that makes a lot of sense. They brewed it in a cellar to keep it cool, okay? And then at some point people started
direkt an diesen Bierkellern das Bier frisch und kühl an die Konsumenten auszuschenken. Und einige der Merkmale in so klassischen Biergärten, die ihr vielleicht kennt, die kommen tatsächlich aus dieser Zeit. Das heißt zum Beispiel diese Kastanienbäume, die man in vielen Biergärten sieht.
Wow, I've never seen a tree like that. The leaves are very interesting.
Die wurden oft an den Bierkellern gepflanzt, weil sie sehr große Blätter hatten und gut Schatten spenden konnten und nicht so tiefe Wurzeln hatten. Und in einigen Biergärten findet man zum Beispiel solche Kieselsteine, auch so ein klassisches Merkmal.
Is she saying that the cellar is like right below this beer garden? Is that why the roots can't be too deep?
Die haben auch dafür gesorgt, dass der Boden, also das, was unter dem Boden war, kühler bleiben konnte.
Oh, wow.
Und so seht ihr heute noch in vielen traditionellen...
That's pretty freaking cool. So the cellar where the beer is brewed is right beneath her feet. And you've got these trees with shallow roots to give you shade. Wow, that is really something. That's quite awesome.
Biergärten.
That is definitely not, I never knew, now I know. That the beer gardens here, you go to a festival in a parking lot and they just pop up some kegs. That's not a beer garden.
Kastanienbäume, solche...
I've always wondered why it was called that. Honestly, I thought, because I've always wondered that. I've always wondered, why is it called a beer garden? And I thought, maybe the idea is that it's like a garden of different beers and you're trying each beer, like you're
Ah.
supposed to walk around the garden of different beers and try the different ones. That's what I came up with in my head, which is a real stretch and clearly totally incorrect.
Für einfachen Tische und Kieselsteine. Nummer 3. Manche Biergärten sind größer als eine Kleinstadt. Die größten
No.
Biergärten der Welt sind auch heute noch dort, wo die Biergärten ursprünglich entstanden sind, nämlich in Bayern. Vermutlich ist der Hirschgarten in München heute noch der größte Biergarten der Welt. Dort gibt es über 8000 Plätze. Vor kurzem waren wir in München im Augustinerkeller und in dem Biergarten neben dem Augustinerkeller.
8,000 people.
Dort passen 5000 Leute rein, also
How is that possible? So they must be pouring their own beer. But how do you keep everybody, how do you pay for it? If everybody's going up, buying their beer? 5,000 different people.
wenn es da voll ist im Sommer, sind dort mehr Leute in diesem Biergarten, als in einer Kleinstadt leben. Das ist
Okay, so she's saying that the population of the beer garden is bigger than a small town, which is incredible. But it's not like the area. It's not like the beer garden is like 10 square miles. But still, 8,000 people.
ist schon Wahnsinn.
Oh.
Hier in Berlin, in einem der größten Biergärten, passen gerade mal 600 Leute hin. Also wenn ihr mal in so einen richtig großen Biergarten gehen
Wow.
wollt, mit der Originalatmosphäre.
It looks like so much fun. Oh my god, and we got the German band.
Also wenn ihr mal in so einen richtig großen Biergarten gehen wollt, mit der Originalatmosphäre, wo auch noch bayerische Musik gespielt wird, dann empfehlen wir euch auf jeden Fall in einen der Original-Biergärten in Bayern zu gehen.
Oh man, I
Zeit
love
für
it.
eine kurze Pause vom Biertrinken und die nutzen wir für eine Empfehlung. Und zwar möchten wir euch jetzt unseren Sponsor LingoPie vorstellen. LingoPie
skip this
ist eine
part.
Plattform und das Wort draufgefügt. Und wenn ihr euch Nummer 4. In
Okay.
vielen Biergärten gibt es
Oh yeah, okay,
Selbstbedienung.
this is what I'm curious about.
Traditionelle Biergärten sind dafür bekannt, dass man sich Getränke und auch Essen selbst holen muss. Das Ganze nennt man auf Deutsch Selbstbedienung. Und auch dieses Konzept der Selbstbedienung hat mit der Geschichte des Biergartens zu tun. Denn, ich habe gerade erzählt, die Biergärten entstanden ja an diesen Bierkellern und die waren zuallererst erstmal Verkaufsstellen von Bier und sie waren gar nicht als Restaurant konzipiert. Und dementsprechend gibt es auch heute noch in diesen traditionellen Biergärten sehr einfache Tische, sehr einfache Bänke. Es gibt eigentlich keine Sachen, die ihr sonst in...
Honestly, these picnic tables look very nice compared to the beer gardens here in the States. They're usually like pop-up plastic picnic tables, so these don't look so simple to me. This looks quite elegant.
in einem Restaurant findet,
Just saying.
sondern man muss sich eigentlich alles selbst an den Tisch holen. Nummer 5.
Oh, I wish she had shown how that works, because I want to know, like, do you just walk up to a tap, nobody's there, and you just walk up? So do you just pay a price of admission? It's like going to an all-you-can-eat buffet of beer? Wow.
In vielen Biergärten kann
Maybe.
man sich bis heute sein eigenes Essen mitbringen.
Huh.
Tatsächlich kann man in vielen traditionellen Biergärten bis heute sein Essen selbst mitbringen. Und auch das hat etwas mit der Geschichte der Biergärten zu tun. Denn diese Biergärten, die entstanden ja erstmal als Verkaufsstellen von Bier und schnell wurden dann diese Biergärten populär, so um das Jahr 1800. Und was dann passierte, ist, dass viele traditionelle Gastwirte aus der Stadt anfingen, sich zu beschweren, weil diese Biergärten zu einer richtigen Konkurrenz wurden. Es kam dann im Jahr 1812 zu einem Erlass, also zu einem Gesetz, und zwar von König Maximilian I. Und der hat damals gesagt, in Biergärten darf nur Bier und Brot verkauft werden. Und so ist das in einigen...
Of course, in Germany, you gotta allow them to sell bread, you know. There would be an outrage if no bread was allowed to be sold. Am I right? Beer and bread.
Biergärten bis heute so, dass man sich Essen selbst
That's pretty
mitbringen
cool,
darf, weil man nämlich dort eigentlich kein Essen bekommt. Mittlerweile bekommt
Well, you can get bread, right?
man oft Essen, aber trotzdem gibt es noch dieses Gesetz. Und wenn ihr mal in einen Biergarten geht, könnt ihr euch mal selber vorher informieren, kann man Essen mitbringen oder nicht. Nummer 6. In den meisten Biergärten gibt es ein begrenztes Essensangebot. Wenn ihr demnächst mal in einem Biergarten essen geht oder trinken geht, dann würde ich euch empfehlen, vorher einmal nachzugucken, was es dort auf der Speisekarte gibt. Denn tatsächlich gibt es in vielen Biergärten bis heute nur ein begrenztes Essensangebot, was mit der Geschichte zu tun hat, die ich euch gerade erzählt habe. Also früher war es verboten, in Biergärten Essen zu verkaufen. Heute ist es erlaubt, aber trotzdem ist es einfach aufgrund der Selbstbedienung immer noch so, dass es meistens nur 3 oder 4, in den großen Biergärten vielleicht auch 10 oder 12 Gerichte gibt. Und die
10 oder 12.
sind dann meistens traditionell bayerisch. Was isst man in Bayern? Man isst dort Bratwürste, Leberkäse, vielleicht ein halbes Hähnchen oder einen Schweinebraten.
Sounds fantastic to me.
Und wenn man
I'll
jetzt
take
zum
that.
Beispiel als Vegetarier oder Veganer in so einen Biergarten kommt, dann hat man nicht immer so eine große Auswahl. Also mein Tipp, checkt mal vorher die Speisekarte und seht dann mal, ob ihr vielleicht entweder vorher etwas essen
Thanks for the
möchtet
tip.
oder euch in Bayern selbst etwas zu essen mitbringt. Nummer
All right,
7.
number 7.
In vielen Biergärten gibt es nur sehr große Biere. Vielleicht habt ihr schon mal gemerkt, dass man, je nachdem, wo man in Deutschland ist, unterschiedlich große Biere bekommt. Wenn man zum Beispiel in Köln ein normales Bier bestellt, dann ist das 02.
Oh, that's beer? I assume that was wine.
Ungefähr so groß wie dieser Wein. Wenn man in Köln ein großes Bier bestellt, dann ist das meistens 04
Kölsch.
oder 05.
That's pretty big right there.
Ungefähr so groß wie dieses Glas. In Bayern hingegen ist das hier ein kleines Bier. Man nennt das dort eine halbe. Also genau genommen wird Weizenbier in Bayern auch aus so einem Glas getrunken. Aber wenn man ein normales Bier bestellt, ein Pilz, dann bekommt man ein kleines aus einem 0,5 Glas und ein großes aus so einem riesig großen 1 Liter
That's ridiculous.
Glas. Das heißt in Bayern eine Maß.
I've never seen a beer that big.
Vielleicht habt ihr das schon mal
Oh my god. It's like 4 gallons of beer here.
gesehen, wenn ihr in Bayern unterwegs wart. Und
That's
was
so cool. You could, I mean, how many of those do you drink? Like, you just go there and you drink one beer, huh?
ich euch noch als Tipp mitgeben möchte,
It's just
ist, dass
this
ihr
big.
manchmal damit rechnen müsst, dass es nur große Biere gibt. Aufgrund dieses Konzepts der Selbstbedienung gibt es einfach auch nur groß mitgeben möchte, ist, dass ihr manchmal damit rechnen müsst, dass es nur große Biere
Oh, I'm
gibt.
ready for the large beers. Okay, that's not a problem.
Aufgrund dieses Konzepts der Selbstbedienung gibt es einfach auch bei den Getränken nicht so viel Auswahl. Also man kann dort dann nicht große und kleine Biere bestellen, sondern in vielen Biergärten gibt es nur eine Biergröße. Und so
I
habe ich
see.
das zum Beispiel
Okay, so you're not pouring it yourself. That seems to confirm. The person pouring it they're just pouring a bunch of the same size beers. They probably do it whether anybody's asking for it or not. They're just setting it out there because it's all the same.
in Bayern
Yes? No?
schon gesehen, dass man nach 16 Uhr, also dann, wenn es richtig voll wird, nur große Biere bestellen kann. Das heißt, wenn man ein Bier bestellt, muss man dann gleich einen ganzen Liter trinken. So, das war's mit unseren Fakten aus dem Biergarten für heute. Wenn ihr Lust habt jetzt, ich nehme erstmal einen Schluck. Wenn ihr Lust habt jetzt noch Deutsch zu lernen, zum Beispiel mit diesem Video und zu einem angenehmen Thema wie Biergärten, dann könnt ihr das machen.
Wow. Okay. I think she's done. That was very, very interesting. Now I know that basically all the beer gardens here in the States, that I know of at least, which are basically just at fairs. You know, you go to a fair, there's a beer garden. You go to like a street festival, there might be a beer garden, you know, with some food trucks. So in that way, the bringing your own food is kind of similar. You know, normally you'd go to a food truck, get some food, then walk into the beer garden, get some tickets, and they'll pour you a glass of beer or hand you a bottle of beer. It's so like, and then you go sit on your rickety picnic table. That's my experience, which is just so funny because there's nothing about that that's similar to this. You know, the whole point of the beer garden is to be in this shaded area and you're sitting on top of the cellar where the beer is cooled and brewed nice and cool down there. And it's coming straight up to the tap, I guess. And that's the whole point of the beer garden. So handing a bottle of beer is just that's just an outdoor pub. Well, guys, I hope I righted my wrong. My last video was the wrong country. See, that's what happens when you don't know. You know, I don't know much about Germany. I mean, I'm learning a lot, but I didn't know that was the wrong country. Okay, the Czech Republic, apparently. Thanks for the people telling me that. Either way, subscribe for some more German reactions. Hopefully, German reactions. If I upload the wrong country, you guys got to let me know. But hope you guys are having a fantastic day. And subscribe for more. I already said that. Whatever. Thanks for watching, regardless. And goodbye.
And I'm muted. And I'm muted the whole time. Yes, this is going to be one of those shows. Hello, everybody. How y'all doing? Oh, man, I'll have the camera on in a second. I just forgot to get all my shit set back up when I got back home from getting tattooed last night. So yes. The Trifold Trolls are in the house. TTU in the house. Give me 1 second so I can get my headset on, and we will get started immediately. In fact, we have a good person out there. Keeping it criminal, who put together a nice little video to describe how this is, how it all started. I'm gonna go ahead and let that play for a second because you guys are gonna like this. I received an email today from a very special person, and this is how it all began. I'll let Keeping It Criminal tell the story right now as I get everything set up. Here we go.
Welcome back for another love letter reading from Delete Laws. Today's edition has been sent to Team Skeptic, dated 31 August 2022 at 2:08 p.m.
To the channel known as Team Skeptic, this is your official warning. Cease and desist. Remove every video of mine today. Or within the next 2 weeks, you're next. And I'll win. It'll take 3 weeks. I have all the evidence to end your channel. I have dozens of death threats and threats of harm that you harbor. That shit might fly in state court. It's not gonna fly in federal court. Stipulations to avoid legal action. 1. Remove all videos that use my name or brand for your financial benefit. Look up benefit. You'll learn that by using my name to profit, you've created a benefit for yourself, while my channel has received degrading and financial loss. You won't. I can't wait to sue your ass. Kate is done. Watch what happens over the next 2 weeks. You're my next target. And this is what I'm doing the rest of the year. I'll sue several of you, and I'm so disturbed by you promoting violence against me and promoting degrading my brand and benefiting financially. There's not enough hours in the day to do the things I'm doing. I'm running you all down, all of you. This is Jose M. De Castro, aka Delete Laws, Chili de Castro, you're next. I can't wait. I took the last month and learned so much. You're cooked.
Thank you for joining us for another dramatic reading of Love Letters from Delete Laws. Remember, be well and be good to each other.
You're my next target.
Who the hell does this guy think he is?
Oh man, everybody, that's keeping it criminal in the chat right now. Keeping it criminal. Oh God, man, we're gonna have such a good night tonight, guys. I actually wasn't gonna stream. Thank you, Delete Laws. Remember when you hate that I talk shit about you? I'm only talking shit about you tonight because you sent me that dumbass email. All right, good deal. Now, we will go ahead and read a super chat. 11JDGJ for $2. This email is just messed up. Yes, it is. Rebecca Lynn for $20. Would Chili's do what I want now, or I will legally ruin your channel and income, and you will be sued for what you were legally allowed to do, considered extortion? I don't think so, Rebecca. I don't think so. Not in this case. We'll talk about that in a minute. That's just the intro. We're gonna break this down line by line. We'll do it line by line. I don't want to give y'all my my responses yet. Because guys, I'm a fucking troll. I admit it. I don't run from it. I embrace it. Me and Kate are rocking that dude's world right now. So you can only imagine how good my responses are gonna be. Alright? You can only imagine, but we are going to read through the whole email today. I went full soft sit on him. Hey, guys, if sovereign citizens can charge for their time, then so can I. That's just how shit works. So, we are going to take a shot to the man for Rebecca Lynn, to the man above, who also used to get sued, and whose lawyer gave him the line I'm gonna be giving you, Chili. After I give you all the legal advice you need tonight, govern yourself accordingly. Alright? That goes out to Schrodinger's cat. The man above. Birthday party in 2 days, I think. September 2nd. Alright, we got Europe coming up, guys. We've got a video coming out on Friday. We have a video coming out on Tuesday. We have another video coming out on Friday. I think I'm gonna make Friday's video just because of this. Just because of this thread, I may make Friday's video a Chili video and shit all over that man's life. I don't know. What do y'all want to see? Y'all want to see me shit on Chili? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see me shit on Chili as I take this shot. And those of you that are taking shots with me, put 1 in the air for Schrodinger's cat. The man, the myth, the legend. Forever may he live on. Alright, now as we let a few people come in, let me show you guys something. I got a skeptic tattoo. You can't really see it because of the light. Well, not just a skeptic tattoo. This was the fill-in for my arm, the pattern. You know, I showed you guys this the other day, and I said this part wasn't done yet. Well, this is done right here. So, it looks really good. I don't know how it looks on camera, but in person, it looks really, really good. All right. Age of Fabulous says, I need a hug. Somebody out there give Age of Fabulous a hug right now. Blue Skeptic Demon 199, Chilitos, keeping it creepy. Jennifer Franklin, remember, 2 months. It's not actually Chili reading this, guys. Yeah, it's not. It's keeping it criminal. He does the dramatic readings, and he's awesome. Frauditor Troll, my man. Man, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Hey, Team Skeptic, feel free to join our live stream tomorrow about the QQ2 Professor. Oh, man, I saw it. Hey, I like what you do over there. Both of you guys. I like what both of you guys do. This shot, we took one for Schrodinger, who's watching above us right now. We're going to take one for Frauditor Troll, who's watching in the chat right now. And then we're going to get started. Chili's car, I'll get to you in a second. Get home. Chili said get home. Get the fuck home. All right, we're gonna read the email out. We're gonna break it down as we read it out. This one right here goes to Dib Dib, and I mean for Fraud or Troll, the $20 Canadian, and Dib Dib also says TTU baby, Trifold Trolls Unite. Everybody always asks, what does TTU mean? Every time they ask, you guys just light up the chat. I love it. Oh, please show us the email. And Keeping It Criminal, hats off to you, sir. Now, in Keeping It Criminal's defense, he didn't have the rest of the emails that I'm going to read tonight, or he would have been reading them. But because I love that guy so much, I'm giving them to him anyway so he can make a fucking reading of these emails. So this shot's for you, and we're going to get straight to the email. Here we go. Good whiskey. I don't think I said it on the first one. Woo! Alright, Casey Cooper, calm the fuck down. I see you winning out there. Alright, let's go straight to the email. Let me find it. The email was titled, You Are Next. Can't wait. I can promise you like this. Cholito, you will not like the way I play. I don't do well with threats, first off. You're not gonna like the way I play in this bullshit. Alright, let me, what? It's not letting me capture my display for whatever reason. Oh, that's why. Okay. Alright, give me a second. I know. It's how the YouTubes work. For whatever reason, it's not letting me capture the screen. Okay, hold on. Let me try something else. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. Calm down. I hate sitting here in front of you guys trying to figure this out. Jesus, what in the world? Okay, well, let me just put it over here on this other screen. Maybe it's just that. There it goes. It's right there. I can do that. Oh, that's not it. There it goes. All right. We're gonna go full screen here for you guys, all right? And you can read along with me. Let me zoom in a little bit. Oh, let me go over here to this and zoom in. I don't know why it wouldn't let me show it on the other monitor, but this one it does. So, all right, here we go. Children at home, read along if you would like. If you're just listening, here we go. To the channel known as Team Skeptic, that would be me, guys. This is your official warning. Cease and desist. Remove every video of mine today. We're gonna break this down line by line. First off, cease and desist doing what, motherfucker? Doing what? You didn't tell me to cease and desist doing anything. You just said cease and desist. Cease and desist breathing? No, not gonna happen. Cease and desist laughing at you? Chat, you know what we say when he says, hey, stop laughing at me? We say, we don't stop, Cholito. We don't stop laughing at you. Which is going to come up many times tonight because that's covered. That's how I know my videos are covered by fair use and you can fuck the fuck off. Let's continue. And I'm not removing any video about you. In fact, since this email came out, I made a new one. Here we go. Or within the next 2 weeks, you're next. After Kate, I assume. And I'll win. It'll take 3 weeks. So, my man says, not just that he's gonna win, but he knows exactly how long it's gonna take him to win. It's gonna take him 3 weeks. Is there any federal case lawyers out there? Just out of curiosity. Is there a single federal case, like a lawyer out there that does federal cases? Identify yourself in the chat by typing TTU, okay? When does it just take 3 weeks? Go look at Achilles versus Sargon of Akkad. That didn't take 3 weeks. That took years. Years for her to get that done. You ain't doing shit to me. I ain't worried about this guy. First off, I'm laughing. I read this and I was like, this guy just doesn't stop giving me free fucking content. And the worst thing about it is that he wants to give me free. He doesn't want me to have his content, but he wants to give it to me because he keeps putting it out there. All right, here we go. I have all the evidence to end your channel. Press F in the chat to pay respects to Team Skeptic's channel. I have dozens of death threats and threats of harm that you harbor. That shit might fly in state court, but it's not gonna fly in federal court. Well, first off, you would have to prove that I initiated anybody to threaten you or, wish harm upon you, because I'm pretty sure anybody that follows these live streams that I do fairly regularly, I tell them one thing: don't do this on my behalf because I don't support it. Anytime you say Chili, anytime you say, oh, everybody go make a bunch of sock accounts, that's what we do. We go and we make the sock accounts as you requested. You just don't like when we turn what you say on you and you're blaming me for it. Well, you know what I have to say about that, Chili? Fuck you. You're not gonna blame me for it, and you'd have to show evidence. You'd have to show one single time where I said, everybody, let's go as a group together and go troll Chili. Now, I have told people, and this still stands, that if you can get Chili to say mine, oh, that's gonna be too easy now. That's gonna be way too easy. Because now that he said that all this other bullshit, now he's gonna talk about me all the time. So I guess I'm gonna have to rescind the if Chili says my name, if you can get Chili to say my name in his chat. But hey, there were stipulations to that. I said don't harass him. And I didn't ever say, yeah, all of us go together. I just said if that happens to happen. Hey, if Ben Affleck says my name in his chat because of you, I'll give you a badge there too. That's not me sending everybody to go to fucking Ben Affleck's chat to fucking rate him or whatever. So fuck off, Chili. Eat shit. Stipulations to avoid legal action right here. Alright. So what do I have to do, guys? What do I have to do to avoid legal action? 1. Remove all videos that use my name or brand for your financial benefit. 1. No. Nope. Not gonna happen, Chili. Not taking anything down. Fucking take me to court and sue me. You can lick me where I poo and suck me where I pee. Look up benefit. I know what the word benefit means, dipshit. You're the one that needs to learn shit like that. You will learn that by using my name to profit, you have created a benefit for yourself while my channel has received degrading and financial loss. Everybody in the chat, put your hands together. You are working. Right there, he admitted it himself. You guys work. Oh, you're degrading my channel and causing me fun. No, we're pointing people out to the grift that is known as delete laws. You're a goddamn grifter. We're doing our job. People are stopping giving you money because they're seeing that you don't ever follow through. In fact, people are starting to realize that as they give you money, it's going towards fucking somebody else's life up. So they stop doing it one by one. I'll take the blame for that one, guys. Hey, you know what? I'll take the blame for that one. Actually, I will not. I will share the blame. I will share the blame with you. Because I don't go to his fucking channel. I don't degrade him. He degrades himself. He is a piece of shit narcissist. He has a half-assed knowledge of anything fucking constitutionally viable or whatever the fuck he wants to say. He literally finds the next fucking grift and fucking goes there. Leaves his current grift when he's sucked the money well dry, and he runs to the next one. People are starting to see the shit. It ain't me. It ain't Kate. It's you. All right. Let's keep going. Also, you will learn that by using my name to profit. Do you not know how the news industry works? The internet works? Anything? Do you not know how that works? Are you literally saying that fucking CNN and Fox are fucking breaking the law every time they mention Joe Biden's name or put Joe, or even let's get away from a public figure. Let's say the Unabomber. Okay, the Unabomber. Every time they put the Unabomber's likeness on screen or face on screen, do you think they go, oh, well, I can sue him? They had my face on screen, making money off of it against my permission. That's not how that works, dumbass. You don't like people, okay, Chilito, you don't like people using your likeness. First off, you can do one of two things. You can either A, hide in a fucking, in a room, go lock yourself up somewhere safe and secure with padded walls and a helmet. Don't give yourself TV or the internet, that's bad. You can do that, that'll fix that problem. 2, you can stop doing dumb fucking shit. Don't be a dumb fuck, and we won't be fucking talking about you. That's how easy it is. Do you realize how easy it is? That's it. All right, let's keep going. But hey, another thing before we keep going. All right. Put an F in the chat for Chili's financial loss. To pay respect. Respect the financial loss, chat. Respect the financial loss. Here we go. You won't. I can't wait to sue your ass. Kate is done. Oh, you motherfucker. You fucked up when you said those 3 words right there. You motherfucker. You motherfucker fucked up when you said Kate is done. You enraged every motherfucker in my chat right now. They're ready to eat your ass now. And they don't give a shit about me. They're here to laugh. They laugh at me, laughing at you. Kate is our queen. You fucked up there. Oh my God. Can you imagine the number of people that are going to be fucking with this guy about this dumbass fucking message he sent me? Don't do it. Don't you do it. Not on my behalf. Don't do it. That was a satirical wink. You're my next target. Bring it, motherfucker. You'll be number 4. And this is what I'm doing. Number 5. I've got 4 copyright claims against me already. Right? And that will be my 5th one. I'm pretty sure it's 4. I can go back and look. Pretty sure I've had 4 of them. Daniel Pratt, the one with the lady on the cruise line, a real recent one, the one with the Target lady, the Target couple, and I know I have another one in there. So this will be number 5 for me. I haven't lost yet, Chili. You know why? Because I know what the fuck fair use is. And I don't care if your feelings are fucking hurt that I laugh at you incessantly. I don't care how disturbed you are. I'm not stopping. All right. And this is what I'm doing the rest of the year. Everybody who even thought Chili was about to help you, Christina Roan, Deborah, Rip Deborah, Deborah, hey, I just realized something. Due to this email, Deborah's gonna be thirsty for the rest of the year at least. I would say the rest of her life, but the rest of this year. Chili is done worrying about Deborah's fucking thirsting. He is now focused on Team Skeptic. Yeah, bring it. And let me get back on here. I'll sue several of you. He means you. He means you in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you're ready. Bring it on, Chili. I'll sue several of you. And I'm so disturbed by you promoting violence against me and promoting degrading my brand and benefiting financially. You should have stopped with I'm so disturbed, because that was the only part of that fucking sentence that made any fucking sense. Everything after that was stupid. You should have just said, I'll sue several of you, and I'm so disturbed. You should have stopped there. Never once have I promoted violence against him. I don't promote. This guy literally said he was coming from California to Dallas to put me in torture cuffs, to show me how he could hurt me. Anybody remember that from my debate? He threatened violence on me, and I said, hey, I'll meet up with you. I'm not worried about that. Of course, this was pre-janitor. The janitor incident changed every fucking thing. But this was pre-janitor. He said he'd come to me and put me in handcuffs. So that's violence against me. and I didn't care. Of course, that didn't bother me. I know me. And promoting degrading my brand. Yes, I do promote that. Guilty as charged, guys. Guilty as fucking charged. I actively promote you not fucking up other people's lives. Yes. Guilty as charged. I will fucking criticize you for every goddamn move you make until you stop making fucking moves, Chili. That's what's about to happen. And some silly, stupid cease and desist email that you sent me will fucking blow me. That ain't stopping me. And that ain't stop. You know what you just did? You poured gasoline on a fire that was slowly dying out. People were slowly getting tired of the Chili saga. You could see it in the comments. People love to see the dumpster fire, but we watch you like we watch Days of Our Lives. We're not watching you for interesting new content. We're just watching you to see what happens fucking next. Now, you could have shut the fuck up. That's how simple it would have been for you. Could you imagine taking a month off of the delete fucking laws persona that you have to that you consistently have to pursue for self-happiness and gratification? You put that down for a month, what does that happen to all the trolls out there? They can't say nothing to you or about you. But you know why you won't do it? Because the only gratification you get in life comes from you. And I'm sorry, but that's a pathetic life to live, Chili. You are the epitome of the sad man. I'm sorry. Let me take that back. Let me emphasize something. The sad little man. The guy that got accidentally hit in the side in his temple. Got fucking thick ass skull. You know why you have a thick ass skull? You dealt with microfractures from people bumping into you with their elbows all the time. Not intentionally, not to hurt you. Just because you're that fucking tiny. Let me get back to this. I'll sue several of you. There's not enough hours in the day to do the things I'm doing, so stop doing them then, Chili. I'm running you all down. All of you. Every last one of you in the chat, he's running you down. Be prepared for that lawsuit. If you think I'm joking, it's on you. You are not going to be able to claim ignorance in the court of law. You are going to have a thousand, I don't even know how many people are watching right now. You're going to have more than 1,000 people there to say, no, I saw you in the chat. You're not playing it. We're going to stand up and we're going to say to you, for ye who tried to say, but I didn't know Chili was suing me. The 1,000 people here, we're going to be there to go, no, you were in the chat. I remember you. Galaxy Flowers, LOL, everybody remember Galaxy Flowers. Chili suing Galaxy Flowers. Piece of shit right there, fucking laughing out loud in my chat at Chili. Every one of you that laugh out loud, let me go back and read what Chili said about this. Every one of you, let's see. Oh, and I am so disturbed. Remember, he should have said there. I am so disturbed by you promoting violence against me and promoting degrading my brand and benefiting financially. Fuck you. I am benefiting financially from you. I want to say first off, thank you, Chili, because the audience hates you so much that one super chat at a time, they have sent me to Europe. And I'm going to go out there and have the fucking time of my life. And I'm not going to stop laughing at you, even from Europe. So take that to your lawsuit and say, oh, on stream, he admitted he's made money. Yes, I have. I love these people. They hate you that much. If I sat here with my face, I wouldn't receive anything. It's the fact that I'm laughing at your dumbass that they get inspired to hate you that much to leave $1. And I appreciate every last one of you. I really do. Fuck that guy. But that is true, though. I'm not going to lie. All right. So, let's move on to my responses. All right. I want to ask you a question. So, Chili tells me, you're next. I can't wait. He threatens to sue me. I respond to him with 2 words. Who can guess what those 2 words are? 2 words. That's all you need for Chili. For any little insignificant alpha male narcissistic piece of shit falling apart at his kneecap bitch. You know what 2 words you got it? No. Fuck you would have been a good one. Oh, fair use would have been a good one too. No. Bring it. There it is. Don Moore. Bam. Don Moore. Eat shit. Ready? So that full transparency, right? Eat dot shit. Fair use. And we're going to cover this. The doctrine that brief excerpts of copyright material may, under certain circumstances, be quoted verbatim for purposes such as criticism, news reporting, teaching, and research. Without the need, listen closely, Chili, right here to this part, right there. Without the need for permission from or payment to the copyright holder. And then I followed that up with, sue me, you beta cuck bitch. Can't wait to laugh at you live. I appreciate how easy you make it. And let me tell you something, I'm not lying when I tell you, chat, this. I delete laws. Chili de Castro. Chilito. I appreciate how easy you're making this. Send me an email a day, please. Just don't stop. Just please send me an email a day. You will make my life easy if I have this amount of free content to receive. Now, I forwarded it to our queen because, you know, that's how I roll. I said, I'm forwarding Kate this email so we can laugh in unison. All right, guys. We are going to slow clap together, and I'm dead fucking serious. If you're at home, you know what? Forget the if you're at home part, no matter where the fuck you're at. We're about to slow clap in unison. And this right here, this unifying clap is going to be us laughing at Chili together. Chili right now is watching this. Even if he's watching it in private mode, he's watching this and he's like, these motherfuckers are clapping. Ready? Here we go.
The noise gate. No!
Yeah! Fuck you, Chili! Fuck him! I'm done being nice. He thinks I was going after him before. Those of you that know how I used to shit on flat earthers know I might have been fucking an asshole to Chili. I might have been a dickhead, but I was the fucking nice guy. I was holding back, Chili. You don't have any fucking clue. Threatening me like this with a fucking lawsuit? Are you kidding me? Yeah, we're laughing at this, but fuck you. Bring it on. Dead ass serious. Bring it on. I'll take every... If you're a Chili supporter right now that donates money to him, what you need to realize is that every dollar you put in his fucking pocket right now is about to go in my lawyer's pocket. Because I'm going to sue him back, and I'm going to sue him back for all my lawyer's fees. I don't have cheap lawyers. So be sure to donate him $100 tomorrow. You better. He's going to need it. All right. Here we go. So then I forwarded it, of course, to Kate. And he says, let me click over here. It's on. See you in court. Whatever, Chili. And I send him a message that says this right here. And I'm trying to give him some advice right here, guys. This is, look down here. You know when I'm actually being the nice guy when I sign off with the email, Skeptard the Alpha. So I tell him, I say, you really only know how to play the fool, don't you? I'll make a deal with you. This deal is binding, Chili. This deal is binding. I'll cease and desist using fair use to laugh at you and criticize you when you cease and desist being a dumb fuck. When you stop being a dumb fuck, I'll stop calling you a dumb fuck live. Deal? I even asked him, question mark, agreed? Do you agree? He stops being a dumb fuck? We stop calling him a dumb fuck? That's how it works for most dumb fucks in the world, though, by the way, just so you know. When you stop being a dumb fuck, people tend to stop calling you a dumb fuck. Or at least they call you a dumb fuck a lot less. And I said, agreed? Oh yeah, I'll be ignoring your cease and desist tonight. Right, like right now. I'm ignoring the cease and desist right now. And laughing at you using your own material again. Just to show you exactly how seriously I'm taking you right now. Lol. Signed off, Skeptard the Alpha. That would be
Idiot.
me. I'd be Skeptard the Alpha. The only true alpha in this fucking conversation is Skeptard. Oh, this is where it gets funny to me, right? And then there's no more app from him after this, but I'm still gonna read you my responses. But this is where it gets funny for me. Gentleman known as Skeptic. See, I think right there he realized that he probably didn't need to ignite the M80 that he had stuffed up his ass because it might just blow the shit out of him. I did not read your email, and I will not. Give me a fucking break. It was 2 lines. This non-stop defamation. Ain't nobody defaming you. You defame yourself. And harassment has led to a lawsuit that I'm filing against you. Immediately and fully cease all contact with me. I'm sorry, I thought I had it on the screen. How am I supposed to contact you or talk to you or get any kind of anything regarding court to you if I now have to cease all communications with you? Fuck you. Besides, you won't be hearing from me. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Trust on that. I want immediately and fully cease all contact with me. I want 0 contact from you and or anybody else you may send to contact me. Do not contact him on my behalf. Big boy Skeptic, Daddy Skeptic got this one. Daddy Skeptic loves this shit. This is the confrontational shit that I strive for. That's why I say he fight, flight. Scary bitch is what he is. Oh, my knee. And fuck your knee.
How are you?
There is no need for further correspondence. Any further emails, direct contacts, or third-party contacts will be documented for the upcoming legal proceedings. I will no longer respond to you. This is a legal notice. Why? Because he says so? What makes this legal, Chili? Just out of curiosity. Lawyers in the chat, is this a legal notice? Press X for doubt. Nikki Red, if you're out there, you got me hooked on that. Press X for doubt. If this is a true legal notice. Regards,
I buy and trade.
Jose Chili de Castro, aka Delete Laos. So I respond. If you want 0 contact with me, then stop emailing me. This is beautiful. I'm going to laugh my ass off at you tonight using your own material. So fuck off, beta bitch, and tune in to learn how to be a real content creator. You're so dumb. Cholito. And yes, I called him Cholito. Look, at the end of that. Right there. You're so dumb, Cholito. I will never let that man forget that I saw a 76-year-old man punk the shit out of him. He thinks I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha. Stop it, Dan. Dan. Stop trying to hurt my freedom of speech, Dan. You're busting up my First Amendment. So, of course, I had to go soft sit on him real quick. I said, send him a new email that says, I charge $10 million to read any emails I receive. You have formally received notice of my fee schedule, and any further infractions will incur such fees on the sender, aka you, of the email. Make all debts payable to Kate always wins. I told him that. Make all debts payable to Kate always wins. Cholita is his real name. Oh God, I hope that's right. And then, of course, I told him Tonight's thumbnail uses my favorite special chili pic of you. You should be thanking me. I even got your good side. The only good side to make fun of him is, of course, in front of his fucking face. So we can see all the stupid. He's like, what an idiot, right? Sends me this dumbass message. Like, do you not know I know what I'm doing? This is 5 years in YouTube right here speaking. Close to 5 years speaking to you here, okay? You're not gonna get me on some stupid fucking copyright claim, fair use bullshit. That's just not about to happen. Everything I do is covered by fair use. Even when I use your entire video, Chili. Your entire video. What are you gonna do? Say that I threatened you? I sent the mobs to go get... You can't find any evidence of that because I don't do that. I don't tell people go fucking hunt Chili down. That's the Great Chili Well Society. Alright, let's get to some super chats and then we'll see if he's put out anything recently that we can steal from him and put up content for. God, man, some people will just never learn. Alright. We'll read a few of them and then we will... But what do y'all want to watch right now? Y'all want me to go over... I can go over fair use. I don't have to. Do you want to learn about fair use and why my shit's fucking covered? Or you want me to go grab his latest video? You know, he put out a video that said, let's have a long drive. The video was 8 minutes long. What a dumbass. Dan is the man. Fair use. Okay, I'll do it because, hey, you know what? How about this? I'll read it out. I'll read out the 4 aspects of fair use and explain to Chili how the fuck my videos are covering my video, even my lives. My short videos are covered by them, my live streams are covered by them, and you can take me to fucking court all you want. Alright. Latest video too? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Hey, we'll do that. I will do both. We'll watch his latest video, and at the same time, I'll explain why each one of this is fair use. I can do 2 things at once. Grab his latest... Yeah, I got it, Mike. Let me get that real quick. Let me... let me look it up real quick. I was going to ask you guys if y'all know the title, but I'm sure I can find it quick. Copyright Karen. Everybody go check out fucking Keeping It Criminal. That was some funny as shit. That was some funny shit. Alright, let's see. Hey, Chili, I know you're listening right now. I'm about to pull your latest video. I'm going to download it, and then I'm going to laugh at you. Or I'm going to put it up, and then I'm going to laugh at you. Not download it, but play it right here. And I'm going to laugh at you. And you know what you're going to do? You're going to take it like a good beta cuck bitch is. Because this ain't your content, alright? I might be playing your video, but what's going on right now, this is Team Skeptic's video. This is my content. People, are you here to watch Chili? You here to watch me? That's one of the key aspects of fair use. It's called market replacement, right? So when I do this video, am I truly taking a view away from Chili? No. Because anybody that wanted to support Chili would be watching it on Chili's video, right? On Chili's channel. It's not like I'm just taking this video and putting it on my channel. I'm taking his video, breaking it down, showing how dumb he is, how stupid he is, how fragile he is, you know? Also, when you're ready to sue me, Chili, I'm going to tell you how to affect service. I'm going to be, everybody... If Chili can say anything's legal notice, I can say anything's legal notice. Chad Goo, I hate to arbitrarily involve you, but here's the stipulations to serving me while I'm in Europe, Chili, should you want to serve me. I am allowing you to effect service upon Chad Goo in Kentucky inside the fighting ring. That you give it to him, that's service for me. Trust, I'll be okay with that. That's a legal notice. I rose my right hand and said it. Legal notice. Okay? So you can serve him, but you got to do it inside the ring so we can all videotape you in full fucking normal human clothes, not fighting clothes, and Chad Goo in there in his fucking ring attire, ready to beat your ass up. And no, I'm not going to allow you to go get a doctor's note that keeps you from having to walk up 3 steps to get in the ring. You got to get into the ring, serve Chad Goo. Chad, Legicator, if you're watching this, I'm sorry I involved you, sir. But you're going to have to take service for me. It's a legal notice. All right, let me read some super chats because I don't want to get too far behind. And you guys have some great things to say, but we are watching this video because I saw his face on the screen and I want to punch it. So you know what? Instead of punching monitors, instead of costing myself hundreds of dollars to replace the expensive equipment in front of me, I'm going to watch the video and vent with you guys. All right, but first we're gonna read some super chats. Let's see, Miss Brightside, $5. Skeptic, you're my favorite. Funny and easy on the eyes. Y'all keep saying that. I appreciate that. Like I said, I got a lot of fucking admirers out there, and I really appreciate that. Y'all tell it to me all the time, but I don't see what you guys see. All I see when I smile is the gap. I'm like, no, stop getting further apart. Like, I want to put like magnets on the inside of them, so it just like magnetically attracts them back to the middle. But then I'll just form 2 gaps on the outside, and then that wouldn't be fucking good for nobody. Chili's car see, I got more logic than Chili. Chili's car $4.99. Make sure to hey, pin in the comment right now. Pin in the comment. While I'm reading these super chats out, you can do this if you're on a computer in a separate tab. There's a contest right now going on called the Grifties. Chili, we have legitimately moved Chili up into the top like 5 on that contest. With your help in the chat right now, we can get Chili to win the Grifties contest. Now this contest has some very, very, very big names in it. Go over there and read it. You can see for yourself. This isn't somebody that just put it together to hate on Chili. No, we as a community have voted Chili in to the top 5. So there it is at the top of it's pinned in the chat right now. It's not going anywhere. I'm leaving this live so Chili sees it. I want you to see this, Chili. This is what we do. We mass vote you in to being the Grifter of the Year in America. That's what we're going to do for you, Chili. Hey, guys, if he wins this award, do we stop calling him O for X plus 1, or do we just leave that nickname for him to referencing the court cases he's lost, and not the one Grifter of the fucking year that he won? All right, Chili's card, $20. This money could have been yours, but nope. You're a chicken and won't fight Chad. Chili's card. We take $20 shots here. That was a $20 shot. Thank you very much, sir. Gotta thin that blood so it doesn't start leaking out of my ears. All right. Thank you very much, Chili's car. Stay ghosted. Stay at the impound lot or at the repo lot. Britt Biatch, new member. Thank you very much. Blue Skeptic Demon, $2. Chili's Chiller face is creepy, one of itself. Triggered Limey, 5 pounds. I've got to sleep. Hey man, take care, brother. Good to see you. Love you. Bloody Time Zones. Have a great stream, brother. And check your bloody Discord messages every now and then. I'll try. Triggered Limey, Demon, Brit, and Chili's car. Good whiskey. All right. And while we do this, I'll be checking my email to see if he responds. All right. Here we go. We're going to start this video up. Let me find it real quick. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. And then you guys tell me if you can hear this. I'm getting. Oh. One second. I have to make an adjustment. There we go. All right. So yeah, just took a second to get all the graphics lined up, but here you go. Can you hear this?
Damn it.
today, tomorrow, next week, or any.
Yes or no, chat? Oh wait, yes, Casey Cooper. Oh no, Casey Cooper kind of lies sometimes. I know Lady Moonweb wouldn't lie, and neither would Candy. But Casey, I've seen you call out the fucking great. I've seen you call out good whiskey early. I don't know. I can't believe in Casey. Here we go. But everybody else says we're good, so we're good.
In a year, do me a favor, right this second, take your finger, reach over, and hit the like button. It just takes you a
Yes!
sec-
I was hoping he'd say that so I didn't have to. Hit that like button, baby! Hit that like button. Let's go. Let's go.
second, and that'll spread the algorithm out, and we'll get more people. It is 10 a.m. now in Oklahoma, and right now, Deborah Rogers is she's facing a hearing right now at 10 o'clock in the morning that's going to determine her freedom. So I was hoping we could get a few people on.
Spoiler alert. That hearing didn't go her way. She's still not free, guys. Deborah is going to be thirsting in jail for a few more weeks, it looks like.
On here with
TTU.
some hopes and prayers that Deborah's gonna get out today. You know, she's been in jail for a minute now, for a few days that I know of, and it's absolutely atrocious. You know, there's you know, I said this to some cops last week. I said, you know, the absolute best day in jail, the best day you could spend in jail, and I've probably been in jail for a month of my life if you count all the times I've been arrested.
A month of his life, all the times he's been arrested, but he's also the same guy that says there's no police reports on him at all. There's 0 police reports on him at all. But
I've
He
seen
spent
this
a month
already.
in
What the fuck?
with no police.
Duelist Alliance was released on August 15th, 2014, and this set changed everything. Not only did Duelist Alliance introduce a new summoning mechanic in Pendulum Summoning, it also brought forth 3 Tier 1 archetypes at release, a Tier 2 archetype in Yang Zing, a fun casual deck in Ultra Athletes, as well as several generic support cards including Felis, Lightsworn Archer, Time Space Trap Hole, the Monarch Stormforth, Artifact Lancia, and Castel, the Sky Blaster Musketeer. In this series, both MBT and myself will be traversing the sands of Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Each episode will take a deep dive into Yu-Gi-Oh's past formats and unlock new strategies as new sets become available. Strap yourselves in because anything is possible. Welcome to the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! If you want 5% off any singles or sealed product, click the affiliate links in the description and use code SEMO5. And clicking the TCG Player affiliate link before you shop helps support us to provide you with more amazing content.
Oh, it feels so good to be out of the shirt of shame. I'd been wearing it for so long, I actually had to turn it over to the CBC for dry cleaning. Anyway, today we're playing Yang Zing. Now, the big 3 decks that emerged in Duelist Alliance were obviously Burning Abyss, Shadow, and Satellar Knight, but they were not the only decks that emerged. Yang Zing was also around. This deck saw a lot less representation at the top level, and it's not difficult to see why. A lot can go wrong with this strategy, which we will get into momentarily. But first, let me explain exactly what the Yang Zings are. You may be familiar with these if you've been playing Master Duel. Occasionally they show up in Sword Soul Brews, most notably Baxia, but they're actually an archetype of main deck monsters that span all the different attributes. They all have a similar effect. When they are destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to your graveyard, you can special summon a Yang Zing monster from your deck. Let me read that for you one more time. When this card is destroyed by battle or card effect,
Oh
and sent to your
no,
graveyard,
it can
you
miss timing.
special summon a Yang Zing monster from your deck in attack position. These were a series of recruiters that recruited every single card in your deck and could miss timing. This made them monstrous to attempt to play. So much in this game accidentally causes the Yang Zings not to trigger, and boy oh boy was it the end of your tournament run if you found out it wasn't working at the wrong time. That said, the deck is very consistent. It is able to get all of its monsters off in the face of an opponent's deck that just aims to attack for lethal, and as a result can put up really impressive boards. It's basically carried by a couple of particular cards, most notably Soul Charge, that allow it to go into Baxia Brightness of the Yang Zing. Now, if you've played Sword, Soul, and Master Duel, you know that this card's extremely powerful, but it gets a lot better when you're quick synchroing into it using the effects of your main deck Yang Zing monsters, each of which is sort of a formula synchron. This card, on Synchro Summon, can target cards your opponent controls up to the number of original attributes of worm monsters used for its Synchro Summon and shuffle them into the deck. This is an exceptionally powerful effect, especially when opponents during this period were playing cards like, oh, I don't know, the Shaddolls and the Burning Abyss. Tucking those suckers back into the extra is about the best you could hope for, rather than having to deal with the Seer Dante loop the entire game. That said, this deck also has a lot of downsides. You aren't really able to put more than one Yang Zing on the field per turn for the first couple of turns. T-setting and passing isn't really as powerful as it was in, say, 2011, and there's a lot of ways that clever opponents can ensure that even if you set a powerful Yang Zing monster, you're not going to be able to resolve the effect. As a result, frequently the deck would live and die off of this card, Yang Zing Creation, which allowed one Yang Zing float to turn into 2, a number that could actually accomplish something eventually. As stated earlier, Soul Charge is kind of the heart and soul of this deck. It's only by special summoning a bunch of Yang Zings you've already been through that you can even attempt Abaxia most of the time, and, of course, any of your plays that actually accomplish anything are going to have to go through that. It's counterintuitive to say this, but the deck's other weakness is that it was bricky. Yes, every Yang Zing represents every other Yang Zing, but occasionally you didn't draw any Yang Zings, and because none of them have any offensive pressure whatsoever, if your opponent was able to capitalize on even a single turn of you not having enough, well, it was only a couple of Dantes to get you down to lethal. Cards like Yang Zing Path were incredible when you were already ahead. That said, we're going to try and represent Yang Zings as best we can. We've scrubbed a top 16 list from Michael Sanders during a YGO Open event. If you're unfamiliar with these, like the ARG Circuit Series, they were a series of third-party unofficial Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments, this time hosted by TCG Player. Unfortunately, they flamed out a lot earlier than the ARGCS did, but not before giving us some gems like this. We've got 3 Bian Earth of the Yang Zing. Yes, they all have the effect to summon a Yang Zing from your deck, and yes, they all have the quick synchro effect, but they also have an effect where if you use any of these individual monsters as synchro material, then they get a little bonus. Bian's is the monster can't be destroyed by battle. Bixie's is that the monster can't be affected by trap cards. Pualo is that I believe it can't be affected by spell effects, and Swanee is that it gains 500 attack and defense. Outside of those Yang Zings, we're also playing 3 Chiwen. This is the tuner of the archetype, the only tuner, and for that reason is a walking target. Like the rest of them, it does float, but unlike the rest of them, if a Yang Zing you control is destroyed by battle or card effect and sent to the graveyard while this card is in the graveyard, you can special summon it back, but banish it when it leaves the field. Finally, in the monster lineup, we're playing 2 Masked Chameleon. This is a very strange card to include. The idea is you can normal summon it, summon a Suwani from the graveyard, and get into Baxia, but it's actually got a lot of restrictions on it. It can be normal summoned if you control a level 5 or higher monster, which means you can't be winning by the time you draw this card. If you use its effect to summon from the graveyard, you can't actually special summon monsters unless they are explicitly from the extra deck the turn that you activate that effect, and as a result it's mostly used as a card you can summon off of Soul Charge after it gets into your graveyard and put up some synchro bosses for a series of monsters that otherwise lack a tuner not named Chiwen. After that, we've got a Book of Moon, a Dark Hole, a Mind Control, triple Mystical Space Typhoon, double Pot of Duality, triple Soul Charge, thank the Lord, 2 Yang Zing Path, 1 Compulsory Evacuation Device. Because all of these are recruiters, skill drain is decent. 1 Solemn Warning, double Time Space Trap Hole, got Dante's name on it, 1 Torrential Tribute, and 3 Yang Zing Creation. On the side, we've got 2 DD Crow, 2 Maxi, 2 Soul Release, triple Curse Seal of the Forbidden Spell, double Needle Sealing, double Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, and double Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. The extra is a bunch of very powerful synchros, but notably Baxia Brightness of the Yang Zing. Mistbird Clasolus, which you actually unironically go into because of the way the stars line up, Samsara Dragon of Rebirth for a similar reason, and the only rank 4 Castel the Skyblaster Musketeer. Now, if you're only playing one, that's a pretty good one. So with that, I'll send you off to Simo.
All right, so last episode with the Shadals may not have gone as hot as we would have liked it to, but now we are back at home playing one of my favorite decks from this format, Burning Abyss. God, does this bring back memories. Now, a lot of you who may be familiar with modern Burning Abyss might think, this doesn't exactly look like Burning Abyss, and you'd be correct. At the time of Duelist Alliance release, the TCG exclusives, there were only 4 Burning Abyss cards. There was Seer, there was Graf, there was Skarm, and there was Dante. Now, to be fair, these are arguably the 4 best Burning Abyss cards to be printed, so thankfully they were the first wave of support. So good that people were able to play with this deck even before the other waves of support that were to come in the later core set. So, introducing Burning Abyss. This deck just does it all, and this is going to be a deck you're probably going to see for the next 50 or so episodes. Let's do the card by card. I guess we should start off with the Burning Abyss cards since they are new. So, all the Burning Abyss cards have the ability that if you control a monster that is not a Burning Abyss monster, destroy this card. This means that if anything else is on the field or the effect of that Burning Abyss is not negated, because that does get as a way to circumvent this, then the monsters will immediately blow themselves up. Now, they also have 2 effects, one of which is that if you control no spell or traps, you can special summon the Burning Abyss monster from your hand. The second effect is that if this card is sent to the graveyard, it will do something. Now, you can only use either effect once per turn, so you have to keep that in mind when you're playing this deck as to how you're going to manage the different effects. So, Seer is the first one. Actually, let's start with Skarm. Skarm, when it's sent to the graveyard, adds a level 3 Fiend from your deck to your hand. Level 3 Dark Fiend type monster from your deck to your hand during the end phase. Graf special summons one from the deck, a Burning Abyss monster, not a Dark level 3 Fiend. And Seer allows you to get back a Burning Abyss monster from the graveyard. So, again, you're trying to manage these resources as best you can, but these all basically replace themselves, which is exactly what we want to see. We then have Dante, and Dante's sort of the star of the show. Any 2 level 3s make it, so it is generic. Once per turn, you can detach a material and mill either 1, 2, or 3 cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. Dante gains 500 attack per card, regardless of what gets milled, and if it attacks, it goes to defense position at the end of the battle phase. And when Dante is sent to the grave, you can target a Burning Abyss card in your grave except himself and add it to your hand. So a very powerful card, a lot of cool stuff we can do with it. That's the main crux of the BA. So let's talk about the supporting lineup. So we have Blackluster Soldier and Chaos Sork because this isn't naturally a Chaos deck, but you do have Effect Veiler as a light, and Dante is also a light, which is in engine. So if you don't need Dante anymore, or if you have multiple in the grave, you can banish them for your big finishers like Chaos Sork and BLS and win the game that way. We do have 2 Effect Veiler because, again, ups the light count and it's also just a good card. Triple Mathematician, a Dragons of Legend special. This on normal summon sends a level 4 lower monster from deck to grave. You're going to see a lot of normal Mathematician send Skarm because then during the end phase, Skarm will get us Tour Guide, which is a lot better because this means that we can make a 1-card rank 3 play. Also, Mathematician, when it's killed in battle, draws us a card, so this is just a great card all around. Tour Guide we know and love. What's important here is that Tour Guide negates the effects of whatever it summons, which means that if we have a Graf, a Skarm, or a Seer, that monster won't be destroyed immediately if a non-Burning Abyss monster is on the field. So that can be quite relevant, but primarily we're going to use this, go to Graf for the most part, and then we're going to go into Dante, and that is the starting play you want to go with. Then for the spells, we have Allure of Darkness since our deck is primarily dark, Foolish Burial tutors for any of the BAs, Forbidden Lance is in here just to make sure that our cards don't get hit by things like Phoenix Wing Wind Blast, Karma Cut, or anything that would do anything to Dante other than destroy it and send it to the graveyard. Triple Rank Up Magic Astral Force. This was sort of the innovation at the time for how BA players thought the deck should look prior to receiving more support. This card allows you to take a card like Dante and rank it up 2 ranks into another light warrior, which Constellar Pleiades happens to be. Pleiades is a powerful card, and the fact you're able to access it in a Burning Abyss deck, it sort of makes sense why a lot of people wanted to go in this direction. You also have Incidental Synergy because since you're already playing Astral Force, you're able to do other things as well, like upgrade Ghost Trick Alucard into Crimson Knight Vampire Bram, you can take Grenosaurus into Volcasaurus, and you can even take something like Mechwhip Anganir into Tyrus Keeper of Genesis, really raising the ceiling on what this deck can do. But quickly after this initial wave of Astral Force shenanigans, people shelve that quite quickly, and we start seeing the next iteration of the deck. And speaking of cope, Supply Squad. This was a card, I believe, in a structure deck that once people read this, they thought this was crazy. Like, you read this by old Yu-Gi-Oh! Standards, and this card is nuts. Once per turn, if a monster you control is survived by battle or card effect, draw 1 card. And this pairs extremely well with the Burning Abyss, because they're already replacing themselves, so you get to draw a card in addition to that. Actually just mental. Then for the traps, we have 1 Compulse. One of the things that people loved so much about the Burning Abyss cards was the fact that you could use them in tandem with Phoenix Wing, Wind Blast, and Karma Cut and actually trigger their effects, unlike with the Shaddolls, who have to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect, not for cost. And so this made these cards viable, and we're able to out-large things that were annoying for the deck to deal with. Wind Blast can reset the draw, Karma Cut can banish it, and also banish copies of cards in grave. Then we have Solemn Warning, and of course the best card in the format, Vanity's Emptiness. The side deck has all the aforementioned rank 5s. Chew Dante was standard around this time, but players realize quickly that this card's too good, and they start upping it to 3. Downward Magician's great because you can overlay it on top of a Dante, and what's nice is that it actually protects the Dante from being spun back or like bounced with like Compulse or something. So Downward will go back instead, Dante will fall off as material, and that way you're able to keep it in grave and also trigger its effect. Gaia Dragon's in here for all of the rank 5s. Double Alucard because going after back row is quite good. Grenosaurus is in here because it's actually like okay, but also ranking up into Volcasaurus. Anguinir is actually a decent card as well, but again, ranking up into Tyrus. Acid Golem's just the biggest thing this deck can produce that isn't like BLS, and sometimes this comes up with Skill Drain. This card's quite good. And then Zen Mains because it's Zen Mains. Then for the side, double Caius. There were some people experimenting with Burning Abyss Monarchs playing Caius and Ryza, just because since you can special summon the BAs, you can use your normal summon on the Tribute, which is kind of sick. Double DD Crow for the graveyard base decks. Triple Maxi, don't know why you wouldn't just main this. Triple MST because post-board you're going to have to deal with Shadow Imprisoning Mirror, and also it's good for hitting vanities. Double Breakthrough Skills, just more effect negation, and Chain Disappearance was the tech of choice against the Burning Abyss Mirror. So I can't wait to play this one out. This one's going to be a floater fuckfest, that's for sure. But in any case, I mean, we're just going to be moving on quickly after this because there's so much to cover in this format. So ladies and gentlemen, let's not make you wait any longer. It's time to duel. Well, Joseph, the fun decks of Duelist Alliance continue with 2 new ones. I am playing Burning Abyss, the 3rd of the trilogy of new good decks that were introduced, and you're playing a deck.
I don't understand. I lose 45 episodes in a row, and you go, don't worry, Joseph, I got a great one for you. We'll settle the score. We'll even it up. Why don't you play Yang Zing?
Wait till I get my ass beaten. I'm like 3-0'd after this. Because to be fair, like, you read the Yang Zing synchros, they're kind of crap.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Baxi is a hell of a card, as anyone who's ever played against Sword Soul can tell you.
Sword Soul.
But,
yeah.
You know, there are some other cards in here. And we are missing a couple of the cards that would later become mainstays in Yang Zing. Zephyr Nui does not exist yet.
Chao Fang doesn't exist yet.
Chao Fang doesn't exist. So we're going to do our best, but temper your expectations, folks.
We'll see how it goes. Shout out to patron Ryan Main. Thank you for the support, buddy. You got the hand up.
I didn't. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let me just.
All right.
Let's go.
I rolled odd.
It's even.
Oh, you got it. Congrats.
The good that it will do me. I feel like now I get to be the first one to set a card and pass.
I was about to say you get to be the first one to open Vanity's Emptiness and win the game.
Well, that is actually a possibility. So let's just take a quick look at our hand. Ooh, okay. And now...
My hand looks fucking crazy. Oh my god.
Time to think. So this is like a super duper combo intense deck. It can really pop off ad infinitum. It's actually just impressive just what you can accomplish with 5 given cards in a Yang Zing hand. Like take this one for instance. I'm gonna start by setting a card.
Okay.
After that we're gonna set a card.
Okay.
We're gonna follow that up with a set card.
Okay.
And then finally we are going to set a card. We're gonna set a card and pass turn here. So
I see this went well.
I mean, not only you know, I'll just tell you, it didn't go terrible. It's just you need a couple of Yang Zings in rotation, and there's only one way to get them there.
You got standby phase? Anything for me?
God, I wish I had like trap dust shoot or something. What do you think I'm gonna do?
Yeah, that would be nice if that card.
Stygian Dirge, eat it.
Main phase 1.
Yeah.
All right, my turn is a bit more. Maybe not as linear, actually. All right, well, I suppose I should start with the power play of the deck, which is normal tour guide, activate effect.
That's a nice one.
We'll go ahead and get digging, and we're going to get the first of many here. Let's get Graph Malabranch of the Burning Abyss.
Thank goodness you only have one of these.
Yeah, you wish. We're going to overlay for good old Mr. Dante.
All right, okay, I did draw it. So we'll go time-space trap hole here.
Oh, okay. Well, this is actually sort of fine because the nice thing is that it still triggers the graph because the materials go to the graveyard. Isn't that great? Isn't that so awesome the way these cards interact with one another?
I really like it.
All right, so we're going to trigger the graph. Off of it, we're going to summon a copy of Scarb. Then we're going to special summon Seer.
Yep.
And we're just going to overlay again here.
Cool.
Deck just not quit. I think we just have to get Dante in rotation, so we'll try to stick him. You got the second time space trapple.
Do not.
So we'll fire the effect here. I'm going to detach Scarm. I'm going to declare 3 mills.
That's fine.
Actually, I think it mills for cost, but oh, there goes my BLS.
Supply
And no,
squad.
you saw the best card in my deck.
that card is kind of a house during this period.
During this period, it is, which is why I'm going to activate it right now. We'll go to battle. I'm going to hit in with Dante for 25.
Out of your goddamn mind if you think I'm ever going to destroy one of your monsters. All right, it is a Yangzing, but in order to...
Really?
Yeah, I know, shocking.
Shocking.
But I do have the blowout. We're going to activate Creation.
That's a good one.
We are going also to activate Creation.
That's bad.
Yeah, it is. It's,
okay, I'm getting
Pulao.
severely punished here for this. Yeah, sure.
So we'll go Pulao 1, Creation 2, Creation 3.
All right, so you get to get a bunch of fucking dudes on the field.
Yes, we do. And which ones they are matters immensely. We will grab, for sure, Swanee.
Okay.
That'll be our Pulao grab. Grab a Chiwen. We'll grab Bion as well.
That makes sense. Okay, so end of battle phase, I'm going to put Dante to defense per its effect.
Yep.
Second main, I'll set 1, dirt to you.
All right, end of main, I'm going to, fire the Swanee effect. I think it is most important that it gets attack. I don't think you really care about battle. So we are going to sink away Suwani, the level 3 Bion, and the level 1 Chiwen.
Okay.
And let's make Baxia, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
All right, so this card's been synchro summoned, so I can target cards on the field up to the number of original attributes of war monsters used for the synchro. That's 3 here: fire, earth, and light. So I'm gonna bounce I'm gonna put Dante, Supply Squad, and the back row back into the deck.
Okay, and I also forgot that I need to trigger my... well, technically, we haven't left main
Yeah,
phase
no.
yet,
Don't worry. We're getting there.
Yeah, okay. So these are all going to go back to the deck. Seer fell off, but I special summoned it this turn, so it actually will not trigger.
That is true. I'm really happy I was able to do this because, oh man, that's right.
Yes. Double creation, was not expecting that. That's like, 1 creation's fine. Double creation is kind of a nightmare. I'm thinking that if there's anything else I want to do. I do not think there is. I believe I've exhausted every effect of the BAs this turn because there are only 3 of them. So I will proceed to end phase. I will use the effect of my Scarm because I did not fire that one yet. And we will grab ourselves a tour guide for next turn. Go ahead, buddy.
I'll just let you in on a little secret. I don't think there's going to be a
What?
next turn, buddy. I'll draw for turn. Stand by main. We're going to go Baxia.
Okay.
Baxia
What?
target Suwani. We're going to activate both of our creations and our Chiwen. We're going to grab just big guys. We're just grabbing big guys here. We're going to grab...
Triple Suwani.
I kind of want to. That's what? Just shy of 6K?
It's 5,700. Yeah, so you would just need 23 to clear the gap.
Yeah, unfortunately, that last 23 is a little difficult. We will grab a copy of Pulao. We're going to synchro off Pulao and Chiwen. Grab ourselves a formular synchro. Well, that's an interesting one. I'm wondering if I just make a bunch of guys that are larger than Dante. So I'm going to normal summon Masked.
Oh.
No effect. This card is awful. We'll go to combat here. We'll go 16, 19, 19.
16 and 38.
And then second main, we are going to sync the Chameleon and the Suwani off for a Stardust. I'm going to set 1, and I'm going to pass it back to you.
That's the 3rd fucking creation, buddy. I swear to God. All right, I'll draw. Main 1. I do not know how I'm beating double creation. I will be honest with you. I also just love how creation triggers if any monster dies by battle. Or
It
card.
does not have to be a
Yangzing.
Yangzing, yeah.
This has to be the best Yangzing card they've ever printed.
It is. What you're seeing right now is a game that has been completely taken over by creation, but you're also seeing one of Yangzing's biggest weaknesses, which is Masked Chameleon is the worst card ever printed, but it's so good in the graveyard. If you can get it in grave, it's crazy, but you gotta get it there.
We'll go tour guide.
I also drew skill drain.
Oh, excellent. If this couldn't get any more annoying. I'm so fucking dead. Let's just get out of here. Double fucking creation. I don't even know if like double creation's beatable in any circumstance. That was just disgusting. Baxia shuffle 3 back. Yuck. At least I get to go first. Maybe this will help a bit. This is like the exact opposite of my first hand, so I'm actually not feeling too bad about it. Normal mathematician.
Yeah.
I'm going to dump Scarm.
Okay.
I'm going to set 1, 2, 3, 4, and proceed to end phase to trigger Scar.
Yeah, you got it.
This is much better than the first game. All right, go ahead.
Well, have you seen this before?
I have, unfortunately. I don't like
Thank
this. 4 back row, buddy. Calm down. I'll draw. Stand by anything.
No.
We've got to try. Normal tour guide.
As backwards as this is, I am going to solemn at this position.
I respect this.
This is one of those things where, like, you can't really solemn later, because, like, if you get a seer or a graph, you can overlay for Dante. I can negate the Dante, but the Dante triggers, and the seer triggers, and the graph triggers, and...
Okay, so there's actually a high likelihood I can't even attack over your set, because Pulau, I believe, is 1800 defense, and Big C, the water one, which we haven't seen yet, I think is 2000 defense.
That's true.
So they're actually a bit tanky, but there's 3 that I could hit over, potentially. Let's take a peek. You got anything on attack deck?
Yeah, I got a creation.
Okay, I have an MST.
Well, I have a second creation, so...
Okay, I have Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
Sure, yes. Okay.
I will target the creation.
Sure. Oh, and now it's gone forever, because this is a Suwani.
Correct.
Okay. We are gonna grab, Bian.
I will proceed to end phase trigger scar.
Yep.
I'll grab another tour guide.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Stand by me. Normal Chiwen.
You can make a 4 here, can you?
Oh, yes I can, buddy.
4 can you make? Fucking like Underworld Fighter Balmung? Is that what's coming? Yeah, I don't give a fuck. Sure.
I'm gonna make Armory Arm.
Sure.
Be careful.
Soul Charge.
Vanity's Emptiness.
MST.
Off the top! Fuck you!
Fair.
Oh my god. Fucking Christ. I don't think there's anything I can do about it. Yep. Proceed.
I'll take 3 here. So I get no battle phase this turn.
Thankfully.
However, pretty not a bad setup by any means. Not a bad setup.
Oh yeah, not a bad
It's
setup.
okay. It's okay.
I just soul charged for 3.
Hey, it could have been worse for you. I'm struggling to think of a way, but I'm sure it could have.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Is this some of them in defense mode? No, it's
No, it's any position.
Why would it? Why truly? Why would it?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Has to be all worms, does it? Also, that's 9.
I was about to say, that's Chao Feng's not out.
We're doing some strange math here. Okay, let's go 1, 2, 3 for Boxia. Boxia effect.
You synced with 3, so you get to shuffle 3 back.
Up to 3.
Well, I have Karma Cut for the Boxia at least.
Okay.
I'll pitch Seer, get rid of Boxia.
Sure. We'll tuck the math.
Yep, so he'll get shuffled, and then Seer effect, I will resurrect Skarm.
Yep, that was a little less impactful than I wanted. Looks like you're going to be
This is a
able
very
to get
simplified
to
game
Dante
state.
here. Okay, I guess I will pass turn here.
Okay, good soul charge. I'll draw.
Yep.
Main one.
Yep.
Normal tour guide. Skarm gets blown up.
Yep.
Let's go for Graph. Let's get off to the races here.
Yep.
Let's make Dante.
Yep.
Armory Arm doesn't have any like relevant effect. No, it doesn't. Okay. Graph. We'll mill 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing that matters too much. We'll trigger the Graph. We'll get a Seer.
Yep.
Yeah, I popped Skarm from Summoning Tour Guide, so I don't need Skarm this turn. Chiwen
Has to be
summons
Yang
itself. Yes, Yangzing specifically. That's what I was worried about. Thank you. I think we'll probably just go to battle here. There's not really much else to do. So we'll go 25 into 18 and then 16 direct.
Okay.
Bit shy from cleaning it up. Second main, that's it. Dante goes to defense. End phase, I'll trigger Skarm. I'm out of tour guides, so Graph is probably the next best one. Go ahead, buddy.
All right, we'll just set one and pass.
Main one. Let's start by milling for Dante.
Yep. Sheesh.
Okay. This is the funniest fucking shit. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna get to do this. I've never done this in my life. Normal Graph. I'm going to overlay for Grenosaurus.
No. Wait. Wait.
Now, the problem is, this doesn't clear Bixi exactly. So if you drew that, you're safe. But anything else, you're fucked. I think it's too good not to try it. So I'm going to go to battle. We'll attack. On attack deck, I'm going to DD Crow the Chi went out of your grave.
Okay. It is Suwani. These are both when you cans. Neither of these miss timing, right? That would be ridiculous.
This shouldn't miss timing because I believe. Well, actually, no, they shouldn't. I don't think either one would
No,
miss timing,
because
right?
they would have to meet their activation condition in the middle of a chain resolving, and both of these are
Right,
on open
exactly.
games.
And they're both activating at the same time.
Would
But
you
you're
like
dead here
to-
anyway? So
Would you like to activate an effect?
I would like to activate the effect of Grenosaurus if you'll allow me to do so.
Thinking. See, you can beat double creation. It's just that easy.
I just had to have all the cards out of my side deck and draw back row. Yeah, easy.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. Ooh, I don't know about this one.
Just draw that out.
Duality.
For the Alliance.
That's not what I meant. Oh God, buddy, be cool. You did this last time. Be cool, buddy.
Oh man. Oh, okay. So I don't have any access to my linear play. I hate this. I have to take Swati. I'm looking at Shadimp like, oh yes. But no, I have to take Swani here. It could be anything. Let's go 1, 2, back to you.
Fucking back row in this deck. I'll draw. Stand by.
All good.
I'll try it. Mathematician.
No response.
I'll dump Scarm. Pro combos back in early Duelist Alliance format here. Battle.
Yes.
Let's try it.
It's Suwani! Let's go grab...
No creation. That's a good check.
I know. Don't remind me. Grab Beyond.
Second main, I've got 2 back row and end phase trigger Scarm.
Yep.
Okay, no Shadow Imp. In addition to all of that, feel pretty good. We'll get the tour guide, and it's over to you, buddy.
Stand by me.
Yep.
Battle. Wah.
I'm fine with this. I'll take 100 and draw a card.
Yep.
Mathematician is such a crazy card.
It's a little good.
God. All right, I'll draw. Let's Allure of Darkness.
Sure.
I gotta think now. I think the move here is to banish a Seer. I'm just gonna set one and throw it back.
Interesting. Stand by main. Back to you.
This is boring as my turn, huh? I'll draw. I'm gonna sack Seer for Caius.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so Caius is mandatory, so I think he has to be chain 1, and then Seer is optional. So Caius 1 targeting probably the set in all honesty, and then Seer target Scarm.
I'll DD Crow targeting Scarm here. The set
We hit.
monster, it is Pualo.
Wow, okay. That's fine. I don't think I really care that much. Let's go in.
I take 8 here. Let's go get Chiwen.
It gives you tuner access, huh? Second main, I'll Foolish.
Sure.
I'm gonna dump Scarm.
Yeah.
And then end phase, I'll attempt to trigger Scarm.
That's fine.
We'll get tour guide.
Mm-hmm.
Over to you, buddy.
Stand by me.
This is like an actual game.
I'm chilling. I am still chilling.
Normal tour guide.
Sure.
Activate.
I'll maxi here.
Gross. That's fine. I'll get a graph.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go battle. Tour guide into Chiwen.
Sure. Chiwen. We'll grab Pulau.
All right. Caius into Pulau. Attack deck DD Crow the Chiwen.
Jeez Louise. You are just gonna cut me off tuners, huh?
That's the idea.
Pulau. Let's grab
another Chiwen.
I'm thinking about it. I think I'm actually gonna grab Suwani here.
I think I'm just gonna pass. Don't really want to give you another card.
Sure. I'll draw for turn. Stand by me. I'm gonna normal masked chameleon here.
The summon of chameleon is fine. We'd be activating the effect.
No, I do have a target. Yeah, let's go for Suwani.
Okay, I have Maxi.
Sure. We'll go chameleon, Suwani for Baxia. Baxia effect. We're gonna target this one.
I'll chain it. It's MST. Let's hit this one.
Sure.
Book, huh?
I'll book
Pretty
the
good against BA.
Caius.
Final answer?
Yeah. Let's switch Suwani to attack. Got engrave. A lot of really nice guys. Whoa, a lot of really nice guys. Ugh, this is kind of crusty. I could attack the graph. You could cycle through everything and get the Scarm trigger. I prefer that to you just having material, though. You're going to have material anyway. Let's go to battle.
Sure.
I'll go Suwani into the set. We'll go Baxia into TG.
Take 13 from this?
It's
no, I
500
take an
more,
extra 5, right? You can put a counter on that just so we remember.
Yeah, good idea. Second main, I'll set one. Back to you.
Sounds good to me. I'll draw. Stand by. I'm gonna try for Mathematician.
That's fine.
I'll dump a Scarm.
Yep.
Let's overlay for the man himself.
He has arrived. Thinking here.
Thinking on attack or defense still. I'll leave him in defense.
Sure.
And then I think I'm just gonna set 2 cards and chuck it back your way.
Draw for turn. Stand by me.
Thinking in standby.
Yep.
I think I have to. Standby, I'm gonna Wing Blast the Boxia.
Sure.
And then new chain trigger Seer, I'll get Scarm. And you may proceed.
Okay. Soul Charge. We are going to target Masked Chameleon Sunni Bian.
Final answer?
Yes.
Okay, I think to avoid getting blown out by MST, I'm gonna warning.
Sure, that's fine. I'm gonna set 1 and switch my board to defense. Back to you.
Normal tour guide.
Sure.
Grab graph.
Gotcha.
Let's try Alucard.
Alucard. Wow. That's new. I'm gonna have to time space that.
Okay, sounds good to me. As much as I would like to trigger graph, I am out of summonable targets, unfortunately. I'm gonna put Dante to attack. I'm gonna go battle. I'm gonna hit this one.
It is Bixie.
Okay, so I'll take 1,000. Dante goes to defense. Second main, I'm gonna go for Downerd.
Sure.
Set 1 and throw it back.
Stand by me. I'm gonna flip Suwani to attack and then pass it back.
I'm also so bad. I just realized I think I did the attacking thing because of Zeus.
You're like, hell yeah, we're gonna Zeus him out of this game.
It just has to be main phase 2. In my mind, I'm thinking I have to actually attack. So if that 1,000 life points matters, I'm gonna look real dumb. All right, that's fine. Shows how modern Yu-Gi-Oh works, I guess.
Mhm.
Main 1. I'm gonna go Downerd into the set, and on attack deck I have Vanities.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's Bixie, so.
Oh
Take
no.
7.
Yep.
Then after damage calc, I have to detach Dante. Trigger Dante.
Yes.
First time I've done this all game. I will get back the Seer.
Yep.
And then second main, I will just set another card and throw back.
Stand by me. Creation.
Sure.
MST, the new one.
I see. I will chain Karma Cut, pitching Seer.
Targeting.
I will target your Suwani.
Sure.
Vanities gets destroyed in a new chain. I do not get the Seer effect.
Am I willing to take 20? What is this? 25 here?
25.
Let's go Bixie to attack.
Wow, you're gonna go for it. Oh shit.
Show me the other vanities.
I'm gonna Wind Blast Creation.
Sure. We'll lose Bixie here. I'll take 23.
25.
Oh my god. And then we'll grab Beyond and attack here.
Downerd battled, so I do have to detach a material here. So I'm going to... I don't think it matters, because I don't have any material left.
Oh, we still have a Suwani in deck. I'll get that.
I'll just dump the Mathematician.
We'll go Suwani in.
Crash again, take 4. Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll take 4.
And Downerd loses its last material. I will opt not to activate Graph.
And we will grab Bixie. Back to you.
This is face up, is it not?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Dumb question. Can Downerd attack if I have no material?
Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't be able to.
I'll go for the 100, sure.
I'll take it. Bixie effect.
Yep.
We'll grab Chubin.
Figured that might be the case. Second main, go ahead.
Stand by me. It's kind of hoping to draw something better there. Back to you.
21 piercing.
Okay, I do have Compulse, finally. We found it out.
That's pretty good. All right. So she's gone. I have a back row. Go ahead.
Stand by me.
Yep.
Bian.
Yep. 16.
Back to you.
Go ahead.
I'm calling it.
That 1,000 life points is coming up.
It is.
Shit. I'll Karma Cut the BN. I don't have a choice.
This is pretty rough, dude.
Yeah.
Sure. Second main, I'll set
Your BN engrave is
back to you. Yeah.
I'll draw. I'll set. Go ahead.
Stand by me. Go ahead.
What a game. Oh my god.
Wow. I have to think about this one. You've still got targets?
I do.
Oh my God, how do you
I have a
possibly
target, I
select
think.
targets?
Let me, okay, wait. Let me check.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a graph.
Okay. I will.
But I do have
shatter
targets.
here.
No! Why would you do this? Fuck it.
We ride. Oh, vanities on attack deck. Okay, yeah, sure.
Go.
Stand by me.
Yep.
Beyond.
You just fucking drew it!
Attack.
No! Yep.
Alright, back to you.
There's a card that does it. The fucking 1,000. I wouldn't be dead if it wasn't for the 1,000! I'm literally dead. I'm dead. Yeah. I'm curious if I would live if I had 1,000 life points, but I will concede.
I will normal Solemn War or Maxi here to kill you.
That would kill me, yes, because I'd be at 19.
Oh.
Okay, so I had Wind Blast and another Vanities.
Oh!
Show me BLS. That wasn't gonna do it.
If it makes
Show
you
me
feel
BLS.
better, I do have the warning.
You had warning. Okay, there was a Chaos Sword. I had
figuring-
Chaos
I
Sword
was like,
BLS still in the deck
Your
somewhere.
entire deck is like gas at this point. It's the last card!
Protagonist powers failed me this
Oh
time at
my
the hands of the fucking Yangzings. Oh my god.
Holy fuck.
That was a hell of a game three though. Holy shit.
That was a goof and a gaff. It was a spoof and a laugh. We got to see everyone resolve vanities, I think, this match. So this was a weird one for sure. But I am glad we actually set these two against each other. Because at least at this point in BA's history, and also in Yangzing's, eventually they get Zephyr Nui, and the deck completely transforms to be actually good. You know, they get Yazi, they get Xiaofeng. But at this point, there was a pretty easy way to beat both of these decks, which was attack every single monster in their deck until they are dead. And that was kind of the only way to win. These two...
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I was gonna, not to cut you off. So the thing is, Satellar had Abyss Dweller, right?
Satellar had Abyss Dweller. Shadal had Winda. And, you know, every deck had access to, you know, Vanities to prevent that from happening. This metagame, the Burning Abyss, Shadal, Satellar, Yangzing, in quotes, metagame, was, I think, the advent of our modern conception of how floating works. You know, we'd seen it just a little bit previously with cards like the TGs, with cards like Reborn Tengu, but now we are getting to the point where you are going to have to cycle through, if you don't have a card that interrupts their game plan, every single card in both of these decks. And good luck, I guess I would say, if you're trying to play a little fairer. I mean, TG was strong enough to win a YCS just on the back of repeated special summonable guys. Guess what happens when you get two decks that are willing to go through every card in the deck during the battle phase? You know, you don't even have to wait till your next turn. It's a powerful defensive move that can put together some really, really strong end boards. We saw in this one, at the point in the game where I'd gone through all my Yangzings, you'd gone through all your Burning Abysses, every single card remaining in the deck was a game winner, right? They were game-winning floodgates like Shadimp and Vanity's Emptiness. They were game-winning draw spells like Yangzing Path. They were sweepers like Darkhold. They were playmakers like Soul Charge. They were powerful bosses like BLS and Chaos Sork. If you got to the late game against one of these decks, jeez Louise, I mean, God help you.
This deck also not running Soul Charge, by the way. Just want to point that out.
Why
two
would
games,
you? I mean,
or two matches. You're playing Soul Charge. I'm not. Clearly, that's the issue here. But it must be a skill issue, clearly. But I'm sort of looking back on this because there's a couple things I could have done differently. I haven't played BA in a while, so I think the biggest issues was that you were keeping me off Dante for the first half of the game, and so it was really hard for me to stick it. And then the problem was, once the Seer Dante loop sort of broke, then that was like what made me run out of gas. Because you really start to see the big flaw of early BA is that there's 3 names, and once they're gone, that's it. There is nothing else you can do. And these are arguably the 3 best ones. Seer gets back from grave, Graf summons from deck, Scarm searches from deck to get you Tour Guide on the next turn. I mean, we had no issue of just cycling through all these cards at rapid speed. The issue was just the fact that there were so many times where I'm thinking, damn, if I just had a Farfa. Damn, if I just had a Calcab to like mess with your back row. Damn, if I just had like Barbar to burn you to death, right? Like
Barbar
we don't get those names to
literally won the game every single time.
Yeah.
I mean, once you get
Easily.
Barbar, BA starts to have a game plan versus decks like this one, which is if you start barbaring on turn 1, you can resolve it 10 times and win, right? You can like maybe resolve it 5 times and Nightmare Shark them to death. But
absolutely.
No, at this point, it is, you know, people think back to BA having 3 Scarm, 3 Seer, 3 Graf, and they go, how did it ever lose? Here's how. Without the utility monsters, you were just summoning assholes. And as long as I keep you off Dante and you keep me off Baxia, we're kind of just looking at each other.
Exactly. And I think one of the big determining points was when I Wind Blasted the creation, because I had to pitch Chaos Sork, and I was keeping Chaos Sork because the first light I had in my graveyard all game was Dante. And so I was in this weird decision where if I Wind Blast the creation, then it's going to be this annoying situation where I'm not going to be able to Chaos Sork. And Chaos Sork is a big body, it banishes the Yangzing so they don't trigger, but I figured if I'm gonna let you go that far and then you're able to go for like a Boxia play or something, then Boxia triggers on summon and I'm not able to Wind Blast that in response to interact with it, and then at that point I probably just lose the game.
It's also like if I was starting the line with Bixie, and if I make the Boxia with Bixie, it's trap immune, and like what the hell do you do to that, right?
Right, exactly. Which a lot of the removal in the BA deck is through the form of the traps, and so without those, it's a rough time. Also, my deck, because I was playing, I sided out of it, and maybe I shouldn't have, honestly, because maybe that was my demise, but honestly, I felt the deck ran a lot smoother without it. The early stages of BA, they ran Rank Up Magic Astral Force to go into all the cope, like Constellar Pleiades, to go into Crimson Knight, Vampire Bram, Volcasaurus, Tyrus, Keeper of Genesis, and like, that's fine.
Four targets, my lord.
Yeah, no, there's 2 Pleiades as well.
Good,
so
good.
5 of the cards in my extra deck could have been other utility 3s. Oh, and also, sorry, Gaia Dragon's in here as well. So 6 of my extra deck slots could have been other 3s to potentially help me navigate some of the situations a little bit better here. I'm not sure what the rank 3 pool looked like at this exact juncture, but at the very least it would have had a 3rd Dante, a second Downward minimum, and then there are some other ones that they start playing later on once they start scrapping the Astral Force stuff, which I don't know, it could have helped for what it's worth, and so maybe it was incorrect to side it out, but I don't know. I felt like the deck ran so much better when I didn't have to worry about possibly drawing that card with no access to like Dante or anything. As good as Pleiades is, I don't know. So maybe that was my mistake in side decking, but I am happy we did this.
The Yangzings to miss timing. It's an and if you do, but that's so funny. It would have been funny.
No,
I am happy we did these, and this is not the last. Like the last time, we'll be seeing from either of these decks. Yangzing gets Zephyr Nui when the Zephyr stuff comes out. It's a huge boon of the archetype and makes it the combo centric Chads that you know today. And BA gets a tuner, a removal spell, monster negation, back row bouncing, an extra deck monster that lays on top of Dante and does everything you ever want. I mean, we're gonna see BA for the next what?
Probably. Maybe we should redo this match with the new support, buddy. That sounds like a fun idea.
Whoa! Hey! I mean, of course I would win it, but let's think logically here. I mean, you wouldn't want to wear the viewers' attention spans out, would you?
That's true. We have to think of the viewers. Always thinking of the viewers. So guys, that's going to wrap it up for another video. I really hope you all enjoyed. Let's go ahead and shout the patrons for all of their continued support. So shout out to Shoutout1317, Mono, Tim00x3, Cameron Smith, MBT Play Medolce, Chaotic Meatball Part 2, Pony Starks, The Synchro Guy, Dan the Man Hoban, I ship MBT and Simo, Draconic Phoenix the Immortal, Jordan Coons, Iron Bladesman, Jesse Wood, Chris Hood, David Liu, Dylan Hunter, Cody Bretz, John Two-Based, Extremely Vulgar Man, Brody Eastwood, Zerius Business, MBT Caught Injecting His Fairy Lily, Carlos DT, Flannel Daddy, Valen Jackson, Hornet, Aren't You Glad I Didn't Say Alpha Tribute Ben 10, TC Gaming, thanks for the sleeve stat, Matthew Brady, Max, Twinkle Muncher, Eater of Crayons, Luabon, Yodabon, Helios 515, Simo's Chaos Cooking Draft, MBT funding the Iris with his Rothschild Wealth, that's his Roth IRA, Simping for Simo, Stolfin Amethyst, Nicholas Carpenter, Simo's Harem of Sexy YugiTubers, LGMBTQ, Nim Noodle, Malbranch of the Burning Tunnel, Stella and Zoa Vermilion, Wonder Waffle, James Keen, Skull Servant, and the Wandering Doomed are boyfriends. MBT cancel by all community soon, cancel by all committee soon, cancel by all players soon. Not reading cards makes the game interesting, and you know it. The MBT and MBT Yu-Gi-Oh! Stands for Morbin Time, The Undertaker versus Simo and MBT, Dalton, Hunter Reed, Shrug Zyx, The Crystal Beast Enthusiast, ITF, Corvain, Dark Echo, TG Starman, Seamoose Engage, Viso the V, Wacky Waving, Arm Failing Inflatable, 2 men selling crudely painted, not so funny plywood cutout folk art, and hatformat.com. Thank you so much for watching the video, and we will see you next time.
Snapping packs makes me feel alive. I flip 'em up, see what's inside. Should I pick up a spiral and get more zoos? I'm letting Twitch chat choose. I feel Nova's anchor as I summon dangers. I can feel the chaos starting right now.
And welcome back once more to what yet again may be the last episode of Season 3. I'm, of course, Hardleg Joe, joined as always by the Queen Elizabeth II of YugiTube, Golden Nova.
And I'm ruling in hell, baby. I've got my scepter. I'm ready to make all kinds of decrees. I'm gonna start calling souls in it. I'm I'm gonna start making sure everyone, all souls are converted to bangers and mash. It's gonna be a fun time.
Are you gonna chumbly a wuzzard on a sticky wicket?
Only if I can pair it with a hurly-whirly.
It's a weird thing, right? Because, like, I get it on one hand, where it's like, yeah, someone died. Maybe everyone deserves a little bit of respect. But at the same time, I'm also like, well, they're dead. I mean, they're not going to feel anything from it at this point.
I think there's certainly a lot of levels to it, right? Like, if someone was kind of an asshole, yeah, you know, don't dogpile them after their death, you know, if they just said some, like, mean things over their lifetime. And while the legitimate power of the monarchy has been on the downturn for quite some time, it's still a position that demands a lot of respect, and you could have done a lot more while you were alive to help the common folk instead of just living off of a lot of the tax dollars. So, fuck it.
Yeah,
make fun of Queen Elizabeth. Make
really
fun of the entire institution. It's all good. It's moral. It's moral to do so.
Like I said, it really is this thing where it's like, you know, on the one hand, the British Empire did do a lot of shit. On the other hand, the monarchy's mostly kind of just like a representational thing, but it's representational of some pretty awful shit. So it's like,
absolutely. What is it? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled is convincing people he didn't exist, and the second biggest trick he ever pulled was convincing people that monarchs were good for anything.
Yeah.
They're an institution. Like, an institution of what, though? Like, colonialism, slavery? Like, no, I don't care.
Yeah, just like, when it brings in tourist money. Like, but you spend millions of dollars. She owns all this land and owns all this land.
And the humanist angle is, yes, Queen Elizabeth had relatives who are devastated by her loss. I do not want to directly attack that specifically, but I am not going to, like, disown all of, like, legitimate concerns about what that institution did to the world over some people's legitimate grieving over it. I think I think you can have both.
Yeah. Well, plus, I mean, the realistically, right, like, I could, obviously, like, King Charles is probably grieving for the loss of his mother, but he's not going to see my tweets. He's probably doesn't look at anyone's tweets.
They're so insulated from the rest of the world, it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah. And even then, you know, it's like, oh, someone made fun of my mother. That's a pity. Anyway, time to get in my royal jet and fly off to meet with the King of Sudan. Yeah, I don't know if Sudan has a king. I don't think anywhere has a king except for England and Saudi Arabia these days.
No, I actually think it's appropriate because I think that you might think other countries have kings just to, like, be all like, I'm networking. It's a normal thing for kings to exist. See?
You know, it's funny, too, how many people romanticize, like, you know, the British aristocracy and stuff, but no one's all like, I want to see the royal harem of Saudi Arabia. How romantic.
Yeah, wow, it's almost like there's some deep cultural, like,
awfulness
things stuck in our brains because of a certain institution of power.
Yeah. I saw this thing too where it's like Nancy Pelosi like gives her well wishes to the Queen, and it's like, of all the things that the founding fathers are probably rolling in their graves. It's like, how dare you? Those are our enemies. We fought to not have to give well wishes to the Queen.
No! We specifically did not want that! We didn't waste all this tea just for you to go around and putting flags at half-masts for monarchs! We want you to put it at half-mast for slave-owning landowners. That's what it was meant to be!
Anyway, we hope you enjoyed that. A lot of people like, I want the podcast. Like, if we had a podcast, half the time it would be this, half the time it would be talking about Dune.
Yes, exactly.
I'm curious how much of the audience is up for both of those things. Comment in the comments, I guess. In the meantime, go ahead and put up the ban list from that last time, Jules. If you missed it somehow, we have put another floodgate biting the dust. And hopefully this time, we're going to put another one on the list.
Doubtful. I know that I had my fun last time. I really did want to win with my pet deck this time around. But now, your fate has been sealed, Hardleg. The deck that I've crafted has no weakness. Its power reaches beyond the stars. I failed to see whatever puny combination of cards you could put together that could defeat all of this.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out as we go into the pool zone and see what kind of pools we got. Alakazam!
Alright, we're back here again. I was worried that maybe we wouldn't be back here again, but we've survived, and we've kept most of our deck intact. I mean, we've still got a couple other decks we could try out. I'm not sure if I should stick with what's winning, or if I should keep Nova on his toes by switching around. But the Dark Hero Orchest engine is still completely online, even if we just lost one of our floodgates. We still have all the Dragon Ruler stuff, which is probably the better deck. And just the, rituals, metal foes, there's a whole bunch of stuff we could do, and only time will tell. But let's flip this up. Will we finally get a DM staple? No, we're probably never going to get ourselves a graceful charity or anything. But Ceasefire's not bad. We can make a burn deck. You want to try to make a burn deck this week? Sure.
Alright, well, we tried our best. I really thought we had something despite not getting Tamer Editor, but now it's where things get, I don't want to say serious, because we were serious last episode, but now we have to let go of some things. Gladiator Beasts are my heart and soul, but time has moved on. Now, we're pulling for Orchest, we're pulling for Pendulums, we're pulling for whatever warrior toolbox extravaganza we can get. So, without further ado, we're opening up Dark Beginnings 1 to pull a super powerful card. God, you get one graceful charity and all of a sudden this thing starts being really picky with us. I don't know, I guess Fissure is technically a removal. Let's go ahead and grab that.
Dark Revelations. What will you... Oh, hey! There's the third skill drain. That was the other deck I was seriously considering, was skill drain Dragon Rulers. I'll probably still need more dragons to make it work, but that'd be having 3 of those. Might as well ban another floodgate, just get it out of here. Just have a fun time.
Star Strike Blast! Hey! Well, we can't take that Vanities. Droll, though. What's our Droll count? Droll's a floodgate, but I wouldn't call it, ridiculously oppressive. I think we'll take the Droll. Unless there's, a monster that's banishing my cards. I don't think there is. We're gonna grab Droll.
Dabs in the chat. Dark Revelation for the useless one. This might help me survive a little bit more. Yeah, let's try that.
Alright, Legendary Collection 2. There's some snazzy things in here that we had to skip over from the beginning. What is the grab? Super Polymerization. Super Polymerization. Super Polymerization. Super Polymerization. Super Polymerization.
The Duelist Genesis. Book of Eclipse. It's a pretty nice removal card.
Extreme Force!
He's sold.
I'm the birthday boy. I'm a little birthday boy. It's my birthday and I got a present on my birthday.
Legendary Collection 2. This has every GX card worth playing in it, including Super Polymerization. Is that a Super Polymerization? I have a Verte, ladies and gentlemen. I can make use of the Super Polymerization.
Genesis Impact! Wow, Nightmare Griffin is a cool link for, but not necessarily a useful link for. Quadrantids is the one that we don't have out of our gigantic Drytron list. We have Draconids, so we could get Quadrantids just to, fill up our,
our Ruin Force OTK. But there's also Griffin, which is... Actually, Griffin is pretty stacked because it stops non-linked monsters from using their effects. Or non-linked special summon monsters. I could see us doing something really stupid with that. I was really stupid with that, actually. No, we're gonna grab the Griffin. We're gonna grab the Griffin here.
When the origins are primal. Oh, hey, O-Lion? O-Lion. We're taking that.
Alright, last set. Ancient Guardians. Boy, Septentrion actually sucks. There's no really good card. Musica doesn't do anything, does it? Yeah, just check Sulfachord Pendulum monster cards you control, so... That's not gonna work out. We only have two Luster Pendulums, so we could get our third Luster Pendulum. I'm not really feeling anything else in here. So let's grab the third Luster Pendulum, and wow, that's a thing, not going to lie. We pulled some really cracked cards today, though. Like, there's some disappointing ones, and we're not even done with our rerolls yet. So before I get too in-depth, let's go ahead and save all of this to the collection. And then let's go ahead and see what we can wrangle up.
And finally, Ancient Guardians. Ooh. That's like the worst one. Yeah, let's just take the Pot of Riches. So there we go, a pretty solid set of monsters and spells and stuff, including Super Polymerization and Skill Drain. Let's save that to our collection.
Alright, it's time for this week's bonus packs, and I couldn't have asked for a more over-the-top set to open up than this. For those of you who remember the dark days when you could only summon extra deck monsters to extra monster zones, a ton of Link monsters were made across a variety of archetypes to help facilitate that kind of thing, and a lot of them ended up being exceedingly broken. This set has Auroradon, it has Hulk, it has Vert. We have 5 chances to pull some of the most game-warping cards in the entire game, and we're starting with this one, so, flip them up. Okay, so Almirage is the pick out of this one, right? We don't have an Almirage yet, and it turns a bunch of our normal summons into, like, we can send to the grave instantly. I forgot to turn this to the Chaos mode, so I have to note all these down, so Almirage.
Alright, and for episode 18, the bonus packs, 5 of Dual Overload, which has Halqifibrax on the cover. So if we're gonna add Hulk into this series, now is the chance. And we did not. We got a Cyber Dragon Infinity. I don't think... What do I have as far as... I think I have the other one. I'm just not sure if I have a way to make it. No, I don't. Okay, so that makes it pretty clear. We're just going to go for the Saravius. The Saravius is the best one here. It's another ritual. It's another dragon. Helps me prevent from being targeted. Let's try that.
Pack number 2. Oh, Kagari is in here. Beautiful. We need Kagari for that Sky Striker setup.
Okay, pack number 2. Ooh. Alright, a lot of people voting for the cute baby bunny corn, so we're going to take that one. It's actually number 2. There should be a Saravius down here.
Alright, pack number 3. Infinity is in here. We can't make it, I don't think, because we don't have, like, Cyber Dragon Nova. Yeah, and I don't know if there's a way to make it otherwise, but... Oh, no, Nova is the one that makes Infinity. That's what we're saying here. So we'll grab Infinity in case we're into Nova. So yeah, we'll grab Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Okay, pack number 3. Well, I mean, I guess that makes my choice for me, doesn't it? Unless, does this do anything? Tribute this card, set 2 holes with different names, one from your deck, one from... Yeah, I don't have enough holes to make that work. So we get the Anima anyway.
Try number 4. Okay, this one's not exactly overflowing with value, but we could get a Saravis. Yeah, I think Saravis is the pick here.
Okay, pack number 4. Ooh. Phantasme. Phantasme is a dragon. I think we're gonna take the dragon. We're gonna take the dragon. All right. Last pack of Dual Overload. Will we get a Hulk? No. No, we get a Celine. I'm not sure if I have enough stuff for this, because I've been collecting spellcasters, but not a whole lot of them. What does this thing do? Send cards to the top of your opponent up to the number they control. This is special summoned. You can mill. Okay. Yeah, I think we just take Celine. I think Celine's just the best thing. We've already got 3 Swap Frog. We don't have any zombies. We don't have any Malefics. So, a bit underwhelming for our last bonus pack. But we got some dragons. They might be able to help us.
Okay. Last pack of Dual Overload. We haven't seen, like, the cards out of this set. This is our last chance. And we're still not going to get them. Sahasrara, we don't have a way to effectively make because it requires worms specifically, which we don't have. M-Frame is a good reptile card in a deck that we don't have. DDD is a deck that we've given up on, which leaves us with getting Fuma to, you know, round out our 6 Samurai stuff. I think the Kagari and the Almirage were more than worth it. So let's go and add these to the card pool, and we're actually not done yet. Because we've got Chaos Packs. That's right. With 9 coins, we can basically get more of these every episode until we win this thing, which I guess we have one more chance at these. We've pulled some powerful stuff out of here. We can owe a lot of our success, actually, to Astral Karibo coming out of these packs specifically. Let's hope we can get Cyber Dragon Nova to round out our Cyber Dragon Infinity, or any other big cards. I hear that Verte is in this set. Flip. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab the Eclipse Wyvern. It's time for pack number 2, and it has, well, there's Utopia. There's the strongest fusion monster ever made! Yeah, let's go ahead and grab Dragontron. Pack number 3, well, there's an instant fusion. Gates to the Dark World are not going to work out. Hey, there's Trihorn Dragon! There's our boy! I think we get the second instant fusion. Yeah, let's grab that. Let's grab that. Alright, pack number 4. Exodius, the most powerful of them all. I guess we get our 3rd Eclipse Wyvern, so we don't have to worry about that anymore, and we can just do that. So, let's grab Eclipse Wyvern. Alright, last one. Give us something silly. Hey, another Crooked Cook. I guess we'll take Volt Tester just to sate all of your wishes. Well, yeah, I guess this was a chaos pack. I didn't actually recontextualize stuff. But the main pulls are where it was at today. Let's go ahead and get into deck building and make something just truly heinous.
Alright, I know some of you are going to be a little disappointed, but we are back on Dragon Rulers. And we're playing this for a number of reasons. One, I think Nova's going to expect the Orcust D heroes, and he might side preparing for that. And I don't want to run into something like a Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. 2, I don't think that deck is as good as it may seem. I think it mostly won because Nova was on Gladiator Beast instead of something a little bit more competent. That deck, even though it has like 9 starters, still has a bunch of high-level monsters that can really brick you if they get in your hand, as we saw in the previous episode. And 3, the Dragon Rulers have improved a lot since we last played them. We have a couple more baby rulers, and I'm realizing that the babies are almost better than the big ones, because those are what allow us to get 2 level 7s on the field, so that we can make our combo of this with the Star Steel Regulator. And the thing about that combo is it has gotten better, because if I can make that and still have, like, basically normal summon anything, or get in the position where I can special summon Draco, which is searchable with the storms, I can use it to make the guard dragons, and then summon a Morphage Sloth from the deck. And not only have a big unstoppable boss monster, but also a floodgate that keeps Nova out of the extra deck. One of the things that might be able to get over the World Gears of Theological Demiurgy. We're also playing Skill Drain. This doesn't really help this, because this is affected by spells and traps. It's just unaffected by monsters' effects. But under Skill Drain, having a 3500 is pretty strong. And the Dragon Rulers, not only does Skill Drain not really bother them, they get stronger. Because normally when you summon them, they return to your hand at the end of the opponent's turn. But with skill drain up, we can just keep this 2800 beater, and with Dragon Ravine, we can basically ensure another dragon every single turn, and just keep stacking up blasters and then Tempests to just get so much more damage that Nova's not going to be able to deal with it. We also have 3 Dragon Ravine now, plus Terraforming, which makes this very consistent. We've got Red Eye's Darkness Metal Dragon. We've got 2 Saravius, which is actually pretty good in this deck, because one of the few things that, again, can get over a World Gears or a Star Steel is something like Change of Heart, which does target. The fact that we have a hand trap that can negate Change of Heart and can then be used in the graveyard to summon the dragons, just very nice. We're also playing the Ascendant of Thunder now. This is a free level 7 you can special summon. So if we open with like a Dragon Ruler and 2 other dragons plus this, that's full combo. A baby dragon plus any other dragon in this, full combo. 2 of these, full combo. Although it'll cost 6,000 life points, and we don't really want to do that. I'm also a little bit more cognizant of the fact that I can make these level 8 and level 5 synchros by searching out the tuners, normal summoning them. If Nova runs over Starsteel Regulator, that's a Link 3 in the graveyard for Borreload Savage Dragon. So I have follow-up, and I also have Fallen of Albaz. If he gets something like a Dingirsu that can't be destroyed, can't be dealt with easily, I can use this to fusion summon with his monsters and make a Titaniclad. Or if he's on a dark deck like Orcust, we've got the Starving Venom in the side, which is another candidate for this. This is when it's summoned, discard a card, fusion summon with itself, and a monster on the opponent's side of the field. Can be any kind of monster. So something like this that's 2 dark monsters on the field. This is dark. Dingirsu, I believe, is dark. It might be light. I hope it's dark. But yeah, well, we've got a whole lot of plays. We got a whole lot of stuff. And if we can just deck thin and search our way through to get to the skill drain, once we activate that late game when we have a bunch of dragons in the graveyard, it's pretty much over. And with how many dragons we're playing, we're almost guaranteed to draw a handful of dragons. If we draw Terraforming or this, that just gets any of these turned into dragons, essentially. Gold Sark, that's searching you a dragon. Twin Twisters, Compulse, and this are the only non-dragons. And if any of these prove to be not great, we can side these out. We do have at least 1 more dragon. We have a level 7 we can search. We got Kaijus in case Nova's on a rival cyber strategy or the Goki power load. We can put these in. We happen to have 2 of the Radiants, which just happen to be 7, so if we get 2, we can give him 1 and then get a 7 on our side of the field. We've also got Dark Hole, the 3rd Twin Twister, the Giant Trunade. These kind of switch out. Sometimes this is better, sometimes this is better. It depends what Nova has. And then if we get into a grind game, we've got Return from a Different Dimension, which I originally was main decking, but I rarely activated it. I usually ended up just discarding it for Dragon Ravine because that was better. And we've got the 3 Dark Hole. If Nova makes us go second, if he's got a bunch of negates or just a bunch of stuff on the field, then these will come in. I'm very confident about what we've got here. It's a very solid list, and if this can't do it, I don't think anything else will. But only time will tell as we go into the duels. Or Nova's profile, depending on what order Jules put this in.
Well, I've got to apologize to anyone who thought we were getting an episode 19 in this series, because the competition is basically over. Presenting Goki Orcust, the closest thing to a constructed deck we've ever played here. The Gokis are as powerful as they've ever been, and with some new additions that we just got, we can build some boards that are basically unbeatable. The idea is that we cycle through all of them using E-Soul as a bridge to summon more material, ending on a Power Load Ogre. Once we have that, we're going to try and link up the Virus Swordsman line into a Virus Berserker, summoning up more material, and then right below the Power Load Ogre, we're going to drop a Nightmare Griffin. This is particularly powerful because unlike when Griffin is summoned in the extra monster zone, with Power Load Ogre in the EMZ, we are giving Hardleg no arrows to work with, and thus no linked zones, effectively being a skill drain for all of his special summoned monsters until he can establish a link monster to link those monsters to. And because we're running the Orcust line, any spare material can be turned into a Link 2 Nightmare, which can turn into Mermaid, which gets the whole line onto the board. This means a Girsu for extra protection, or as removal that is non-targeting and non-destruction. This is solid. We have equip spells like Arfaduder to deal with back row, Premature for revival, United We Stand to really push for game, and Power of the Guardians to act as an in-between between offense and defense. The rest of the deck is glued together by all the warrior extenders that we've been pulling, being all searchable by Rhoda. We have the Photon Thrashers, the Goblinberg, there's a Marauding Captain in here, Super Agents in here as kind of like a high rolly special summon. We have Armageddonite as a warrior that can by itself get the Orchest combo online. And Gofu, because even though we're playing a 46 card deck, just in case we rip this off the top, that's full combo right there without even using our normal summon. Yeah, I don't know what to tell all of you. It's been a real nice trip. I was looking forward to open up everything past Ancient Guardians, but I've had my time toying with Hard Leg. Now, it's all about victory. I'll see all of you in the final battle.
Alright, time to transform and roll out. Yes, and I get to go first. Will I brick? No! No, I did not brick. Okay.
Oh well.
I think I can do this.
We'll just have to destroy you legitimately then.
I just have to believe. Okay. Dragon Ravine.
Ooh, alright.
We are gonna go ahead and activate the Dragon Ravine.
Are we doing Tomahawk again?
Yeah, we're doing Tomahawk again.
Incredible. Okay, good. No, at first I was disappointed in disbelief, but I'm like, no, I need to defeat you at your strongest.
I'm glad that you agree this is the strongest deck, because I think after that last show, there's a lot of people who think otherwise. And I'm like, no, I feel like that the Destiny Hero Orchest is fine, but I feel like the only reason it really won was because of you playing Gladiator Beasts.
I'm not gonna lie, there was a better possibility I would have had more answers to it.
Yeah.
But we don't live in that reality, so who can say?
Yeah, instead we're going for this. We're going to Galaxy Tomahawk. Oh, and I had a joke I was going to do and I forgot. I got so excited.
I hate when that happens.
It's fine.
Jokes, why can't you just stay like preloaded in RAM for just a second?
Hopefully I do this again. Okay. So we're going to Starsteel Regulator. You're familiar with this. We're going to World Gears of Theological Demiurgy.
Big.
And then we're going to Tempest. We'll go ahead and banish those two. The One Piece is real. How come Blaster didn't trigger? I didn't... Oh, I did summon it.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Well,
that would have been a sick normal summon, though.
Yeah. I could have had it... I could have done more. I could have had a V8. Well, okay, I guess we just end on that.
Unfortunately, all you did was tap into the power of the sun.
I thought I had more, and no. There is more to this combo. I can do it if I don't fuck it up.
Alright, let's do with Gofu.
Okay.
I like them. I think they're neat.
Gofu can do.
Okay,
So what kind of crazy links can you build?
A link into the brains.
Into the brains!
Delicious brains. Alright, so just to get some zones going on here, let's go ahead and make it the Isolde.
Alright.
And begin the process of accruing 1 billion pieces of advantage.
Just 1 billion trillion. I will do something too.
Oh yeah, your stupid crown.
Yeah. The monarchy lives in me.
The monarch.
The monarch.
Look, honey, I get it. The crown is very wonderful looking, but you have to stop throwing it around like that. Okay, so we get that off of the Isolde. We get the rematch off of one of the Gokis. And then we grab Headbat off of the other one.
The Gokis are just so nutty. Big nut.
Whoa, hold on there. Okay, that being the case, let's go ahead and see if we can answer that with a
Nightmare Cerberus.
A Kerberos?
Pitching the Kerberos. Get rid of the World Crown.
Well, I guess I gotta do that.
Alright.
Such a pity. I can't believe I messed this up. I'm wondering, was there a way I could have done this and I just didn't see it? Did I need to send something else? Or was it just doomed regardless? Ah, sadness. It's fine. I've got follow-ups. Who says I don't? Cowards, that's who.
Well, see, the issue with that is that you would need to have a turn in which you would get a follow-up. And I don't plan on letting that be a reality.
OTK times?
Oh, buddy. I'm gonna get big chomblers going on here.
Gokies.
Bum,
So
bum,
curious,
ba-dum,
I
bum.
remember from the very beginning, MBT was trying to build Gokies in Season 2, and he just could not get everything together. I'm just wondering if were your pools better than his? Or was there some set that we opened that made this better?
You know, that is an interesting question that I would actually, not sarcastically, I think it'd be cool if someone in the comments, did, a play-by-play and, I guess it doesn't even matter if it's a play-by-play, just checking our pools and seeing what the comparison was between the two of them.
Yeah, I think the only thing really is potentially you might have more access to reinforcements of the army, because that was in one of those side sets we opened, because we both ended up with 3 of it.
That would definitely help, yeah.
So being able to search more warriors out. I am curious, I forget if I talked about this in the deck building. No, I think this was just on stream, but I was thinking for Season 2, maybe instead of using all regular packs, use mostly the Master packs from Master Duel, or the Secret packs, rather.
Yeah.
That are more archetype themed, so you get more targeted stuff, and then maybe mix those in with some reprint sets, so we still have access to things like Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity or whatever at small numbers.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I remember that you had some reservations about that at the time. Did you find a way around what you were thinking about that?
Nope.
Okay.
I figured I'd just throw it out and see what the people think, down in the comments while you're comboing off. Because there's a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, trust me, y'all got time. You can go down in there and type your stuff out.
Yeah, just go ahead. Just have a nice... No, my field! I wanted that.
Yeah, that's why I got rid of it.
Yeah.
You have discerned my my tactics.
I'm sitting here with spell trap removal in my hand, should have gotten rid of that.
That would have been pretty good.
That would have been. That's clearly not what you're doing. Let me look at your graveyard here. Very little. So what? 4,000. 23. Oh, you're still going.
Oh yeah.
Nightmare Unicron. And the giant Trunade. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
How do you still have 5 cards in your hand?
Because we didn't ban any Gokis for some reason.
It's fine. I got stuff to deal with this.
Oh, good. I'm glad you do.
And then you just send these 3 to make Adignister a rival, Cybers.
You figured me out.
It's like Figure It Out, that old TV show on that thing with that guy. We've all been there.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do...
And the premature burial.
And the premature. I just couldn't quit. I couldn't quit the advantage.
Couldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Not at this juncture. Nightmare Griffoon. Another one.
Another one.
Well.
Alright, let's run over that big bungler over there.
I'm not dead. I'm just mostly dead.
We're effectively dead.
There's large parts of me that are dead.
It's the kind of dead you feel after clocking in for your 8th shift in a row with no break.
Yep.
Truly, the soul has been drained.
What is this? Let's see. Special summon monsters cannot activate. Okay. But okay. Well, I'm just going to surrender because I don't have... Okay. We're gonna try that again. We're gonna try that again and see a little bit better stuff. We're gonna see if we can get a little bit high. Can we get higher, you know? Let's try it. I'm gonna go first. I'm gonna see if I can do this.
Good luck. You're going to need it.
I have massive regret.
Oh no!
I have, I could have had a V8.
Yeah, we could have had a good old motorcycle engine over here. Instead, we chose the tomato soup. Soup drink.
We're gonna special summon the Ascendant of Thunder.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a way to get to...
We're going to set a couple cards and pass the turn.
Okay. Well... Let's see what those face downs are.
Nothing all that useful. So you got Photon. You're thrashing.
I'm thrashing over here.
I guess I gotta do this now.
Skilly D!
Just turn off everything!
That's actually really bad for me. That actually, sucks.
Now, can you make a rank 4? Do you have Crazy Box in your thing? Do you have a rank 4 that can get over the Ascendant of Thunder?
Would you be surprised if I said that I ended up not running a lot of the rank 4s from before?
Huh. Interesting. I mean, you're playing Thrasher. I guess it's just for links and stuff.
It's a great warrior.
Yeah.
It's really good for that. Oh, wow, actually, yeah, that bites. That bites hard. Oh, no.
When the skill is drained!
Oh, wow. Okay, well, I suppose I brought this upon myself, right? Like, I put on myself on a crusade to get rid of all the floodgates. And boy, howdy, is that a floodgate we want to get rid of. Let's do... This is a little crusty. We'll do Virus Berserker.
Ah, good. I'll just go ahead and summon Phantasme.
Alright, never mind. This has made things a lot worse.
+1, then shuffle cards up to the number of link monsters. Okay, I will shuffle this back. I'm glad that all activates in the hand. I was worried that if I skill drained before you did that, I wouldn't be able to do it.
It's a little wild. It's a little wild.
So wild and crazy kids, you know. Wild and crazy kids. Okay, let's Dragon Ravine.
Alright.
Let us... No, I don't want to normal summon that. What do we send? I think we discard Blaster to send... Yeah, I think we just send... Oh, wait, no. Oh, wait, no. Okay.
Oh,
like,
wait,
I could get this, and then I would have a powerful effect, except for Skill Drain turns off all my effects. We're fine. We're gonna start blasting.
Alright.
I'm gonna banish these two. We've got this. We're going to use Tempest.
Searching.
We're going to search out... I think we're just gonna get a drafts for next turn.
Hey everyone, it's me! I'm the little dragon ruler Drafts!
I'm just drafted over here!
Can someone close a window? Just kidding, I'll die!
Sitting here, I'm like, how did I lose half my life points already? It's like, oh yeah, the summons.
Oh yeah, I paid 1 billion life points.
Okay, we're gonna attack that. I'm gonna attack in here for 24. We're gonna attack in here for 27. And then... we're gonna pay half to return from the different dimension! Summon back Tempest, and 24 for game?
I wanted to hold on to that, but we'll auto stretch.
Oh, the Octo! Ooh! You're gonna step into the octagon! So I could make Draco Sack. You know, Draco Sack would have... Oh, Phantasme's a 7. That is hilarious. Well, 26 is higher than 24, and it gets dragons in the graveyard. So, yeah, you know, the One Piece is real, you know?
You gotta stop saying that. You're gonna put some bad ideas in people's heads. Innocent kids are gonna scrape up a little crew of 4 to 5 marketable characters and risk their lives going to the reverse mountain. It's not good for anyone.
Okay. And now I've just gotta hope that you can't get anything stronger.
Okay.
So close. I can't believe they gave Kokis a hand trap.
They gave Gokis a hand trap for no reason.
No raisins.
No raisins were created in the making of this video.
Shade Brigandine is a warrior.
Is a warrior.
Yeah, I think you're done here, son. I'm not sure what you could do. Basically, if you didn't top Trunade in the first 2 turns, you're just dead.
You are so confident about this right now.
I'm fairly confident. I'm not sure. The only thing you could make is like Power Load Ogre. And that's unaffected. Wait, no, Skill Drain's already on the field. I actually have no idea how that works. Oh, that's bigger.
It is weird. If a monster comes in while Skill Drain's on the board, it never has a chance to apply its effect, so it's still affected. But if you flip it while it's on the field, it is currently unaffected by card effects, so it will retain that property.
Gotcha.
It is very silly.
I'm a silly man, and I've got silly hands.
Oh, my hands, they feel so silly right now. Okay, well, we're gonna punch a
thing.
What's your dragon count in grave right now?
I've got
You have
one.
a Tempest, and I know you have draft in hand.
Yep. I'm drafting over here. Things are looking a little drafty.
We're chaos drafting over here. Yeah, we'll attack the
Draco Sack.
Yeah.
Interesting choice.
Will not activate the
You
effect
sure?
of
You sure you don't want to
Abomination.
attack Ascendant of Thunder and give me 5,000 life points?
You know, I thought about it for a second, and then I realized, you know what? If Hardleg really wants it that much, I'll let him do it himself. I don't wanna condescend. I don't wanna make his
appreciate
decisions
it.
for him. Yeah, no worries. I got your back. Yeah, that's the turn. I was kind of hoping I could do something else, but
Things
that's not in
aren't
the
working
cards.
out the way you'd hoped. And I'll just let Blaster return to my hand. Oh, wait. No, his effect is negated.
What?
Skill Drain helps the Dragon Rulers. This is that neat.
It's infuriating, really.
Yeah. Alright. So... I think I'm going to activate Dragon Ravine. What a surprise.
Wow.
I'll send my other Skill Drain.
Wow.
We'll just send, boulders? Redux? Let's go ahead... I guess we're going to do this. Yeah. I'm going to use this. We're going to banish the boulders and the Draco Sack. Going to summon this.
Uh-huh.
Going to activate. We're going to get... Pebbles.
Pebbles.
Gotta have my pebbles.
Barney!
Let's... Yeah, we gotta do it this way. Activate this.
Get
Summon
more
another...
dragon.
More dragon! And we need to make 35. Let's just go for World Gears!
Right, you always had that. God. Dang
You're
it.
welcome.
Why does rematch have to require different levels?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yep, and then the 35 goes over, so we had 2 very quick matches. It's anybody's game.
All right.
The question is, are you gonna go first to try to get over the skill drain? Or you go in second and just hoping I don't open it? We're gonna try this. And hope that it doesn't fuck it up. Everything.
One of the most anticipated yet confounding fighters to be added into Ultimate's initial wave of newcomers would indisputably have to go to Ridley. Ever since Brawl, Ridley was heavily requested by the player base for a multitude of reasons, but the main one that I can remember is that while other big franchises have a ton of representatives, Metroid has only one, Samus. It would have made perfect sense for a sworn adversary to be included in Smash, given other protagonists like Mario, Link, Fox, Kirby, and Donkey Kong have had their rivals brought in at some point or another. Bowser, Ganondorf, Wolf, Meta Knight, and King K. Rool. Surely enough, our wish was granted, and the big bad space pirate Ridley became the second unique Metroid character to be instituted into the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. Yet, despite everyone's excitement towards its release, his competitive history can only really be described as non-existent. Even off his initial hype, there wasn't a whole lot of success or even showing for the dragon from top to high to even mid-levels of play. So for today's episode of Why No One Plays, we're gonna go through Ridley's design and history to find out where things went wrong for him. I said earlier that Ridley is one of the most confounding fighters to ever be brought into Smash, even when you consider the fact that a pink marshmallow can go toe-to-toe with some of the most destructive forces of destiny the world has ever seen. Yes, that's a joke. I'm aware that Kirby is probably the most powerful being in the entire roster, play along for a second. Smash Bros features characters of all shapes and sizes, so it's not unusual for someone big or small to have their true size altered to some degree when being imported. The problem was, according to Smash's developers, Ridley was canonically too massive in size to be implemented into Smash, and at first glance, that was a completely reasonable assumption to make. He towers above most other characters, 4 meters tall at the very least, and unlike Bowser or DDD, who for the most part have circular designs and therefore can be scaled up or down, Ridley has a lot of detail. Downsizing him would be quite the challenge, especially when taking into consideration his method of fighting being a very aerial-focused one. True to his appearance, Ridley is a heavyweight, though surprisingly he's actually lighter than Samus by 1 point. At 107 units of weight, he's actually closer to Mario than he is to Ganondorf, DK, DDD, K. Rool, and most certainly Bowser, though I'd imagine they did that intentionally to keep him balanced. Multi-jumpers have an inherent advantage in aerial combat thanks to their ability to stay up in the air for longer periods of time. As such, granting them substantial weight can be a little overpowered. While King DDD is also a multi-jumper, it's hamstrung by its aerial mobility, or lack thereof. He doesn't really move very well in the air. Unsurprisingly, Ridley's greatest strength comes in the form of his incredible aerial pressure. He's got fantastic effective range courtesy of his wings and tail, while having equal parts speed and power to boot. Combine that with 2 mid-air jumps as opposed to the usual 1 and serviceable air physics, and he's got a very threatening advantage state. Like other big body characters, his massive size can work for or against him. Obviously when attacking it's a benefit, and when being attacked it's a detriment. In terms of attacking, Ridley has a solid balance of Bowser and DK's front-loaded speed and power, with DDD's penchant for performing walls of pain. His neutral, forward, back, and up air all have low enough end lag to be used with each jump, and they possess some of the best attack range of their kind. Even against other mid-range threats like swordies, Ridley has no trouble contesting their space, more so in the air. None of this comes at the cost of his grounded pressure though. I would argue aside from Incineroar and Kazuya, Ridley's ground game is among the best of the heavyweights. His rapid jab does a ton of damage, forward tilt is an all-around good spacing and whiff punish tool with great kill power when sweet spotted while being notably safer on shield than it looks. Up tilt is an excellent anti-air move that combos into itself and leads into any one of his aerials at higher percents. Down tilt has tremendous horizontal range and the same combo potential as his up tilt. Dash attack is a moderately slow but powerful burst option that can be used to close out stocks. Finally, Ridley's smash attacks each serve their own purpose. Forward smash is your garden variety kill move and is one of the strongest in the game. Up smash is arguably his best one. While it suffers from blind spots on its side, it's a disjointed wide arcing slash that to my knowledge is large enough to cover the entire span of a battlefield platform. Down smash, while the slowest, is a powerful ground pound that can be used to whiff punish get up attack or incorrect tech options. In fact, it can cover almost the entire cast options to get off the ledge. Just from his normals alone, Ridley has basically the same effective range as a sword fighter if not more, while having the expected kill power of your average heavyweight. Design-wise, it's cool to see him make use of all the parts of himself to exert pressure from his claws, to his wings, to his tail, and legs. His specials also come with their own functions that create ways to circumvent his opponent's defenses. Plasma Breath is one of the most brainless edge guarding tools that can be used to give anyone with a linear recovery path, and it can force a get up option if you angle it so that it rolls off the ledge. Meanwhile, Space Pirate Rush is a dangerous command grab that's not only really difficult to mash out of, but also drags his opponent towards the edge of the platform or stage. If it doesn't outright kill them, it sets them up for an easy edge guard where he thrives. Even his up B, Wing Blitz, widely considered to be an underwhelming recovery option, is hard to challenge directly in light of being a disjointed attack. and the downward variant can cheese two framing options if you figure out the timing. In totality, Ridley's moveset is great. He does have a few quote-unquote useless moves like down air and down B, but overall there's a healthy balance of speed, range, and power. A strong early to mid percent combo game that transitions into any number of strong kill options at high percent. Unlike most other heavyweights who have a straightforward if not one-dimensional game plan, Ridley's a very adaptable character thanks to his attributes. Theoretically anyway, his effective range gives him an edge against most stubby characters who struggle to get a hit in. His ability to set up a wall of pain grants him the upper hand against long-range fighters who lack the frame data to escape combos or the recovery to get back to stage. His dash command grab can severely punish anyone who likes to shield a lot, and the sheer force behind his attacks means he usually wins a battle of stray hits. Essentially, Ridley has an answer to almost every situation. It doesn't necessarily mean an easy answer, but it's an answer nonetheless. So, having spent the first half of the video dissecting his impressive moveset, what's the reason behind players not using him that much? I should say there are a lot of reasons, but three in particular that come to mind. The first one is that he swings very far in either direction, to the point where you can even consider him a glass cannon contrary to its appearance and weight. The prevailing theme around heavyweights is that to offset their overwhelming strength, their attacks are made very slow in startup and/or end lag. But to account for the fact that they're going to be taking more hits than they can dish out, it's somewhat evened out by their heavier weight, allowing them to survive longer. The most competitively viable heavyweight prior to Kazuya would have to go to Bowser, and much of that has to do with his insane endurance. He survives easily past 150% on the regular. Most of the time, if you see him die early, it's because his opponent exploited his linear recovery. Conversely, Bowser can rip you to pieces with just a few neutral interactions, placing the onus on the other person to minimize their periods of vulnerability so as not to let that happen. Where Ridley falls into all of this is that he doesn't have that safety margin. Like I said, he's lighter than even his rival Samus. Yes, he's heavy relative to the rest of the cast, but he's not that heavy. In other words, Ridley can dish it out, but he can't take it. This is further exacerbated by having one of the largest hurt boxes in the game, and not that much intangibility on his moves when he attacks, leaving him prone to extending said hurtbox a lot. He faces a considerably higher risk of dying much earlier from being in disadvantage, and heavyweights are notorious for the susceptibility to being comboed and edge-guarded. While it's true that Ridley's got a lot more offensive options than other heavyweights, he suffers from the absence of defensive options in the same way, only he can't afford to take as much punishment as those other heavyweights. Having a large hurtbox is only a problem if you don't have the right tools to work around it. Ideally, yes, the smaller you are the better, but it's not as big of an issue as many would say in concept. The problem for Ridley is that he doesn't have those workarounds to neutralize that weakness enough to find consistent results in the pro scene. Take for example his recovery. Technically speaking, Ridley is a multi-jumper, but he only has one extra jump, not four the way Jigglypuff, Kirby, and Meta Knight do. A third jump does open a lot of different options for Ridley that are inaccessible to anyone without one, but it's not sufficient enough to fix his poor recovery. He has a lot of different ways to get back to ledge either from above, below, or the side, but their linearity makes it easy for the majority of the cast to edge guard him, especially in light of how big he is to hit. Another big boy like Rob has Robo Burner, which offers a near infinite number of ways to get back onto the stage. Not just where he can recover from, but when he can recover. Stalling your return to ledge makes you less susceptible to two-framing. Ridley doesn't have that luxury, nor is he able to fight his way back that much. Now, if hypothetically Windblitz behaved like Firefox or Octoslash and let him decide which direction he wanted to go rather than only four, that would significantly improve his recovery, but it wouldn't solve the root problem of him being too unforgiving to play. His massive size, lack of flexibility, and subpar endurance while in disadvantage renders him far too inconsistent and competitive, even if he has a decent neutral and powerful advantage. Granted, a lot of top tier characters have bad disadvantages like Roy, Kazuya, and Min Min, but they're not as big as Ridley, therefore not as easy of a target to hit. On the subject of inconsistency, Ridley's second crippling issue is that his moves, while individually effective, have flaws, with some even being downright awful. Up tilt Nut Smash are terrific anti-airs with good damage, decent speed and long range, but they have egregious blind spots on the sides of him. Plasma Breath can only safely be used when his opponent's off stage or across the stage. Space Pirate Rush has insane end lag if you missed it, and is very easy to react to given its startup and where you would expect most Ridley players to use it. And the most problematic one would have to be the abundance of sour spots on his attacks, demanding that players space very carefully if they want to make the most out of his kit. However, since he has such a massive hurtbox, that means poorly spaced attacks can result in bad trades. It's not like Marth where even if you don't get tippers, you're not putting yourself in too much danger. The inconsistency in his moves can make him feel very awkward to play. The entire appeal of large heavyweight fighters is that they don't place as much of an emphasis on precision, rather patience. Ridley needs both patience and precision, even though he himself is a massive target. You can see this most conspicuously when he's fighting zoners or long-range fighters, fittingly against his rival Samus. As mentioned before, Plasma Breath is not a reliable projectile to use in neutral. His bulky size makes approaching almost impossible without getting hit, and his attacks aren't disjointed enough to beat out projectiles. Even if they can, you have to be on point with your spacing, and bear in mind, he can't face tank as easily as the other heavyweights. There are just as many situations where Ridley gets destroyed by his opponent as there are situations where Ridley destroys them. Thing is, he doesn't have enough of the right tools to diminish the probability of those losing situations. He's big, but is missing the durability to balance it out. He's got a fantastic aerial game, but is quite vulnerable in the air himself. He has great effective range, but not enough disjointed range. He has recovery options, but not enough mix-up to guarantee his safety. His punish game is arguably top tier, but he doesn't have ways to force opponents who don't want to approach, and his frame data isn't fast enough to box the characters who do want to approach. Finding success on Ridley boils down to a test of patience and a mix-up heavy playstyle. He has really good tools, but not enough of those tools to where you don't have to think about it and you get results. And that brings us to his third main issue. There's nothing in Ridley's kit, practical assets that is, that incentivizes players to use him over other fighters or even his fellow heavyweights. If you think about it, he's got the range of a sortie like Sephiroth, Shulk, or Ike, but with the added inconvenience of a massive hurtbox. He possesses the same vulnerability as the likes of Bowser, K. Rool, and Donkey Kong, but with the added inconvenience of being far lighter. In response, what does he have to offer that sets him apart from other heavyweights? Damage? Yeah, he has good damage, but so does everyone else. Range? Heavyweights also have good range. They're called sorties without being sorties for a reason. Recovery? I mean, he has an extra jump, but I would hardly say his recovery is that much better than theirs. What about edge guarding? Maybe, but edge guarding is only a virtue if you can consistently throw your opponents off stage, as well as the lack of base power to kill them while on stage. Heavyweights as a class aren't too concerned about edge guarding because more often than not they have strong enough attacks to close out stocks on stage, or their name is Donkey Kong and insta-kill anyone with cargo throw past 80%. Projectile? Plasma Breath can force jumps, but only if you're on an FT type stage. Besides, I would argue K. Rool has better projectiles. At a shield game? Not the worst, but certainly not the best, nowhere near as dangerous as Bowser's. Kill throws? Not really. You get the idea. It's Inkling Syndrome all over again. If you isolate Ridley's moveset and evaluate it in a vacuum, they're all good moves. Back air, up air, forward tilt, up smash, up tilt, down tilt, side B, neutral B, etc. But if you place them together in the context of someone like Ridley, it doesn't make him stand out enough in any aspect, or an aspect that doesn't get dulled by his myriad of weak points. Since Ultimate has over 80 something characters, to stand out you either have to have great stats across the board, and weaknesses that at the very least can be suppressed with good fundamentals or skill execution, or you need to specialize in something. A great example would be Kazuya. Kazuya sucks at a lot of things. He's slow, his air game is ass, his disadvantage is one of the worst in the game, he's got short range, very linear approach options, the list goes on and on. But if he so much as lands a single grab or electric, you dead as fuck. Yes, he has a ton of weaknesses, but all those weaknesses are irrelevant if it's on someone who needs only one successful neutral interaction and combo string to close out your stock. Ridley doesn't really have that X factor. He's too balanced of a character. If he had an extra jump, so he can jump 3 times in the air instead of 2, that might be enough to set him apart from other heavyweights, because now you have a massive dragon with comparable aerial pressure to Jigglypuff. That's Ridley's problem right now. By all accounts, and to most players, he feels kind of like a Pokemon Nuzlocke run, a character with extra restrictions that only make things harder without necessarily rewarding you for overcoming them. When competing at the upper echelon of play, it's in a player's best interest to minimize the number of things that can go wrong, especially the things that you have no agency in stopping. You have some degree of control over, say, Sephiroth's frailty in that you have to just avoid getting hit too much, but for Ridley, he's so big that it's physically impossible to dodge certain attacks, stuff like that. Anyways, that about wraps up everything I have to say about Ridley. Similarly to my previous episode on Ken, Ridley's a good character, very fun to play if nothing else, but he has more problems than most people are comfortable handling when it comes to using him in competitive. Right now, the only Ridley players I can think of off the top of my head would be Mescal and Nair. That's about it. I do wish we can see him more often though, he's one of the cooler design heavyweights for sure. If you guys enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate it if you could leave a like and subscribe. Consider following me on Twitter at VarsVerum for spicy takes, joining my Discord server, I'm trying to grow the Smash community in there, and don't forget to check out my other Why No One Plays episodes if you haven't yet. But till next time, thanks so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care. Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Why No One Plays 4 Smash Ultimate. Last video we covered Piranha Plant, who more or less sat in around mid to low tier ever since release. For this episode, I want to discuss a fighter who, despite being rated very highly by the community, sees little representation in the competitive scene, at least in the
Because
West.
she can't
She's
kill
seen
a
more
shit.
often in Japan, but for the most part it's a far cry from her dominance back in Smash 4. So for today, let's talk about why no one plays Sheik. If this is your first time on the channel, I'd like to make a quick disclaimer that this video is not meant to be a personal attack against any Sheik player. I'm not trying to make fun of you or your main. The goal of Why No One Plays is to discuss characters who are unpopular to use by the general player base, analyzing from the viewpoint of those who don't play them what about them turns people away from trying them out, and possibly highlighting the aspects about them that might be appealing to some of you. With that said, let's not waste any more time and get right into it. Historically, Sheik has always been viewed as the stronger of Zelda's two personas. During Melee and Brawl, there were two halves of the same whole, swapping between and utilizing their different playstyles in the hopes that they could cover each other's weaknesses and augment each other's strengths. But with Zelda's kit being virtually unusable, most players would often exclusively stay on Sheik, as the latter's high mobility and rapid attacks were much more practical over anything the former had to offer in almost every situation. Smash 4 was the first title where the two are now completely separate entities, replacing the transformation special into Phantom Slash for Zelda and Bouncing Fish for Sheik respectively. In Sheik's case, the Severance not only granted her with a new special move, but it also unshackled her from the balance limitations of being two characters. As a result, she was widely considered one of the best fighters during the early days of Smash 4, if not the best, before being asked to fill that position following a series of nerfs and the eventual advent of Bayonetta and Cloud. Despite that, she was still an extremely dangerous contender towards the tail end of Smash 4's lifespan, and like other top tiers, her transition to Ultimate came at the cost of even more nerfs, designed to narrow her margin for error and cement her role as the glass cannon to end all glass cannons. Anyone who's played Smash for a while is well aware of what she's known for. In terms of speed, Sheik has the undisputed best overall frame data in the entire game, with virtually all of her normals having startup times in the low single digits. In fact, barring her smash attacks and downer, all of her non-special moves come out at frame 5 or less, allowing her to outpace even rushdown fighters like Mario, Pikachu, and Fox, at least in the air. Most of her grounded and aerial attacks can be difficult to punish by virtue of their low ending lag as well, to the point where a lot of fighters can only rack up damage against her through stray hits or hard reads as opposed to whiff punishes or on shield. Alongside having the best attack speed among the cast, Sheik has also some of the best physics in the game, both in the ground and the air. Her thin frame and frequent hurtbox compressions make her very difficult to hit as well, and she can traverse even large stages faster than 90% of the roster, so she's very adept at getting hits on you while avoiding getting hit herself. Generally, when it comes to rushdown or hit and run archetypes, their primary weakness is their lack of range, either due to small hitboxes or lack of disjointed attacks such as swords or projectiles. Sheik doesn't really struggle with pressuring from a distance though. On top of her high speed, she comes equipped with Needle Storm, her neutral B, a chargeable projectile that she can store up for later use or throw immediately. And they have Transcendent property, or in other words, you can't challenge them with projectiles of your own. Your only option is to shield or avoid them. This makes her one of the few close quarters combatants who has the option to camp out her opponents, a playstyle that can change to rushdown at a moment's notice, and that's a luxury not many others have, since anyone with a similar long distance projectile like Mario or Pikachu have nowhere near the same kind of mobility. These attributes coalesce together to form a high risk, high reward fighter with a very strong neutral game and advantage state. She has almost limitless mix-up potential, especially now with Gamer's new Slingshot. With that much speed and access to a projectile, you're able to get quick hits in and run out over the course of a match. Speaking of quick hits, Sheik's combo game is near impossible to challenge once she builds momentum. Any one of her attacks on the ground or the air can lead into a string of sometimes a dozen hits that carry you from anywhere on the stage, off stage, where she can exercise her plethora of edge guarding tools to close out your stock. Her disadvantage is nothing to scoff at either. Any move that comes out frame 4 or earlier can usually serve as a reliable combo breaker, which means 3 out of 4 of her aerials are fair game at stopping less than true combos. Moreover, Bouncing Fish and Vanish give her plenty of options to recover back on stage if she does get thrown off, so you have to take her down the old-fashioned way. Essentially, if handled perfectly with no mistakes, Sheik is the definitive best character in the game. She has the most ideal combination of speed and frame data, bar none, and her specific array of tools gives her an advantage against every prevailing archetype. Against brawlers, well, she has the fastest moves, so in theory she should win every single time. Against swordies, she can ignore their range advantage in theory by squeezing between their blind spots using her high mobility. Even the fastest sword fighters like Mithra, Lucina, and Roy are nowhere near fast enough to take her up close. And against zoners, she can match their range pressure with needles, and if she manages to get so much as even one opening against them, in theory, they're screwed. So you might be wondering why I keep saying in theory. The primary reason why Sheik's play rate is so low despite having everything you would want in a Smash character is because of something known as human error. In fighting games, the majority of attacks and actions come out faster than the average human can react to. For reference, the median reaction time for most people is about 2 to 300 milliseconds, and if we go by 60 frames per second, one frame is 16.67 milliseconds, and so the fastest most of you can respond is in the neighborhood of 15 frames. However, that's assuming you're dedicating all of your mental and physical awareness to a single twitch-based reaction, such as pressing a button the moment the screen changes from green to red. You guys know what I'm talking about. There are those reflex tests on the internet that everyone has done at least once. Naturally, in a fighting game like Smash, where there's a lot of things you have to think about, there's no chance you're reacting at optimal speeds. You're probably operating with an average reaction speed of 20 to 25 frames at best. Additionally, the Nintendo Switch console has an innate 6 frames of input delay to process a button press, bringing your reaction to about 30 frames or roughly half a second. Where I'm going with this is that Sheik is the best character in the game, but only if you play her perfectly, as in perfectly react to any and all stimuli you see on screen. With this in mind, most if not all attacks are impossible to react to on sight. Even if you dedicated all of your mind, body, and soul towards timing your shield to come out to block maybe Sheik's forward smash, which I think comes out on frame 12, you can't. Any instance where you manage to is if you press shield before the attack came out, which means you predicted what she would do, not reacted. Most of the time, reactions are discussed from the viewpoint of the recipient. In Mogrock's video on zoners, he had a segment explaining why projectiles are disproportionately buffed online due to the universal decrease in reactability, but it also applies to the sender as well. I mentioned earlier that Sheik's frame data outclasses anyone else in the game, so in a contest of speed, she would win 10 times out of 10. But hypothetically, if we were to pit her neutral air against Fox's, the difference in startup is only 1 frame, 1/60th of a second. You physically cannot react fast enough to throw your attacks out before theirs. In Smash Bros, and by extension every fighting game, players gain the upper hand on their opponents mostly by predicting and guessing their moves, not reacting to them. Even in situations where it looks like they did something in reaction, such as parrying hits, more often than not they were expecting their opponent to do that ahead of time. It's still a prediction. Why this matters a lot for Sheik is that in true glass cannon fashion, she can't afford to make very many mistakes. She's simultaneously one of the lightest characters in Smash Ultimate and has the lowest damage output per move, causing her to have very polarizing weaknesses alongside her strengths. Despite having good recovery, her actual endurance on stage is very frail. In fact, she's lighter than Kirby, which is saying a lot. In other words, trading blow for blow with your enemy results in a net loss for her almost every time. To elaborate on that, here's Sheik versus Bowser. Theoretically in this matchup, Bowser should not be able to land a single attack on Sheik no matter what. Most of his moves have more than twice the startup frames, which means Sheik should be able to outpace him throughout the entire match. But just from the first stock alone, notice how many attacks Void lands on Leon in comparison to how many attacks Leon gets in return. Bowser can dish out 100% in 5 to 7 hits, where Sheik has to throw close to 20 to get to that percentage. Also, because she's so light, she dies much earlier than a lot of characters. I understand this is an extreme example, but it illustrates her most glaring flaw. She requires far too much effort and precision relative to the reward. The margin for error on her is narrow as all hell. You have to make less than half the amount of mistakes your opponent does with each stock. In her defense, every glass cannon fighter shares this to some extent, but what they have that she doesn't is damage and kill power. The balance of power and speed is prevailing wisdom in video games. Usually the faster or more accurate you are, the less damage or force is behind your attacks, while the slower you are, the more of a punch you pack with each hit. Heavyweight fighters like Bowser, Donkey Kong, Kazuya, and Ganondorf have far better damage tracking capabilities, with most of their attacks individually dealing well over double-digit damage. This is to account for how much harder it is for them to hit opponents in light of their slower, clunkier moves. Conversely, lightweight fighters like Fox, Pikachu, and Inkling have very fast frame data, but average to below average damage output per hit since they can initiate combos more reliably. Now, that's not to say these guys don't close out stocks early, cause no, they most certainly can. Going back to Sheik, if you go through each of her attacks, you'd be lucky to find any that do more than 10% in a single hit. Having starter frames like 2, 3, and 4 are fantastic, but she also has damage numbers like 2, 3, and 4. Her forward air, for instance, only does 4% on average, neutral air 6%, dash attack 7%, forward tilt 3%, up air 7%. You would have to land well over a dozen moves just to get them above 100%, and even then, her kill power is just as poor as her damage. It's not uncommon for Sheik's opponents to survive in excess of 150% unless she scores a very deep edge guard or gimp. Ordinarily, that wouldn't be too big of an issue since one neutral exchange is a good 40 to 50% for her, but what happens when a fighter is at high percent? They get rage, which increases their kill power. Ideally, you want to finish enemies off at as low of a percentage as you feasibly can to avoid accidentally throwing. Couple this with her frailty and it makes for a character with dangerously high risk and none of the reward. Mind you, she's not entirely without kill setups. Conversions like drag down up air into up smash, a technique that's often referred to as raindrop, and things like needles or forward air into bouncing fish can make for reliable mid-percentage KOs. So, if you master your kill confirms, then your superior neutral game would be able to get you into an optimal position to act on those combos. That being said, in last stock last hit situations, you're still at a huge disadvantage. The long and short of it is, she's just too unforgiving to play that you can ironically find more success with a slightly slower character. Early on, a tongue-in-cheek remark people made about her is that she's Joker without Arsene, and that isn't far from the truth. Base Joker plays a lot like Sheik at early percents. The only difference, of course, is kill power and damage. Unfortunately, with how polarizing her strengths and weaknesses are, you can't alleviate either without completely damaging the character's delicate balance and identity. True to her appearance, Sheik is characterized as a ninja, someone who strikes quickly before retreating just as fast. If we were to try to fix her by, say, trading some of her speed for power, that would hurt her more than help her because the only thing that gives her a chance at outperforming her peers is her speed, nothing else. Take that away and she's for all intents and purposes a worse version of, well, everyone. And that goes both ways. If her primary issue is damage output and kill power, wouldn't raising numbers fix everything? That depends on what moves you touch. Sheik is entirely balanced through margin for error. A lot of her attacks have middling to low hit stun, requiring the player to have very tight mechanics and execution on her attacks and conversions. Therefore, their base damage and knockback are calculated based on how much time the players have to react to moves connecting. Increasing forward tilt's percentage by 2% or even 1 might send them too far away for it to combo into itself at low percents or confirm into up air at high percents. Increasing Nair's damage might send them far enough away to buffer a spot dodge so she can't follow up with a grab, things like that. Direct power increases sound like a good idea on paper, but it can disrupt her already strict combos. Having said that, all of you might be wondering why a lot of players rate her so highly if she's too much of a hassle to play. Well, just because something is theoretical doesn't mean it's not possible to do in practice. You don't have to play Sheik perfectly to be effective. It would be great if you could, but you don't have to in order to find success with her. Like I said, Sheik has everything you would want in a main as a competitor. Good mobility, amazing frame data, strong neutral game, adaptable playstyles, good recovery, high mix-up potential, and a near suffocating advantage state. Yes, you can't make as many mistakes as other characters, but her moveset is engineered to mitigate the likelihood of that happening. She's evasive, so you can dodge a lot of attacks others wouldn't be able to, and many of her own attacks are ridiculously safe on shield, especially her aerials, some of which are literally impossible to punish like forward air, as there's not a single attack that comes out faster than frame 3 out of shield. In that sense, how good Sheik is comes down entirely to how good you are, and empirical data suggests most professional Sheik players can tap into around 80 to 90% of her full capacity. But that's still pretty good. For those of you who saw my tier list video, I put her squarely in top 20, meaning she is viable enough to solo me. That is if you're willing to put in the work to master her. So that's all I have to say for today. What do you guys think about Sheik? Do you think she's perfectly fine where she is, or should she be allowed to have a wider margin for error? Let me know in the comments down below. But if you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate it if you could leave a like and subscribe. Consider following me on Twitter, joining my Discord server, and checking out my previous episode on Piranha Plant if you haven't yet. For now though, thanks so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Take care.
Okay, so I just did somewhat of an experimental video ranking every forward smash animation in Ultimate, and as it turned out, people really liked that one, and I got a ton of requests to turn it into a series, so at least for the immediate future, that's what we're going to be doing. My patrons, YouTube members, and Twitch subs voted for this episode out of a few options, which is how I'm going to be handling a lot of them, and the option they went with, by a landslide, was the neutral special tier list. So today, we're going to be ranking every single neutral special animation in Ultimate. As with last time, everything's on the table here. How creative is it? How memorable is it? How well executed is it technically? How good is the sound design? Yes, I am factoring in sound design as well. How good does it feel to connect with? Everything. One final thing before we get into this, and I'm sorry, I know it's kind of annoying, but as it turns out, it actually works when I do this. If you find yourself enjoying this video and think it deserves to be seen by more people, please consider leaving a like and comment. That's a huge factor YouTube's algorithm uses. All right, let's do it. I don't really feel like starting every episode off with Mario, so instead let's do the newest character. By which of course I mean the newest character where I can actually use their music without risking a copyright strike. Helps that this is honestly a really cool move. Out of all of the ways that Kazuya uses the devil form, this may be my favorite. If it's not my favorite, it's definitely going to be up there. Obviously it comes from Tekken,
the I-beam laser thing, like it's a classic for a reason, right? And it looks really good here. Looking at it in slow motion, as a reminder, you don't actually judge the animation in slow motion, but you can learn some interesting stuff through it. So you can see, for example, the really smooth way that he transitions from his regular form into the devil form. If you use it while he's already in devil form, it is a little bit clunky. Watch the wings. You can see they like disappear then reappear. There's no real reason for that to be happening. Probably coding in different transitions for when the wings are out versus when they're not out. Not really worth the effort. I get that. But, you know, like, that is a little bit of a hitch on the move. It's not that big a deal, especially when you consider that if you look at it at full speed, it essentially doesn't read at all. And again, that's the main thing we're interested in. Laser feels fun to connect with too. It is using the Tekken hit lag, less hit lag, but compared to something like his smash attack from last episode, this is honestly far less of an issue for me. I think, you know, with a disconnected attack like the laser, it works perfectly fine. I actually kind of appreciate the snappiness of it. In terms of sound design, Impact itself isn't anything particularly special, but I do really like the laser effect itself. It's so classic. It's a very sci-fi pew-pew kind of deal. Not gonna say it 100% fits Kazuya. Like, yeah, I don't really care where it's sourced from, but whatever, it's fun. Particle effects on the beam itself aren't anything we haven't seen before, but I do appreciate that there's a very clear central point that really shows how clean it is and how straight it is, but you've also got some sort of chaotic energy on the side compared to something like, say, Rob's mechanical laser beam. This certainly looks more chaotic, and I don't know if organic is quite the right word for it, but I think you understand where I'm coming from with that. And then I really like Kazuya's pose. Like with a lot of the Tekken animations, it's got a stiffness to it, but a stiffness that actually feels appropriate, and then almost kind of like old-timey villain. I don't necessarily know if that's what they were going for, but it's certainly what it reminds me of. Honestly, off to a really strong start. This is one of my favorite Kazuya animations, if not my favorite Kazuya animation. Let's do the Rob laser while we're here, why not? Rob, as I mentioned, the laser itself doesn't really look anywhere near as chaotic as Kazuya's does. Appropriate for the source material, but I'm still gonna say a bit less interesting as a result. You can see it there for the base version of the laser, and the little puff he does when he's out of energy, and then the big version when it's at maximum charge. This one I actually think looks pretty cool. Weirdly enough, I maybe find it a bit less satisfying to actually use than the basic mid-level charge though. Speaking of charge, one of the things that I find neat about Rob is that he's got a couple of visual indicators built directly onto his design, which you can do if he's a robot. So if I fire the laser, look at the light on top of his head. It's depleted. And then as time goes on, you can see now he can fire the mid-level charge of the laser again. Then mid-level charge is back, and if you watch, it's going to turn into the full charge. And now he can fire the full laser again. Honestly, a lot of the visual indicators in Ultimate are kind of more neat details than anything else, but Rob's I actually find genuinely useful for gameplay, whether I'm actually the Rob player or the guy fighting Rob. The pose that Rob makes when he fires is actually, like, pretty impactful. He's got some nice recoil and shake going on there when he fires the laser. He's putting himself into it. Doesn't really change between different charges. That would maybe be the only thing that I could say might be improved on a little bit. Like, he's doing the exact same shake with absolutely nothing coming out as he does with a full one. And then the mid one as well. So if they wanted to emphasize the strength of the charge differently, that might be one way to do it. I said I had more fun with a basic laser because in its base form, like, that's actually pretty snappy and satisfying and quick to use. At full charge though, it moves a little slow, and there are some slow moving projectiles that feel immensely satisfying, but this isn't really one of them, even at hypersense. Yeah, he just doesn't really feel like he's hitting particularly hard. Maybe if there was a bit more of, say, a pushback aspect to the laser, like while they're in hit lag, they're actually being pushed back. Or had more of like a crackling electrical effect around them or something. Just, you know, really anything to make it feel like the laser was doing something more than brushing them aside. I think I'm gonna go B tier for Rob. There's a lot of stuff that I like about it. Light on his head is a great touch. The middle version feels fun to use, but if the upper fully charged version isn't really that satisfying, that is a, you know, a fairly decent knock against the move. Let's just keep the lasers rolling here. Fox, Falco, and Wolf. Fox, I'm definitely going to say, has the least personality out of the space animals with his blaster. You know, that's not entirely an accident. He's clearly supposed to be sort of more the template character that the others are built off of, so fair enough, and there's not no personality. You can see that when Fox puts his gun back into his holster, it doesn't just go straight back in. There's a bit of a flourish to it. Done in slower speed. Okay, you can see it go back into the holster there. Interesting, the gun is actually much smaller in the holster than it is when he takes it out. Look at that. They kind of cheat that, but it's one of those things where if you do it at speed, at proper scale, you don't notice it. Who cares? Another easy thing to miss with this one, there's actually some animation on the gun itself. So single shot, you can see it kind of opens up and fires, and then if you keep firing multiples, the chamber actually spins in between shots. Pretty small detail, and I don't really know the technical specifications behind why a space laser would have the same kind of spinning cartridge as a revolver would, but I like it. Despite the gun's low impact, there's actually a decent little
Do
recoil
not
animation in here
overheat.
as well. It's pretty jumpy at full speed from this scale. Again, if you look at it at gameplay scale, though, it actually reads
If
perfectly
it actual,
fine. Sound
well,
design for the lasers.
if it's not just the chamber like it.
Actually pretty satisfying. They don't sound particularly big. Obviously, it's not a very powerful gun, but they're tight, they're balanced, they got a nice bit of mid-range warmth to them. Falco obviously has a lot more personality than Fox does with his firing stance. He's always been set up to be sort of, you know, the more cocky, hot-headed, like Han Solo-ish kind of figure among them. Actually, a few details that kind of bother me on this one, though. So, first off, look at how much of that sort of Han Solo vibe he gives off here, particularly with his face. And now watch him open his mouth while he fires the gun. I think he looks kind of like a goober when he's doing this, honestly. I don't think this is particularly flattering at all. It's not nearly as bad when you're not zoomed in, but it's not gone either. The flourish of his gun, weirdly, is actually less defined than Fox's as well. He still does the spin. You can see it in slow motion here. Like, he still does spin the gun as he's putting it away, but it's not out for as long, and it goes back into his holster much more abruptly. It might have been a functionality consideration, but it's still a bit of a weird thing to do with Falco, right? Considering he's supposed to be clearly the more flashy and stylish of the two, and if they were worried about spending too long holstering his gun, like actually having gameplay implications, they could have just given him a longer animation but had to be interruptible. Now, apart from those issues, the firing pose looks great, and it always has with Falco, but those are kind of weird decisions. Now, in terms of using the blaster, that actually feels really good. The shots themselves still very much have that kind of classic pew-pew sound, but the actual impact sound is much heavier. There's also much more of a defined particle effect on Little Mac because, unlike Fox's, this blaster does cause flinch, so the animation actually reflects that. And then the blaster gets the same animation as Fox's does. I'm gonna say it's not nearly as readable from this angle, but it's a cool angle to be holding a gun at, so I'll give it a pass. Wolf definitely has the most distinct firing pose of any of the space animals. I'm not gonna say I like it nearly as much as the other two, though. Kind of hard to put my finger on, but I think the main reason is just that sense of recoil isn't quite there. He's obviously kicking back, but he's kicking back in a controlled way because the gun actually has gameplay functionality on the recoil. The bayonet actually causes damage. But even that's a little bit of a middle ground where he's committing to it maybe just a bit too lazily to really sell the fact that there is absolutely an attack on that gun. There's a bit of a particle effect that you can see, like the motion trail is pretty distinct on the bayonet itself. You can see that at slow speed there if you watch the actual bayonet. Like there is clearly some attention being drawn to it. It glows like a lot of swords do when they're swung. But the entire thing's got just a bit of a laziness to it. I get that they're wanting to make Wolf look, you know, very detached and cool. But I think emphasizing the recoil just slightly more would still have been overall beneficial to the move, especially since this is clearly supposed to be the strongest laser of the three. I really like the particle effect for this one. Massive upgrade from the sort of dinky little thing he had in Brawl. Sound design for it feels good to connect with. I'm gonna say I wish it had a bit of a different firing sound. I don't think that classic pew pew works nearly as well here as it does with Fox and Falco's much more classic actual particle effects for the lasers. And as I said before, this is clearly the most distinct blaster, and I don't think it sounds particularly distinct. Still could have been kept in the same ballpark, but maybe something a bit deeper. I think there was a bit more room to work with for this one. Fox, I'm gonna give B tier. You know, no slight to the character, but he was always kind of gonna be the middle of the road, hold down the fort space animal. Falco, I think, gets B tier as well. On paper, I like a lot of what they did with him more than Fox. He's certainly more stylish, a candidate for A tier. Also a couple of weird decisions made on him though. And then Wolf. Okay, I think I'll give Wolf a reluctant A tier. I think out of the three of them, this is definitely the one with the most missed potential, but it's also by far the most satisfying of them to use. I really like the actual animation for the particle effect. Certainly more memorable than Fox or Falco's. The pose is really distinct and strong. It's pretty close though. Honestly, I think all three of the space animals in B tier is fair. Okay, now we can do Mario. Pretty simple and straightforward on this one. I like the faithfulness that it has to the original Mario series. The fireballs obviously are not nearly as powerful as they were certainly in the original Super.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Decoder, and welcome back to another episode of the YouTuber Ruling Quiz. Today we have a returning friendly face that we had on the first season, Mr. Farfa Nadir. How you doing, good sir? Oh, the guns, bro.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm completely not confident with this one. I'm the kind of person who needs to be involved with the rulings and the policies to actively, you know, remember them, because I have horrible memory. I couldn't even tell you what the PSET of some of these things are. However, I'm sure you'll be explaining my little lifeline and ask the judge strategies that we can do, yes?
Yes, correct. So we are going to allow you to use lifelines in order to help you out a little bit here. So During Season 2 of this show, we have allowed lifelines, and the 2 lifelines you have access to, the first one is Ask the Judge. So if you forget about PSCT, or you'd like some kind of like a small reminder, something you would be able to ask a judge during a tournament, you can use your lifeline, ask the judge once during the ruling quiz, and the other lifeline you have access to is Ask the Twitch chat. So if ever you feel as though you think that the Twitch chat is more intelligent than you are, then you can always ask them. You can poll the Twitch chat on which answer they think is correct. You don't have to use the answer they give you, but you can always ask them if you want to, get a little bit of an opinion from a majority of the people that are watching us right now. But that being said, today we are going to be doing a ruling quiz based on another archetype that you've played a lot, mostly in your sealed series that you've done. You've played a lot of Phantom Knights, so we're going to be doing some Phantom Knights rulings here. Are you feeling confident with this? Do you feel like you can knock out a 6 out of 8 to get the Chatter channel points?
I don't know if I can say I will do that, but I, for some reason, have played so much Phantom Knight, specifically in Sealed, and when you play Sealed, it means you have to read all of the garbage cards. So I will say that I've probably read any card that's going to come up, but I'm not gonna be confident that I'll know like all the rulings on it. I can't wait for these Phantom Knight damage step rulings, Kevin.
Fair enough, fair enough. All right, well, with that being said, are you ready to get started with question number 1?
Let us proceed in the direction of forwards and slightly to the left.
All right, let's run it with question number 1. You control a face-up the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche and a face-up the Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak. At this point, you're going to be activating the effect of the Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak, targeting your Rusty Bardiche. Your opponent is going to chain the effect of Plunder Patrol Booty, targeting your Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche, declaring light. In this situation, how does the effect of Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak resolve?
Yeah, so I believe the activation requirement has already been met, therefore it will still give it the attack boost.
Alright, and the Ancient Cloak will change itself to defense position?
Changes and if you do... Yeah, it'll go to defense, it'll give it the boost, yeah.
Final answer?
Yep.
With confidence, Farfa, you are correct on question number 1 here. The effect of the Phantom Knights of Ancient Cloak will still resolve successfully, giving the boost to the Rusty Bardiche, as well as changing itself to defense position. Currently 1 for 1, and not bad at all. A little bit of a simpler question to get things started. A little bit of a warm-up. You feeling good?
Yeah,
you feeling all right here?
Yeah, this is going to get much worse, though. I know it.
Eventually. That being said, are you ready to move on to question number 2?
Let's run it.
All right, let's run it with question number 2. So here, very simple game state. Your opponent has in their hand a Danger Thunderbird. You have a set, the Phantom Knights of Shade Brigandine. In your opponent's main phase, they will use the effect of the Danger Thunderbird that's going to snipe itself out of the hand, sending it to the graveyard. At this point, they will declare the Danger Thunderbird's effect in the graveyard, targeting your face down Shade Brigandine in order to destroy it. At this point, you will chain your Shade Brigandine in order to special summon it. At this point, how is the effect of the Danger Thunderbird applied?
I feel like I'm watching an episode of Master Saga here with the self-sniping Danger. Shoutouts to Doug. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that because Shade Brigandine specifically is not treated as a monster, even at the activation requirement of Thunderbird being met here, shouldn't really matter. It will just summon itself as a monster, face up onto the field, and I'm second guessing myself because it says if this card is this card, target a set card your opponent controls, destroy it. And because usually, things like that say destroy that target are different, but if it says destroy it, the thing that's throwing me off is that it says this card is not treated as a trap card, so it like summons itself, it resolves. Yeah, I'm kind of second guessing myself here, because I'm like, I think the more common, interaction is Eldritch, and I'm pretty sure when you like MST, Chain Conk, and Huaquero, they still get destroyed. I think there's a similar thing, so I think I'm gonna go back, and I think I'm pretty sure I remember that's how Eldritch cards work, so I'm gonna say that it is destroyed.
You're saying that it is destroyed. Final answer?
Final answer.
Unfortunately, Farfa, you are incorrect here. Here, the Shade Brigandine will not be destroyed, and I think the comparison that you made with the Eldritch cards actually ended up being the reason why you got this wrong. The Eldritch cards
So first of all, Eldritch cards do resolve like that, right?
Yes, they do resolve like that. The Eldritch cards would be destroyed,
Okay.
but the reason why is because they are still treated as a trap card. 1 for 2.
I think it's one of those cases where I'm, I had the answer, then I just decided to overthink. I do that a lot.
I think you overthinked yourself into getting it wrong, which, it happens to very many people, but it's okay. We're only 2 questions in, 6 more to go. Are you ready to get into question number 3?
Let's go!
All right, let's run it with question number 3. So you control a face-up Phantom Knight's Fogblade, a face-up the Phantom Knights of Wrong Magnet Ring in the Monster Zone, and your opponent has a Book of Moon. In this position, they are going to Book of Moon your Phantom Knights of Wrong Magnet Ring. Afterwards, you are going to flip summon your Phantom Knights of Wrong Magnet Ring, assuming that this happened on your own turn. At this point, is it still treated as an effect monster, and can you use its effect?
So the crux of the matter here is basically, you know, when a trap monster is flipped down and reflipped, does it retain its effects, is really what this essentially is boiling down to here. So this card is not treated as a trap, which is why it doesn't just go back to the spell and trap zone, I assume, when it is Book of Moons. Because I know if you like Book of Moon Shadal Core, it'll just go back to like the spell and trap zone. When this flips up, send this card. I mean, okay, yeah, so will it keep its effect? Yeah, I think so. I think because it special summons itself as an attack position as an effect monster, it becomes an effect monster, and therefore it'll retain its effect even when flipped face up.
So at this point, assuming that your Fogblade was face up, you would still be able to activate and resolve the effect of Wrong Magnet Ring.
I believe so.
Final answer?
Final answer.
All right, well, Nadir, with utmost confidence, I believe that you were very confident about that one. You are correct here, so you will be able to use the effect of your Phantom Knights of Wrong Magnet Ring, sending itself and your Fogblade in order to draw 2 cards. And at this point, you are absolutely correct. You are 2 for 3. So yeah, you got the first really weird Magnet Ring question that we threw at you, right?
Oh, is there more? Great.
Very, very good. All right, so that being said, you are currently 2 for 3. Are you ready to get into question number 4?
So far so good. You know, 33%, 66% rather. Wow, UK education. Yeah, no, let's keep going.
All right, let's run it with question number 4. So here, you control a face-up the Phantom Knights of Cloven Helm that was special summoned via the effect of the Phantom Knight's Mistclaws, which also special summoned itself. So here, the Phantom Knight's Mistclaws summoned itself as a level 4 because it also summoned the Phantom Knights of Cloven Helm. Afterwards, the Phantom Knights of Mistclaws was flipped face down via the Book of Moon. At this point, the question here is, are you allowed to tribute your Phantom Knights of Mistclaws via the effect of your Dark Strike Fighter? And if so, how much burn damage will it inflict to your opponent?
Okay, so this is basically just going to boil down to what is the level of a trap card, and you know whether it has a level. I feel. Can I just read Mistclaw really quick?
Yeah, sure.
Special summon, and if you do special summon this as a card as a normal monster whose original level as that monster, this card is not treated as a trap. After Mistclaw change face down, is it possible to tribute to activate the effect of Dark Strike Fighter? After Mistclaw change face down, is it possible to tribute it? Yeah, I think you can use Dark Strike Fighter.
You think you can use Dark Strike Fighter, and will it inflict any damage?
So what's the level of Mistclaw? It just depends. It will have a level of sorts based off of whatever happens.
The Phantom Knights of Mistclaw is when it summons itself, it matches the level of the monster that it summoned with its own effect. In this case, it would be the Cloven Helm.
So I think you can tribute, but I don't think it will do damage. But that doesn't make sense, because can you really activate a card that does nothing, right? Tribute a monster, inflict damage to your opponent. Actually, I don't even know how Dark Strike Fighter works with face downs, to be honest with you now. Never mind trap cards. So let's go with poll the chat on this one, I think.
We're going to ask the Twitch chat on this one. Okay. What would you like to ask the Twitch chat?
So, do you have to shark me on the phrasing of the poll so that I don't just get the answer?
You can ask them literally whatever you want, and you can give them whatever option you like.
Can you just ask the question, right? Like, can Dark Strike Fighter tribute a trap card that has been flipped face down?
And you just want yes, no?
Yeah, yes, no works.
Yes and no. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch chat, the poll is up. Can Dark Strike Fighter tribute a trap card that has been flipped face down? 1 for yes, 2 for no. We have a very resounding yes here. 105 people have voted yes, 40 people have voted no here.
Well, let's go with the democratic majority rules and say yes, you can tribute.
Final answer?
Final answer.
Nadir, with the help of the Twitch chat, you have come to the correct conclusion. You are correct.
Hey.
Here, the Dark Strike Fighter will tribute the Phantom Knights of Mistclaws that is face down and will inflict 800 points of burn damage to the opponent. Currently, doing Very well, and 3 for 4 correct.
I almost regret using my lifeline, because, like, I knew from the previous question that trap monsters essentially work the same as regular monsters. Well, ones that specifically say this is not treated as a trap card.
All right, so we are currently going into question number 5, and you are currently on a 75% score. Are you feeling very confident for the ones to come?
Yeah, I think that, honestly, if we get just one more question correct out of the rest of these, I see this as an absolute win.
All right, well,
Yeah.
that being said, let's get into question number 5. Your opponent controls an Apocalyphort Towers. You control a Phantom Knights of Fragile Armor and have a face down the Phantom Knights of Lost Vambrace. In this situation, the question is the following. Are you allowed to activate the Phantom Knights of Lost Vambrace, targeting your opponent's Apocalyphort Towers here? And if so, how does the effect resolve?
So what's it, I'm kind of confused. What does the fragile armor have to do with any of this?
It's just another Phantom Knights monster that you would control that would be,
Okay, so just to basically make it like a legal activation, right?
Yeah.
So I guess like the question really that you're looking for is like, can you use Vambrace on an unaffected monster? And like, can you just simply activate it? So you're basically asking like, can you legally activate this if a monster is unaffected? I think the answer is yes, you can. It would just, like, nothing would happen. I don't want to waste an Ask the Judge thing because this is just simple PSET. I feel with an also effect, but I'm pretty sure also works that they have to be, if you can't do B, you can't do A. So I'm pretty sure that you can activate it, but it won't allow your... Wait, hang on. Is still face on the Phantom Knights can't show about also target this. Yeah, so so because the Apocalyphort Towers can't lose 600 or become level 2, it's essentially unaffected by the second part of B. I don't think you can do A, which then begs the question, how could you even legally activate this?
Does beg the following question, does it not?
Yeah, so now that I think more about it because of the PSET, I think like because it's an also effect, you actually can't activate this against towers.
Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Alright, well unfortunately, you have overthunk yourself into getting the answer incorrect. Here, you are allowed to activate the Lost Vambrace. In this situation, your Phantom Knights monster will not be able to be destroyed by battle. However, the Apocalyphort Towers will not lose any attack and will also not have its level reduced to 2. The big thing here is I think you confused your PSET conjunctions. The also conjunction does not require A to be successful in order for B to happen, and the same thing vice versa.
So this is what I meant about like not being more involved with the rulings, because I regularly forget the conjunctions. But if I knew the conjunction, I would get this right. But because I thought A had to happen for B, then you couldn't even activate it. So that's unfortunate. What is the one where both are required at the same time? I thought it was also.
That would be AND. AND is the conjunction that requires A and B to occur in order for either one to occur.
All right.
That being said, 3 for 5, 3 more questions to go. Can you clutch out the last 3 questions?
I mean, these are the hardest ones, so I'm feeling a bit. I don't know, dude. We'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, are you ready to get into question number 6?
Let's dance.
Let's run it with question number 6. You control a face-up the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche and have a Phantom Knights of Breaksword that was properly XC summoned in your graveyard. Your opponent controls a face-up Rivalry of Warlords, and you have a face-down Oasis of Dragon Souls set. In this situation, you activate your Oasis of Dragon Souls in order to special summon your Phantom Knights of Breaksword. It will be special summoned and then immediately be sent to the graveyard via the effect of Rivalry because your Breaksword is now a worm. At this point, can the effect of your Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardiche be activated?
I instantly started thinking about like the Deneb trigger location rulings, but that's not really what is relevant here. Yeah, no, I very simply think yes, you can. The monster was summoned and it did hit the zone of Rusty Bardiche, and even though it is immediately sent by the Rivalry, I don't really see why you can't just pop it.
You seem confident on this one. Is that your final answer?
Final answer.
Final answer. Well, once again, with confidence, you are correct. You are absolutely right.
I need to just stop thinking, right? Apparently, if I just say the answer that I think in my head first, it's just correct.
Yeah, just go with your gut. So here, the Rusty Bardiche will still be able to trigger and will still destroy the Rivalry of Warlords. Currently, 4 for 6. 2 more questions to go. 1 lifeline still available to you. You can ask the the judge whatever you wish, as long as it's not considered coaching. Are you ready to get to question number 7? Ooh, I'm listening. Yeah.
I am, yes. But question: did they use all of their lifelines?
Joseph was the only person to have used both lifelines and got the worst score. And if it makes you feel any better, Doug used none of his lifelines. He didn't use either one.
Yeah, it was Giga Chad, Big Dick Doug. Like, yeah, no, I know my rulings. Okay, fair.
So that being said, are you ready to get into question number 7?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, let's run it with question number 7.
I feel like that's such a me thing to do, not Doug. Not a me.
Here you control the Phantom Knights of Rusty Bardishan, and they face down the Phantom Knights Fogblade. Your opponent controls an Utgarda, Generator Boss of Delusion, and they face up Generator Boss Rube. Here your opponent's going to activate the effect of their Utgarda, attributing 2 tokens, targeting your Rusty Bardish. You are going to chain your face down Phantom Knight Fogblade, targeting the opponent's Utgarda in order to negate its effects. To which your opponent is going to chain the effect of Generator Boss Room, discarding the Generator Boss stage in order to change the effect of your Phantom Knight's Fogblade. How does this chain resolve?
If you both players draw, the Utgarda is negated, and that's it. What is it? What, am I missing something? Can I read Utgarda?
Yeah, you can read Utgarda.
You can contribute to target feel the banish. What is there to discuss? Like, the boss room resolves, both players draw 1. Fogblade resolves, negating the Utgarda, and attributes the tokens for cost. And I assume target 1 card. Targeted the Bardish?
Yeah, target the Bardish.
Yeah, okay. So the crux of the question is, does it banish Bardish? No, it doesn't, and both players draw 1.
Well, you're saying this. Why wouldn't this banish Bardish?
It's negated by Fogblade.
Even though the boss room is changing the
sorry,
effect of
I
Fogblade to draw 1?
skipped like a step there. No, that was almost a disaster.
This is a
yeah,
coaching
so
chat. I'm literally saying, like, bro, read the cards. Like, you just went.
no,
super fucking
yeah,
fast.
So we will draw a card. Fogblade will resolve and stay face up. Oh, right. So I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to like basically decide. Yeah, so I see what the real question is here. It's like, okay, now that the boss stage does that, what happens to the Fogblade? Like, okay, so it's a continuous trap, so does it sort of like reapply onto it? That sounds pretty crazy. Let's just ignore what I just said. Yeah, so well, you go and banish Bardish, Sleepy Joe. That's my answer.
So the Bardish gets banished and the Fogblade stays face up, but does nothing.
Oh, so I also do I need to tell you what happens to the Fogblade?
I'm asking. I'm asking. It's the whole scenario. I want to know what happens here. So you're saying the Fogblade stays face up, it just doesn't do anything?
Okay, so boss.
I'm making you read, aren't I?
This is way harder than I initially thought it was. Wow. So
believe it or not,
it's
question
coming down
number
to-
7 typically is not very easy.
I know, right? Exactly. Yeah, boss room will resolve as chain link 3. Both players will draw. You can discard a card. Your opponent's activated effect becomes draw 1 card. But how does that work with continuous cards? That is really the question here. Does the continuous card stay? Does it like? I mean, I feel like if it's like using boss room on a continuous card. Okay, I feel like I want to use a lifeline here because I'm not sure how this resolved, but I don't know how to ask you a question without it being coaching, I suppose.
Well, you can ask me it beforehand, and I can let you know whether or not I can answer it. And if I can answer it, I'll take away your lifeline and I will give you the answer.
Okay, well, I want to ask you, what happens to continuous spell and trap cards when their effect is not negated, but they are turned into another effect?
If I answer that, I literally answer the question.
I know. So I feel like on the resolution of the chain, the Fogblade just stays face up and then negates the Utgarda. But again, I don't think there's a way to ask you this question without it being coaching.
I do also think that there is very little way you could word this without it being coaching. You can always try.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure boss room resolves, both players draw. Fogblade resolves as part of like the boss room or whatever. The Utgarda resolves, tributing the tokens, banishing the Bardish, new chain. I think the Fogblade will just stay face up and it'll be negating the Utgarda.
Final answer?
Yeah.
This question was very cursed. I will give you that. Unfortunately, you are incorrect. The way the chain works, the boss room will change the effect of the Fogblade to both players draw a card. At that point, the Fogblade will make both players draw a card. The Utgarda will banish the Rusty Bardish, and after the
chain resolves, the Fogblade is sent to the graveyard as if it had activated like a normal trap card would. And the reason why is because it changed that activated effect of Phantom Knight's Fogblade, which typically Phantom Knight's Fogblade is a continuous effect. It changed that effect to an effect that is not a continuous effect. So because the effect was changed to an effect that was not a continuous effect, the card functions as a normal trap card and is sent to the graveyard.
Huh? Huh? Like, who knew that? Like, who knew that?
I'll be honest. I knew this, but because of interactions that I've seen in the past, because stuff like this actually has come up before. So that being said, you are currently 4 for 7. You are playing to either beat or tie Mr. Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT. The only question standing between you and him being tied is
Hypothetically, Kevin.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, I got half the question.
Nah, we don't do half points in season 2. How confident do you feel you can get question number 8 correct?
Maybe because I have a lifeline left, I can get this correct. So let's squeeze it out.
All right, let's run it with question number 8. Here, your opponent controls a face-up elemental hero Sunrise and an elemental hero Stratos. Very, very simple game state. The only card you have face down is a Phantom Knight's Fogblade once again.
Yes, Fogblade the quiz. Amazing.
Fogblade the quiz. Hey, you wanted well-known Phantom Knights cards. That doesn't get more well-known than Fogblade. It's currently your opponent's battle phase. In this
can I guess your question? Can I guess your question?
Go ahead.
You're going to ask me if a declaration of if Fogblade on attack declaration allows you to use the Sunriser.
That is not what I'm going to ask you now.
We tried.
So in this position, your opponent is going to declare an attack with their elemental hero Stratos. At this point, they will use the effect of elemental hero Sunrise Chainlink 1, targeting your face down in order to destroy it. You are going to Chainlink 2 your Phantom Knight's Fogblade, targeting your opponent's elemental hero Stratos. After this chain resolves, does the attack of elemental hero Stratos still continue?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Don't want to think about it a little bit?
No, it does.
It continues?
Yeah.
Final answer?
Yeah, the attack has already been declared. Fogblade doesn't prevent attacks. Wait, hang on. How does... I'm pretty sure this was like a dumb thing with the difference with like Fiendish Chain. Negate that face-up monster effect. That face-up monster cannot attack. Also monsters target that. Am I mixing this up with Fiendish Chain? Am I allowed to like look up the text of Fiendish Chain?
Yeah, I can pull up Fiendish Chain. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Oh, it has the same text. Oh, well, I know that you can definitely just stop an attack with Fiendish Chain. Yeah, you can't. So your chain Fogblade targeting after this chain resolves, does the attack still continue? Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the Fogblade resolves. And then it attaches itself to Stratos, then Sunrise resolves popping it. The attack will still go through because it has been popped and it's a continuous trap, and Sunrise removes it. So I think, yeah, the attack will still go through.
The attack will still go through. Final answer?
Final answer! Come on, baby, let's beat Joseph! Come on!
How confident are you in this answer?
I'm seeing some final blow emotes in my Twitch chat right now, so I'm very confident.
Well, Farfa, you and MBT will be sharing the 4 out of 8. You are incorrect here. The attack of the elemental hero Stratos will not continue, and the reason why is because the Fogblade did apply to the Stratos, and at that point, when the Fogblade applied to the Stratos, it stopped the attack in its tracks. So despite the fact that it was removed in the next chain link, does not change the fact that the Fogblade had already applied to the Stratos, and at that point stopped the attack, and a replay will not occur with the elemental hero Stratos. So here the attack will not successfully go through, and that is a final score of 4 out of 8, tying the one and only Joseph Rothschild, aka MBT, and tying Team Samurai X1 from Season 1. A final score of 4 out of 8. How are you feeling about that?
Well, an attempt was made, and I guess it's not below 50%. I got half of it right. It's a pass, I think.
That is very, very true. I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like Season 2 has been a lot more difficult. We've gotten a lot of lower scores. The only like high-ish score we got, well, higher score I should say, was Paul, who scored a 7 out of 8 with Despia. Everyone 8 has been in the 4 to 5 ballpark out of 8.
You made PS, Paul?
Yeah, Paul got 7 out of 8 with Despia.
No disrespect, but I didn't expect him to get that much. That's really good.
I'll be completely honest, Paul also didn't expect that. Well, that being said, Farfa, thank you so much for coming onto the show. A nice 4 out of 8 score to match MBT Joseph Rothschild. And until next time, ladies and gentlemen of the Twitch chat and of the YouTube, leave in the comment section below who you would like to see me fight on this show and with what.
No!
See you in the next video.
Joe Biden's in the comments. Joe Biden's in the comments.
What's going on, guys? It's your boy Disticoder, and welcome back to another YouTuber ruling quiz video. Today, I have a pro player and a YouTuber all wrapped up into one. God. The one and only Paka what is here?
What's up, guys?
Your remote duel YCS champion. He won with Prank Kids, and today, Pac, how confident are you that you know your Prank Kid rulings, my dude?
I feel like I know most of them, but I don't know. There can be so many things I don't know, so I'm excited to see what I don't know. And yeah, no, I think this is gonna be a lot of fun.
One thing that I will say, you haven't been playing the game for that long, but I've watched your progression, dude, and it's so crazy how well you understand your rulings in just the little amount of time that you've actually been playing the game. I'm genuinely very impressed, and I'm really curious to see how well you do with these rulings for the deck that you piloted to first place. The channel point predictions have already been made. As I've said already before, I've extended you the ultimate challenge. You told me that you were really confident. You told me, bro, I'm going for 8 out of 8 or bust. So that's what we're going to do. If you get 8 out of 8 questions right, the chat will receive their channel points. Are you ready to go, my friend? Ready for question number 1?
Perfect, let's do it. Let's run it.
So here, your opponent is going to flip up their set Mask of Restrict. Here, while your opponent controls Mask of Restrict, are you allowed in this current game state to activate the on-field effect of Prank Kids Battle Butler?
I'm just gonna read Meow Mew, but I'm pretty sure you can. I think
Yes, sir.
Yeah, final answer, you can.
For what reason?
Because you can banish Meow Mew instead from your graveyard.
So final answer, you are allowed to activate the Prank Kids Battle Butler?
Yeah, correct, by banishing Meow Mew.
All right, so you are obviously correct. I know you know this one. This is the type of thing that does come up quite often in the kind of games that you'd be playing with Prank Kids. In this situation, you are allowed to activate the Prank Kids Battle Butler. However, you are not allowed to tribute the Battle Butler itself. You're only allowed to activate the effect by replacing the cost of the Battle Butler with the banishing of the Meow Moo. The reason why is because when you would pay the cost of the card, you can substitute that initial cost with banishing the Meow Moo, meaning that you still fulfill the cost of the Battle Butler successfully from what the game sees, so you're not doing anything that Mask of Restrict is preventing you from doing. Easy peasy, 1 for 1. Off to a very, very good start. You got 7 more to go, but you're doing well off the start. Are you ready for question number 2?
Sure, let's do it.
Let's run question number 2. You control a Prank Kids Dropsy. Your opponent has a set card. Any idea what that set card might be?
Floodgate. It's Floodgate.
A Floodgate? Well, I think it is. It could be classified as a Floodgate. During your main phase, you normal summon the Dropsies, and your opponent is going to flip their set Bad Reaction to Submotion.
Okay.
In this situation, you already know this one. Let me ask the question, bro. This is my Twitch. Let me ask my question.
yeah, go for it, bro.
So here you link summon your Prank Kids Dropsies. You link summon the Prank Kids Dropsies in order to link summon for the Prank Kids Meow Moo. In this situation, can you activate the effect of Prank Kids Dropsies? And if so, how does the effect resolve?
So you're legally allowed to activate Dropsies, but the way it will resolve is you will not be able to summon a Prank Kid monster from your deck or hand. Mainly because, if I remember that Trap Card's effect is, it basically, so you would actually burn 1,000 damage, and because you did not gain life off of Dropsies, it will not be able to summon from the deck. It's very similar to like how Dark Ruler and Lamsies work. So yeah, final answer, Dropsies is allowed to activate. You just take 1,000, you can summon a Prank Kid from your hand or deck.
Alright, well, with confidence, you are 2 for 2. You are correct. The effect of Dropsies is a legal activation. You will take 1,000 points of damage, and because you did not fulfill the gaining 1,000 life points, you did not fulfill the A portion of the stun effect, so you cannot perform the B portion, so the dropsies will not be able to summon anything. Very good job. Yo, you're actually clapping it, dude. Easy clap 2 for 2 with absolute
Bad
confidence.
reaction. Emoji, bro.
Bro,
that's a very old card, actually.
It's a card that was played a lot in the Nurseburn decks, bro. This is Nurseburn, but OG, bro. All right. Well, currently 2 for 2. Are you ready to go into question number 3? Pat?
Yes. Let's do it.
All right. Let's run it with question number 3. So this is the current board state. You control a Prankins Rocket Ride. Your opponent has a Bean Soldier. So you summon the Prankins Rocket Ride, and you activate the effect of the Prankins Rocket Ride. In this situation, you go to the battle phase. You attack your opponent directly with the Rocket Ride. On the attack declaration, your opponent is going to flip their set to Infinite Impermanence. After the Infinite Impermanence resolves on the Prankins Rocket Ride, what happens?
Yeah, so the attack will still go through directly, except your opponent will take 2,000 points of damage. Because the reason why is Rocket Ride has already resolved its effect in order to attack directly, but then the modification of like 1,000 attack, when monsters gets impermanence, like that gets reduced, or it goes back to what it was before. So like, because its effect is already successfully resolved, all the imperm does is just gives it back 1,000 attack, and the attack will still resolve directly. So you just take 2k and say, thanks for the thanks for the free grand.
Is that your final answer? With confidence, once again, bro.
Fine answer.
You are confident, start to finish. Back, you are correct. 3 for 3. So effectively, the reason why is because when the Rocket Ride applies to itself, it gains that ability to attack directly, and if you negate the effects after that has already been applied, that is not something that will be removed from the Rocket Ride because that effect has already been applied, as opposed to when a monster directly alters its own stats and cannot alter any other monster stats. If you negate its effects after that effect has resolved, those stat reductions or stat addition get removed after the monster's effect gets negated. So here, you're correct, the Prankins Rocket Ride does not lose the ability to attack directly, so the direct attack continues, but it does have its attack loss removed due to the impermanence, so it will swing directly for 2,000 points of damage, and a replay does not occur. You're currently 3 for 3. The believers are happy, bro. They're like, damn, the confidence in this man.
Yo,
He knows.
I'm afraid of question 7 and 8 though, bro.
You're only afraid of 7 and 8? What if 5 and 6 are rough too, bro? We're only 3
it's
deep.
supposed to be progressively harder, so like I feel like the hardest ones have to be 7 and 8.
All right, well, currently 3 for 3. Are you ready to move in to question number 4?
Sure.
All right, question number 4. In this current situation, actually, we're going to be summoning a couple more monsters to the board here because we need more on the field in order to ask this question. So here, we assume the Prankins Pandemonium has been set since a previous turn. It is your turn once again, but this has been set since before, so it is legal to activate. Here, if you activate your set, Prank Kids Pandemonium, and your opponent chains to it by activating their own Imperial Order. After the Prank Kids Pandemonium has resolved, are you legally allowed to attempt to link summon for Access Code Talker with the monsters currently on your field?
For the rest of the this card resolves, you cannot. You cannot link summon Access Code Talker because the card still resolves. It just resolves negated. Wait, let me double check. For the rest of the turn after this card resolves, is that all one effect? That's the hard part, right? This one I'm not sure on, to be honest.
Is it all one effect? That is the question.
Yeah, that's the question. Yeah, it's like is that like. I want to say let me think. If you like activate Extravagance and it has a very similar claw, I'm just gonna read like Extrav real quick.
Yeah, at the start of your main phase 1, banish for 6. Draw 1 card for every 3 cards banished. For the rest of the turn after this card resolves, you cannot draw any cards by card effects.
Wait, oh shoot! If you get Extrav and then I think you can Desires, if I remember correctly, because it's worded exactly the same as like Pandemonium. If I remember correctly, if you get Ash on Extravagance, I believe you could still Desires. Oh man, that's rough. I kind of want to say that you. This one is interesting, but I want to say
this is one of those situations that a lot of players will they're not too sure, judges are not too sure.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you have to know to know.
Yeah, because I have to remember it's literally worded the same way as Extravagance. What I need to remember is I think there was a deck that I literally played both Extrav and Desires in, and then the logic was like, oh, if I get Ash on Extrav, I can just Desires after. Okay, you know what? I think I'll just go with my opposite gut feeling, which was I thought you couldn't link summon Access Code Talker. and then go with the fact that you can link summon Access Code Talker, and I guess I'll lock in the final answer.
How confident are you on this one, Pack?
I'll be honest, I'm not that confident, but that's just what I remember, so I could easily be so wrong on this.
All
Let's
right.
see it.
Well, here the answer is you are correct. You are allowed
thank
to
God.
attempt to link summon the access code Talker here using those 4 monsters on your field. Because the effect of Prankit's Pandemonium, even though there's a full stop in between the first part and the second part, this is
Yeah.
all treated as one effect. And because that one effect was negated by the Imperial Order, the restriction on Prankit's Pandemonium will
Yeah.
not apply if the Prankit's Pandemonium has its activation or its effects negated. So you are allowed to link some of the access code Talker. 4 for 4. Pack does not miss.
Bro,
he doesn't
shout out
miss.
to Copium World, bro.
Shout outs
shout
to
to Virtual,
Extrav.
bro.
Shout outs to
Literally.
Extravant to Desires, bro. All right, well, currently 4 for 4. Are you ready to get into question number 5? Currently undefeated, going into round 5 of YCS Coder ruling questions. So here, you control Prankit's Fansies, Prankit's Lamsies. Your opponent controls Melfi Rabbi, they control Anti-Human Intelligence Messiah, and they have previously resolved Hanewada this turn. In this situation, you are going to be link summoning with your Prankit's Lamsies and your Prankit's Fansies. You also control Prankit's Place here. You're going to be link summoning your Lamsies and your Fansies in order to link summon into the Bow Wow Bark. In this situation, which trigger effects can you activate here, assuming that you do not have any Prankit's monsters in your deck? You only have Prankit's spells.
You only have Prankit's spells. Okay. Oh, that's a great question. Okay, I just need to read that card. It came
Messiah?
as a Starlight, actually.
Yeah, dude. So Messiah is a very simple pendulum effect.
Does it have a trigger? Wait, scroll down to the bottom. What does it say? If a monster
It does
is
not. It does. None of the monster effects are relevant. What we're talking about here is only the pendulum effect.
Okay, so I know for sure you can still reduce monsters even because there's like negative stats. So you can still reduce the vanilla monster by 500 attack from the field spell. Hanewada is being applied, which means no effect damage, correct?
Yes, no effect damage.
You can discard this card. You take no effect damage this turn. So okay, so Lamsies definitely cannot activate. And then that floodgate, it says any card except monster cards.
Anything
right?
except monsters that hits the grave gets banished instead.
Oh, okay. But we only have spell cards in the deck.
You only have spell cards in the deck.
Okay, so you're asking which trigger can be activated. So even if they activate and don't do anything, that's still part of the question.
Yeah,
so,
I'm effectively asking. I'm effectively asking when you summon the Bow Wow Bark, you want to activate every legal trigger. What
You
legal
want to activate
triggers
every
can you
legal
activate?
effect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assuming
So
you want
if
to
that's the
activate
case-
every legal effect, which effects can you activate here?
So I would say Fansies, Lamsies, and Place are all legal trigger effects that can be activated here if you were to activate everything. Mainly because nothing stops you from activating these cards. You know, it just means you don't get to summon any prank kid, which is kind of sad. So they're all legal triggers. So I would say Fansies, Lamsies, and Plays are all legal. That's
Okay.
it.
How would
Final
you
answer.
say that this chain would resolve in this case then?
So chain 1, 2, 3. I'll make 3 Plays, 2 Fansies, and 1 Lamsy. So
Sure.
3 Plays would attempt to reduce that monster by 500, but obviously it would still be 0 unless like you buff it up somehow by like 800 attack or something. Would be at 300 because like negative values for some reason in Yu-Gi-Oh. Chaining 2 Fansies would still attempt to resolve as much as possible, and it would banish the spell from your deck, but it would not be able to summon any Prankid monsters from your hand or deck. Obviously, you don't have any anyways, but assuming you did, you can't. And then Chainlink 1, the Lamsies will try to burn you for 500, but then of course Hanewada is insane in Trad Tournament. And so your opponent will not get inflicted any effect damage. Yeah, even if you somehow had a kid in your hand, because assuming none is in the deck, you can't summon that kid from the hand. Those are the trigger effects, and I think that's how they would resolve.
And that is the final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
Bro, you're absolutely killing it. Here, you can legally activate the Fansies, the Lampsies, and the Prankit's Place. In this case, you are correct.
Yep.
The Prankit's Place will effectively apply to the Rabbi. Even though it has 0 attack, you can still reduce a 0 attack monster by 500 attack with Place, so it is a legal activation. You will also not burn for 500 here. The opponent here is not aware of the effect of the Hanewada and took 500 damage here for no reason. The opponent doesn't know, you'd have to let him know, otherwise you're creating an irreparable game state. And then here, the Lampsies is going to banish a Prankit spell from the deck. All 3 of these are legal activations. activations, but you are
Yeah.
correct that the Lampsies and the Fansies would not be able to summon anything should you have a Prankets monster in hand, because the Fansies did not successfully send a card to the graveyard, and the Lampsies did not successfully burn your opponent, even though the opponent seems to not remember what the effect of his Hanawada does. All right, 5 for 5, dude. You are well on your way to the 8 out of 8. You would be the very first to get 8 out of 8.
Oh man.
No one else has gotten
That'd be
it.
sick.
So right now you are in good contention to be right up there with the greats, but you also still have the possibility to be all the way at the
3
top
left.
with 8 out of 8, and only 3 ruling questions stand in your way. How confident do you feel that you can clutch it out?
So I mean, so far so good, but I just gotta think a little bit more, and hopefully we get there. So.
All right, ready for question number 6?
Sure, let's do it.
So this is the current game state. You control Prank Kids Weather Washer and Prank Kids Battle Butler. Your opponent controls a Sangan. In this situation, you are going to enter the battle phase. You're going to declare an attack with your Battle Butler on your opponent's Sangan. On attack declaration, you are going to use the effect of your Prank Kids Battle Butler tributing itself in order to wipe your opponent's field. Here, your opponent's Sangan gets destroyed on resolution of the chain, where Battle Butler destroys the Sangan. Can your opponent legally activate the effect of their Sangan to search from the deck, or does the Weather Washer prevent it from being able to activate?
I did this with Twin Twister before, and they couldn't respond. Now I just gotta think about Sangan, because Sangan's a mandatory effect. So the question is whether or not mandatory effects will activate, even under like the Armades-esque effect of Weather Washer, right? I mean, it's one of those things like I don't even need to read the cards. It's more of like you just gotta know it if you know it, right?
Sure, sure.
Let me think. So can mandatory effects still activate under Weather Washer? The question is also whether or not declaring an attack is the same part as
throw you for a loop.
It's rough. This one is a good one because the thing is, right, like at what point is a monster considered attacking? But I don't know. I feel like it still attacks because it's not like Dante, or it's not like Zeus where it says like battled or declared or anything like that. But I think like, oh wait, I feel like there are mandatory effects that. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Is it Mystic Mine? Can mandatory effects activate under Mystic Mine? That's what I gotta think.
That is a very good question. Mystic Mine does indeed say that they cannot activate effects.
Yeah, because it's not like it's not like having because for example, let's say you have like Colossus and Sangan, right? Like Sangan can still activate under Colossus, but cards like Mystic Mine is very different than Colossus.
Mystic Mine here reads: if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, your opponent cannot activate monster effects or declare an attack.
I think because it says you cannot even activate it, mandatory effects can't activate at all. It's on attack. Oh man, the other loop. So that's the first thing I have to like get over. The second hurdle is like determining.
This one is a multiple parter. You have to look at multiple different things. The game state. It's a very simple game state, but a lot of different types of effects are being used here.
Yeah, no, this one is rough. I'm not confident in this one, to be honest with you.
Where are you leaning a bit towards?
I want to say that Sangan cannot activate only because I think Weather Watcher is very similar to Mystic Mine in the sense that like your opponent can't activate anything at all. Wait, so it gets a redeclare though. Okay, wait, hold on. So I declare an attack with Weather Watcher. I go.
You declared an attack with the Battle Butler.
Declare an attack with Battle Butler. Effect. Declare an attack with Butler on attack declaration. Use Butler's effect. Pops the Sangan. The thing is, on resolution, is it still within that same window of attack? Pranked monsters attacking. Bro, what the hell is this? I've never thought about it like this.
I mean, hey, this is something that can be very relevant that could come up. Imagine you're
it can be definitely relevant.
Play.
Yeah.
If this play works, then you do this into a board of floaters, and you just get to wipe all the floaters they can't activate, right? Or if it doesn't work, then you basically have your answer to this. So at the end of the day, it's whether or not this is a good play or a bad play.
No, I've done this with Twin Twisters. So I know like if I attack with Weather Washer and I twin their back row, they can't like respond, and then I just like the Weather Washer attack goes through.
So are you like 50-50, 60-40?
I'm like very 50-50.
Okay.
I think you can go either or. Because like on resolution, their monster is no longer attacking. Because like after you destroy the Sangan, the Battle Butler is no longer considered in a attacking. Like there's no Pranked monster attacking right now. I kind of want to say that like Sangan can activate. Yeah, okay, I'll go with I believe Sangan can activate. I'll go with my like gut feeling saying that it's on attack declaration where you attack Butler's effect. they can respond to that Butler's effect to Raigeki. However, on resolution, no Pranked monsters is still attacking or anything like that. So Sangan should have this window or this opportunity to activate.
All right, can I get a final answer, Pack?
I'm gonna lock in.
Unfortunately, you are incorrect. The Sangan is not allowed to activate here, and the reason why is because when an Armades style of effect is being applied, one of those effects that says if a certain monster attacks, your opponent can't activate anything until the end of the damage step. The reason why they cannot activate the Sangan is that these types of effects immediately start applying the moment the attack is declared, and only stop applying once you re-enter an open
that makes sense.
game
I
state.
should have thought about that.
So it's only
I
once
should
you
have thought about
re-enter
that,
an open game state, and because the Sangan would trigger on resolution of the Battle Butler, you have not yet reached an open game state, so the effect of the Weather Washer is still being applied in this scenario.
Yeah,
the Sangan is not able to trigger to activate.
This is why you can't overthink it, yo.
You can't be overthinking. So, Pack, are you ready for question number 7?
Yes, let's do it.
Here, you control a Prank Kids plan, a Prank Kids Dropsies, and a Prank Kids Lampsies. It's currently your opponent's main phase. Your opponent is going to be activating their Triple Tactics talent using the effect to take control of one of your monsters. Here, you chain the Prank Kids plan. You're going to be link summoning the Dropsies and the Lampsies in order to summon a Prank Kid Dodo Doodle Doo, and then when the Triple Tactics talent resolves, they will take control of your Dodo Doodle Doo. On resolution here, assuming your opponent has a Prank Kids spell or trap in their deck, which trigger effects here are allowed to be activated and by who?
If my opponent has a Pranked spell or trap in their deck, they can activate that trigger, and then you get the trigger for Dropsies and Lamsies. Okay, final answer.
Final answer, that's it? So you're saying the opponent gets to activate the Dodo Doodle Doo, and you get to activate the Dropsies and the Lampsies?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
All right, well, Pack, you are correct. Your opponent is the one who can legally activate the effect of the Prank Kids Dodo Doodle Doo, and you can activate the Dropsies and the Lampsies. In this situation, the reason why your opponent is the one who gets to activate the Dodo Doodle Doo is because they are the one who now controls it, even though you were the one who link summoned your Dodo Doodle Doo. It's actually very interesting because this is a little bit of a more recent change in the card database. There's a new ruling that was up, and here, let me show it to you real quickly. This is basically a new database entry that shows the same situation, but with the Sword Soul Shenying and Cyber Angel Natasha. This ruling effectively says that if you use your Natasha to take control of your opponent's Shenying, you're going to be the one that gets to activate the effect of your Shenying rather than your opponent, even though they were the one who controlled it at the moment when the trigger was met. So here, basically, this sets a precedent that anytime a card meets its trigger on the field, if it swaps control from one player to another, that player that now controls it when the effect would activate is the one that is able to activate the effect in the first place.
I think that I had this happen with when I was playing Shadal. They took my app Clone after I chained L to their tactics, and then he's app cloned my Schism, bro. So
yeah, that's a little bit more of a new ruling. A lot of tournaments had actually been ruling it the other way until this new precedent came out. And with this new precedent, this is how it now works. And honestly, I'm very happy with this. I think this is a very good way to rule this specific interaction.
Yeah.
So I have no complaints about this one. Currently 6 for 7, Pack. You have one more question in the way to see whether or not you get a 7 out of 8 and tie up everyone else at the top. Otherwise, and I'll make this really worthwhile for you. If you miss this one up, you're tied with Gage. So you don't want to be tied, do you?
Jeez.
All right, are you ready to get into question number 8, the final one?
Yeah.
Last question. You control Prank Kids Meow Meow Moo and Prank Kids Rip Roarin' Roaster. Your opponent controls Dark Ruler Hades. Are you familiar with Dark Ruler Hades?
When you play retro format, you become familiar with this card.
Ooh, my man plays retro.
You become familiar with the synchro version of him, which does very similar things. I know you attack into a Sangan, they literally can't activate that Sangan until they put it back into the deck with Avarice, and then summon it and put it back in the grave. So it's actually insane.
All right, so in this situation, it is your opponent's battle phase. They're going to declare an attack with their Dark Ruler Hades onto your Prank Kids Meow Meow Moo. At this point, your Meow Moo gets destroyed by that battle. After that, when your opponent attempts to leave the battle phase, you wish to activate the effect of your Rip Roarin' Roaster. Can you choose to banish the Meowmoo from the graveyard in order to activate the effect of your Rip Roarin' Roaster here during the end step of your opponent's battle phase?
So okay, so I guess I framed it wrong when I said it before. Like when you're tying like Sangan's mandatory, so like obviously it'll still like activate. It just gets negated. So it's saying negate the effects of monsters destroyed by battle with fiend monsters you control. Oh wait, the question is, does it negate the Meowmoo in the graveyard? I feel like you should still be able to banish it for cost. To be honest, you're not really using Meowmoo's effect. You're using Rip Roaring's effect. You're just banishing the Meowmoo for cost. I think honestly, I'm just gonna go with that final answer.
So you're saying
So
you are allowed to activate the Meowmoo's effect, not activate the Meowmoo's effect.
You're
when
activating
you
Rip
activate the
Roaring.
Rip Roaring Roaster, you are allowed to banish the Meowmoo in order to wipe your opponent's set Imperial Order and Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I believe so. I
I
could be wrong on this
can
one.
I get a final answer on this one, Pack?
I'm trying to think if this came up in like 2011, because it definitely has when I played against zombies. They attack my like tree one frog and stuff like that. And then like my frog is just Sag. I guess I'll final answer. I'll go for it.
Pack, unfortunately, you are not allowed to banish the Meowmoo with the Roaring Roaster. You can only tribute the Roaring Roaster itself. The reason why is because cards like Dark Ruler Hades and the Synchro version of the Dark Ruler Hades that you brought up, they all work the same way, that when, in this case, if a Fiend monster destroys the Meowmoo by battle, the effects of the Meowmoo in the graveyard are constantly negated. Because the Meowmoo that is in the graveyard is constantly negated because it was destroyed by battle with the Dark Ruler Hades, the effect of the Meowmoo that it can replace the tribute cost of one of your Prankins monsters is actually an unclassified effect. But because that effect in the graveyard is being negated, that unclassified effect is not something that you can apply, regardless of it being an effect that activates or not. So because it is an effect that you are not able to apply, you cannot banish it in place of tributing your Rip Roaring Roaster. In this case, you can only activate the roaster by tributing itself,
That's
which
what
will in
I
turn
should have
wipe
went.
your opponent's back row.
Yo, 6 out of 8.
You tie up Gage. You tie up my man Gage. Very, very good. You even tied up Simo, bro. You're tied right there with Simo, with Gage. Yeah, dude. You're tied up with all the greats, man. All the greats. Pack, thank you so much for coming on, bro. This is a really good quiz. This is actually a good one. I threw you for a couple of loops. I threw some harder stuff. Honestly,
I think the hardest one was definitely this one and the one I got wrong. Like those, I'm just like, yo, I wasn't sure. But I think the one, I could have figured that one out. This number 8 one is gonna be harder for me to figure out. I think I'm just like not familiar with like the permanegate thing in the game. Like I wasn't sure on that one.
All right.
Someone hot destiny me out of YCS. I'm leaving, bro. I'm leaving the room.
So anyways, guys, thank you so much for watching this episode of Ruling Quiz Video. This was so much fun, dude. Honestly, Pack was a great guest, dude. He actually, he was very confident with a lot of his answers. Very impressed by some of the answers that he gave me. Sometimes I thought I was going to throw him for a loop, and he was like, nah, I know this. I know this like the back of my hand. Very impressed with how fast he's learned a bunch of rulings, with how, recently he started playing the game. So genuinely hats off to Pack. 6 out of 8 is not a bad score at all. Genuinely very happy, and this is a lot of fun, Pack. I hope that you guys learned something new in the YouTube, in the Twitch chat, and Pack yourself. I hope you learned something new as well. If any other Yu-Gi-Oh content creators want to be on this series, hit me up on Twitter or on Discord, and I will get you in for your very own ruling quiz. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, have a good one, and I will see you all in the next video. Peace.
We can take some features from this tournament that we're hosting, chat. So it's 1 round per day. Yark and Dark Sword here. Oh my god, we got incantations. What are you playing in this format? Mega susses. Alright. Unformed into the Fool. Targets the Haggith to recycle. Distributing out of the hand here a candle for the Ophiel for another Haggith. Ophiel, sorry, for another Haggith for Bortle. And distributing itself for another Haggith, triggering the Bortle, returning to the hand, and Haggith adding the trap here. Normal summoning Ash Blossom for Halka Fibrax to go into Recover, into Nat Beast, set 2. I don't think Nat Beast is that good, is it? I guess we'll see. Well, it's Diviner. I mean, it's a spell deck, so that's something. Chainlink 2 here, into the Wonder Magician. Oh, you hard drew Scythe. I mean, sure. I guess. Target the Nat Beast. Nat Beast dies, and Scythe trigger, special summon. Do we have Droplet? No Droplet. We got Synchro into the bar on the floor here, and Emergence into the Fool. And Portal here recycles. What level is Fool here? It's only when it's ritual.